Hi, everyone. It's so great to have you all here today. And I can see so many messages already in the chat. That's fantastic. Thank you very much, everyone who joined. But before we start, before I introduce myself, let's do a quick sound check. So please send an emoji or a little hello or any symbol actually in the chat so that I can make sure you hear me loud and clear. Yes, super. Thank you very much, Audrey, Katie, Ed, Tracy, and everyone. Yes, it means that we're on air. That's fantastic. I would like to welcome all of you to our annual iSpring Days conference. Thank you for taking time to join us today. This is really, really exciting. And before we dive in, I'd like to take a quick moment to introduce myself. My name is Chris Roppelt. I'm a professional intercultural communicator and an entrepreneur. And I've been privileged to be an iSpring partner for more than 4 years, where I've been helping people from all over the world to communicate efficiently, just like I'll do today, because we have the participants really literally from every continent. This is really exciting for me, and I hope you guys will enjoy this international content that we're going to be sharing and discussing today. And now I'm curious to know about you, where every one of you is located, and get to know you a little bit more. And I'd like to ask you to please follow the link in the chat or scan the QR code that you currently see on your screen to enter the name of your country, or maybe country and a city, country and a state, whatever you prefer, depends on where you come from. Every culture has its own way of introducing the location. So while we are waiting for the answers, I'll let you know what we have in store for you. Over the next 2 days, we'll hear from top industry experts on all e-learning related topics, really. If you're new to e-learning, we hope that by the end of the conference, you'll have a pretty solid understanding about the subject, what it involves, and how you develop new skills. And for those who are already familiar with e-learning, we'll help you expand and broaden your expertise with our actionable advice, hopefully. So now let's see what countries people are joining us from today. Well, I see a lot of different locations from specific states in the US like Florida and Michigan to some amazing countries such as Canada, Saudi Arabia, the Netherlands. Let me see. Wow, it's moving very quickly. I can see Georgia, Nebraska, Colorado, Texas, Denver. Now I can see Puerto Rico as well, and a lot of other places. Wow, Portugal, South Africa. Amazing. Literally, as I mentioned, from every continent. This is very inspiring. I'm really looking forward to hearing your comments and input, guys, as well. And I can see we already have more than 100 participants who have voted. Please don't stop the music. Please continue. I'm looking forward to learning more about where you guys come from. All right. Thanks, everyone who has shared. Now, let me introduce in a few words the main concept of this year's conference for those who are new to our event, maybe those who haven't had read much about the point. It's all about human-centric futures in e-learning. So we'll talk today about creating learning that puts people first, and we'll discuss how we can benefit from modern technology. So we have 2 days ahead of us. And our today's agenda is loaded with exciting discussions, as you can see in the screen, with best practices and insider tips from 10 e-learning gurus with a unique area of expertise, each of them. Right. Our session will cover various topics from AI course creation to learning accessibility and collaborative e-learning design. And of course, tune in tomorrow for more presentations from 7 other experts, a special roundtable, and the results of this year's giveaway. I'll give you more details on May the 3rd agenda during today's closing remark, not to overload you right now. And before we kick off our first session, I'd like to go over some technical details very quickly. If you can't stick around for the whole thing, no problem. We'll send you the recording of the day's session later. But trust us, you really don't want to miss on the live interactions with speakers and peers. And this is what has really been the case for our previous editions. The discussions in live fashion have been always amazing. And besides, many experts have prepped some extra assets, including worksheets, checklists, and guides to accompany their presentations, right? To make sure you stay updated and get access to all the useful materials from our speakers, do not hesitate to join our LinkedIn community. That's exclusive for the conference attendees. The iSpring Learning Hub will be our place to discuss sessions and stay in touch after we finish the conference. Of course, at the end of each session, you will have 5 to 10 minutes set aside for you to ask the speakers any burning questions, but our LinkedIn Hub is definitely the place for you to continue this conversation in the future and to stay in touch. If you have any questions to our experts after they finish their presentation, just drop your questions in the chat like you are sending the messages right now, and I'll make sure to pass them on to the speakers for you. Of course, if we have too many, we'll need to select. I leave it at my discretion, but do not hesitate to send your comments and questions. All right, and now for the fun part. Let me tell you about the amazing treats we have in store for you. Look at that. I'm specifically excited for this. I welcome you to enter our giveaway and get a chance to win a full package tour to one of 4 top European e-learning conferences. And no matter really where you are in the world, whether you are in Australia, I haven't seen Australia on our AHA slides yet, but maybe I've just missed somebody. From Europe, from Asia, from North or South America, from Africa, or even maybe Antarctica, we've got you covered. Everything. We'll take care of your plane tickets and everything to the conference of your choice. You can see the one in France, the one in the Netherlands, the one in the UK, and the one in Germany, right? Please simply share the post about this event on your LinkedIn profile and invite your connections to register for the conference. They still have time to join this event by May the 3rd, 12 p.m. EDT. And the winner will be picked at random and announced at the end of day 2 of our conference tomorrow, right? The second treat we have for you is our Wheel of Fortune. And the prizes are generous discounts on iSpring products, free courses from our expert instructional designers, and many more. To enter, you'll need to leave your name and email in a special form that will drop in the chat right before the game. We'll spin the wheel at random moment during the conference to make sure you stay tuned throughout the whole event. So I keep fingers crossed for you, and good luck to anyone who wants to participate. Just for you to get a little teaser, this year's prizes include a $25 Amazon gift card, a crash test of your e-learning course by our team of developers, one expert off-the-shelf course from the iSpring Academy, an iSpring certification program, access to our expert video course called How to Create an Online Course, a 3-month license for iSpring Suite, and a 3-month license for iSpring Learn. All right. Okay, I think I'm good. I've covered a lot of the pleasant treats and some nice expectations. And now I'd like to introduce my partners for today. We have 2 tech support experts with us. It's Alex and Amy. And 2 community managers. Those are Kate and Helen. They're in the chat room to help you out. So feel free to ask them questions at any time during the session. Also, if you're new to iSpring, let me give you a quick intro. We are here to help you get started with your e-learning journey and achieve amazing results with our tools. Our software ecosystem includes an authoring tool and an LMS, along with exceptional support to guide you every step of the way. For over 23 years, iSpring has been developing high quality e learning and online training solutions globally. We have a customer base that spans more than 170 countries and continues to grow. That's a real dream for an intercultural communicator, to have a company that covers so many geographical locations. Now, I'd like to ask you guys, let's see how many iSpring fans and iSpring loyal audience we already have in the chat room. Please send us an emoji if you're already an iSpring customer or an iSpring user, because I'm really curious to know how many of you are with us today. Let me see and have a quick check about how many fans we have from iSpring community already. Right. I would love to hear if we have. Right. Yeah. I can see your emojis, your little hand waves, your palms. Wow. A lot, really a lot. And I can see some familiar names as well. So glad to see you, James. Oh, nice. And I can see our first speaker already waving to me from the chat. That's fantastic. Thank you, David. All right. Thank you, everyone who has shared. Please feel free to continue. If you've just heard my question, I was asking if you guys are already using iSpring, and we have a really, really big number of people who already do. That's great. By the way, we have a special offer for all of our iSpring Days attendees this year. For those of you who want to test e-learning for your business needs, but aren't ready to buy an annual subscription yet, we have an opportunity to start a 3-month online trial. It's a pilot for just $9.47 with a complete iSpring bundle that includes the powerful duo of iSpring, LMS, and our authoring tool, a certification program to master the tools in no time, and a collection of ready-made courses. So make sure you take the advantage of this offer before May the 17th. This is a great opportunity to jumpstart online training with a dedicated team and reliable tools at your fingertips, and decide if e-learning works for you. All right. To claim this offer, simply follow the link in the chat or scan a QR code on the screen and schedule an appointment with iSpring managers. They will contact you soon to discuss all the details and help you leverage our tools for your unique e-learning needs. Right. And I think I have covered the most important details. Yes, I think we have most of the housekeeping things covered. And it's time to kick off our first session, because I'm really looking forward to hearing this story from David He-Sik-Yoon on course development with AI. As the CEO of 2 Miles, David serves as a domestic partner of global cloud solutions such as Microsoft, Google, and iSpring Solutions. He helps companies seeking to innovate their IT environments in the era of the fourth industrial revolution. His company offers consulting and training services on IT technologies such as cloud, blockchain, and of course, AI. And today, David will tell you all about building e-learning content with generative AI solutions. So without further ado, let's connect to hear David. Perfect. David, then without further ado, I yield the floor to you, so you're welcome.
Okay, thank you. Great. Yeah. Okay, hello. I'm David Yoon. So thank you so much for inviting me to speak at iSpring Days 2024. In the past, I worked as a system engineer at Yahoo Korea and Blizzard, and a cloud marketing manager at Microsoft as well. And currently, I'm the CEO of Tumas, and Tumas is iSpring's distribution partner in Korea. I also co-work with Microsoft as Microsoft regional director and MVP. But actually, I'm not a Microsoft employee, but it's a core. Yep. Uh, Maybe you know about a lot of the company in Korea. Here is the iSpring Korean customers, including Nexon, the #1 gaming company, the Celltrion, the #2 bio company. Maybe you know the Samsung Electronics, right? They are already used iSpring solutions. All right. Today, we are going to talk about how to create e-learning content with generate AI. If you wanted to see the contents, here is the QR code and URL. So I will give you 3 seconds. All right. There are the 3 items on today's agenda. First, we are going to talk about e-learning trend. And second, we are talk about how to use generative AI to create e-learning content. And third, we will discuss what you need to consider when you are using the generative AI. Okay. So let's dive into our first topic, the e-learning trend. According to the Bloomberg, the intelligence, the generative AI market is expected to grow 42% annually and leads to 1,304 billion by 2032. It's a huge number. Maybe we know since the ChatGPT came into the world, everything has changed. Actually, my life also changed. Maybe Chris's life also changed. We are now living in the era of generative AI that brought to you by the ChatGPT. Since its launch in November 2022, ChatGPT has surpassed the 100 million users in just 2 months. This was the fastest growth rate of any service on the market at the time. So artificial intelligence is increasingly entering our daily life. In particularly, education is the one of the area where change is happening faster than in any other industry. The most important part of the L&D in 2024 is aligning training with the business goals. Upskilling employees and creating a learning culture is also important, but the real focus should be on helping employees develop their careers, which is up to 9 notches from last year. In school, it's becoming increasingly important to help a student learn on their own pace. So you can check the other side. So I don't have much time today, so I will skip the other stuff. So let's take a look at the latest e-learning trend. There are 5 e-learning trends. The first one is the micro-learning for hyper-personalized learning. The upskill and reskill for fast delivery of the fresh contents is so important as well. And micro-credential is also very important part of the e-learning trend. And also, nowadays, there is a lot of young people like Gen Z, right? So they need the immersive content. So, and also, today's topic is AI, right? So AI tutoring for personalized learning is so important. So how do you feel this need in the era of that's changing every day? So, but as we know, there are 3 problems we are facing. Maybe you guessed. The first one is a time, right? It takes too much time to create learning content. Can you leave us some emoji in the chat if you have any problem to create the content? I also have a lot of time to spend to create a content. So the time is the most critical part of my life nowadays. And the second part is the cost. right? The large budget is spent on studio filming and editing to create e-learning content. The third one is a human resource. We don't have a expert to create the high quality and engaging e-learning content, right? So that is why I just want to show you the problems, the solutions. So I challenge you to solve these three problems with generative AI. Okay. Okay. We can use generative AI to learning course design, content creation, reuse of all the material, personalized learning, and AI tutoring. And here is some process that I give you the hint at first, that the content source. We can use our existing PDF and text video files, and also we can create the curriculum and authoring solutions through the iSpring suite. And finally, we can upload those contents to the LMS, right? But if we don't have any content, we can use the contents marketplace in the GoOn and LinkedIn Learning and Udemy through the iSpring Learn. Okay, so I will give you some demos with the course factory. Before that, I will give you some introduction about this solution. You can easily create a course from any PDF file you have with something like the course factory solution. So all you need to do is upload just a PDF file and set the learning object, audience, and duration, and just hit the generation button. That's it. After that, you can create lecture, script, quiz, and even videos with the AI humans all at once. Yeah, here is the
Hello,
videos.
everyone, and welcome to our online course, Green Skilling for the Digital World, a Sustainable Infrastructure Perspective.
This is the AI human created by only when I used just one PDF file. So when you create those courses, so you can export the course file as a SCORM file and upload it to the iSpring Learn. So, but the most critical part of the e-learning content creation is a performance, right? So I will show you how to maximizing productivity for course content creation. The first one is we can create course content and script by Microsoft Copilot for Microsoft 365 in Word file. And then we can convert it to the PowerPoint, the PPT file, and then we can just add some introduction video file through the Beyond. And also we can add immersive contents like role play and the quiz and interaction through the iSpring suite. After that, we can upload the course to the iSpring Learn. Okay, so I will show you the demos. Yeah. Okay, so here is the Microsoft Word file, and then I will click the blank document. There is nothing, right? We can start from here. You can also start with the file you already have, but I will start from the scratch. So can you see the Copilot icon in here? Okay. When I click the Copilot icon and then type what is generative AI, and then just click the generate button. It takes about 30 seconds to create the contents in the Word file, right? So you just need to wait when they finish it. So when the file is finished, you can just press the keep it button, and then you can copy the link to here. So when you save it in the OneDrive, And after that, you can wait, and here, sometimes it happens. So that is why I already copied the file URL. And here, when you upload the Word file in the OneDrive, you can click the PowerPoint, and here the blank presentation, right? So when you also click the upper right button, the Copilot button in here, create the presentation prompt file. So I will put the URL of the Word file in here and just press. This is a prompt. So only you need to do is just create the Word file and upload it to OneDrive, and then just copy the URL. And then you can create the PowerPoint, the slide from the file through the Microsoft Copilot. Yeah, it takes about 1 minute. So it's already 25%, right? The magic is that here. So we can easily create the PowerPoint slide deck through the Copilot, right? Maybe you already show this picture with the Microsoft, but here is the good thing of the iSpring suite. I will show you. When we create this presentation file, right, we can use iSpring suite text-to-speech. Here, manage narration, right? So when I click it, we have to save it first. So I will replace the previous one, and then I will put the original content here through the audio to text, right? The text to speech in here, right? And insert in some slide, right? And
Image synthesis, generative. I can create
yeah. So you can create the whole other slide as well. So I just save it and close. I already upload the contents in the iSpring Learn. So, but if you create the course files, right, you wanted to add some video instruction, right? So in that case, you can leverage the Beyond. So I already prepared the Beyond. So here, so I paste the original contents in here and just put this prompt, create the video about this article, right? So I choose the template and choose the language. When I create the video file, right, it takes only 1 to 2 minutes to create the videos, right? So I already create the video as well. So I will show you. Okay. And then here is the file that I already create in here. This is the video file. So I will copy and paste in here, right? Oh, sorry. When you copy, yeah, write this, right? So we can just add the introduction video file in here. But the problem is that if we create the courses, why we need, what is the last thing in the course normally? Can you guess? Okay, just type in the chat. So normally we can add quiz, right? So I will insert just a blank slide in here, right? And then back to the iSpring suite and click the quiz. But before that, we have to create the quiz first, right? So I also prepared here. Yeah. iSpring suites support the bulk creation of the keys, right, through the Excel CSV file. So I just upload the sample, the quiz file here. The file looks like this. Hold on a second. Yeah, like this. True false and a multi-choice, right? I upload the file to the ChatGPT and put the prompt. Please create a total 10 questions for generative AI in an Excel file, referring to the attachment, right? And then the ChatGPT analyze the sample pie and create the 10 keys in here. So I will show you. Yeah, like this. And about the image file, I already created the image file through the DAL-E in the ChatGPT, right? So now we just click the keys first and then created keys. Okay, import keys. Yeah. And then we can add 10 keys with images like this. It takes only few minutes to finish to create the course, right? After that, we can just upload the course to the iSpring Learn, right? Here. So I already upload the course in here. Here is the course that I already uploaded, right? So I will click one of them. Okay, here it is. Yeah.
Generative AI is a branch of
As we know, also, there is a super easy to create the content in iSpring page. So when you are using iSpring Max, we can use the iSpring page in here, right? So when you click the page, you can create the course. Okay, I will. Okay. Hold on a second. I already created a lot of stuff. Yeah. When you press the space button and then just put the prompt, please create course curriculum about generative AI in here, right? Yeah. The iSpring page is based on the GPT from the OpenAI. So we can use the same feature in here. So I already created the whole course in here. So I will just show you the demos. Yeah, here. This one is the that I made it this morning. So I create the image by the DALL-E and everything. And also I just put the quiz through the iSpring page. You don't need to worry about I don't have any subscription in ChatGPT, right? But if you are using the iSpring page, you just create the quiz based on the original contents in here, right? Okay. If you also wanted to put some emojis in here, I also made some example. Yep. But anyway, so if you have a time, just put the prompt to create the contents with the emojis in here as well. Okay. The final thing that I prepared today is the thing is that, yeah, let's take a look at the one you need to consider when using generative AI. So in the HR side, right? So there is some bias to teach some contents, right? Like AI, the same. The same is true for generative AI. When training generative AI, the bias can vary depending on the data that they are using during the training. So we have to remove the bias through the fine tuning or lag. The fine tuning means to train the AI one more in advanced technology, right? So the RAG is also the technology. The AI just answer based on the specific the documentation. So that remove the hallucination, right? So we have to consider those stuff, especially the data security and privacy. When you're using the generative AI, for example, OpenAI, we have to check the data ownership and security if they are the encrypt the data of the users. Okay. Yeah, here is also the Microsoft data security. And here is the example of the lag to remove the hallucinations. Okay, here is the thing that I prepared today. So if you have any question, just leave the message in the chat. Okay, thank you.
Perfect. David, thank you so much for the presentation. We actually had so many comments and discussions and even already pieces of advice spread around the participants. So I appreciate everybody's attention. Let's thank David in the comments. In the meantime, David, if you don't mind, we still have some good time. I would like to ask the questions that were already mentioned in the chat. Guys, if you have more questions, you're welcome to ask right now, but I'll probably begin with something more overwhelming, encompassing, and then go down to more technical questions. Is that okay for you, David?
Yeah, right.
Super, fantastic. Let's begin with the question that Jocelyn has raised, and that was to the opinion of so many people in the chat, an important one. So a lot of the trainings we do, says Jocelyn, says that internal information may not be secure in the AI websites. Is my data at risk when we're using any of the websites that you're showing?
Here is some example. If we are using the personal use of the ChatGPT, even if we are subscribed, the data so should maybe be trained by the OpenAI. But when we are worried about the prompt and data, so we can choose the OpenAI enterprise model that does not train our data, right? Yeah, totally separated from the other tenant, other customers. Yep. So we have to keep checking their data policy. Yeah.
Thank you very much, David. I hope that is insightful, Jocelyn. You also have received other answers and opinions of the other participants. And I think that's great that we have this very knowledgeable community that can advise each other and share their opinions. There is another question from Harla from Canada. After the training has been created with AI, how do we go about translating and training into another language? In Canada, most of our training has to be done in both English and French.
Yeah, this is a good question. So that is why if we need to improve the generative AI, the skill, like to understanding other language, we have to train the foundation model more. It's like fine tuning. Yeah. But if we are worrying just about the line, the I mean the hallucination, we just need to the leg. Yeah.
Right. There has been this discussion about RAG in the chat as well. Thank you, David. We'll move on to another question from Kara. Kara is asking, will generative AI use the learning objectives to create quiz questions?
I can't understand exactly. So can you say
No
again?
worries. Of course, I will repeat that question. Maybe there is a connection issue as well. Does generative AI use the learning objectives? If we give generative AI some of the learning objectives that we need to complete, will generative AI be able to create quiz questions based on them?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, the quiz that I made in the iSpring page is based on the original contents that I provided. Yep.
Mm.
The iSpring page is the create the quiz based on the prompt. Yeah.
Right. Okay. Thank you, David. Another question comes from Mangai. It's a
Mhm.
tricky question. Is there a tool that can create a text-to-speech voice that sounds like mine instead of choosing from preset options?
Yeah, it's possible. Yeah. So we can, like a deepfake, we can use our own voices, yeah, to create the contents. Yep.
Yeah? All right. Okay.
Yeah, there's
Great.
a model like a DAL-E. So maybe we can just create the image through the DAL-E, right? But in Microsoft also created the VALL-E, the VALLE. VALL-E is create to our own voices. Yep.
Okay. Nice. Thank you. I'm sure the participants can research more about that if they're interested, based on your recommendation. Thank you. And then there is another question from Mark. Is that the text-to-speech narration limited to a number of characters per account or per month or something?
You mean the iSpring suite Max, right?
Mm.
Yeah, as long as I know, there is the uh, limitation, total number of characters that we can use per month. Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
But if you have another the solution like a text to speech like the Google Voice and other stuff, right? You can create the MP3 file and then upload it to the iSpring suite through the manage narration. Yep.
Yeah. All right. Thank you, David. Then another question I'd like to ask is about this Copilot that you showed in the document in the start of your demonstration. And this is when the magic started. And a lot of people were like, wow, David, this is so impressive. People were asking in the chat if this Copilot is free.
No, it's not free. It's the per personal use. We have to pay $20 per month, and yeah. So the official uses is more. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Then let's continue with another question that I have here. Is that only available with Chat GPT 4.0, David?
No, there's a lot of the companies they supporting the GPT-4 for free. In Korea, there is a written and other companies that they are using the Open AI's API to support GPT 4.0 for the Turbo. As long as I know, the Microsoft Bing also supporting the GPT-4. Yeah, as free.
Yeah. All right.
Yep.
Thank you very much. I see we still have an ongoing conversation in the chat, and that's fantastic. I still have several more questions to ask to David before we transition to our next speaker. And this is just the last moment for you guys to have a chance to ask David a question while he is generously with us. All right. The question I'd like to ask you, David, again, is a little bit more philosophical here is, what do you think is the most important thing to create e-learning contents in the generative AI? Kind of a more summarizing question for you.
Okay. So as I mentioned before, the most important thing to create the e-learning content is the speed. And the second one is the truth content. We have to remove the hallucination. So we have to create the content based on the original files. Yep. Because if we created a lot of the good contents, that is the long information, right? It's very difficult to spread the information to other people, right?
Right, right. That's correct. Thank you, David. I think this is really a very important thing that we have raised about the risks that are associated with the generative AI, especially for sensitive data in the companies. And there's been this discussion, which I think is really hot. Should we remember about anything else when we use generative AI? Should we be aware of something else that we didn't discuss yet?
Okay. So as we know, the ChatGPT is a large language model, LLM, right? So that means normally the lot of the LLM model is a public connection needed, right? But some the organization like a military and a public sector, they don't want to connect their data to the internet, right? So in that case, we can use a small language model for them. So like Pi3 and Llama and something like that. So we can download the AI model to our own data center or especially in our laptop as well. So we can use the AI internally without any internet connection. So that is more important in nowadays. Yep.
Right, right. Thank you, David. And I think I'll have the last question from Aaron Sweet, and we'll move on because we have a huge agenda on the go, but I'm sure we would love to continue
Right.
this conversation with you, David. The question is as follows. Does the Copilot to PowerPoint application work with the PowerPoint template or only a new presentation?
Oh, you can use the previous the template. Yeah. So if you just choose the template and remove the whole slide, in the backend, there is a slide master, right? So if you create new slide based on the Copilot, the Copilot use your previous template. Yep.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you so much, David. I think here we'll put a pause. And as we all welcome our speakers to continue the session with us, it would be our uh, pleasure to have you for the rest of the sessions. Maybe you can also continue the conversation in the chat with our participants and also input with the other speakers. But that's been amazing having you as an opening speaker. Thank you so very much, David. And I wish we'll have you next year at iSpring Days 2025.
Thank you, Chris. Have a great day.
Thank
Thank
you.
you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye,
Bye,
David.
everybody.
Goodbye. Thank you so much, guys. I'm sure you enjoyed David's presentation. And I would like to say that it's a huge recommendation on my side to keep all the time when you hear some insight or some helpful info to take a little note somewhere on the side, a mental note or a physical note. And it's a fantastic opportunity to share the note with the audience around you. So if maybe we can create a little tradition of sharing one important insight from every speaker's content to share it in the chat on YouTube, it will be invaluable because on the one hand, you help yourself memorize things. On the other hand, you enlighten the others by showing what was insightful for you, right? So you're welcome, guys, to share one or two lines of what was the most insightful of David's presentation. All right. And you all might know that the AI enhanced course authoring is available in iSpring Suite Max, as mentioned by David. This is our flagship tool, and it helps you streamline course creation by suggesting content, generating course ideas and outlines, and even improving course design. And you can try it now for free, right? You can see it in the slide. And next up is an exciting presentation we're going to have from Kara North on how video games inspire collaborative e-learning design. Kara has already been a presenter last year, and I can't wait to hear her story this time again. Kara is an award-winning learning experience design leader and author. She's currently the manager of learning and performance at Medical Mutual and an ATD certificate course facilitator. Kara also runs the Learning Camel, a learning experience design consultancy agency. In her session, Kara will discuss collaborative learning strategies in team-based video games and explain how we can apply this knowledge to e-learning content design. I really can't wait to hear all about this. So please welcome Kara North. Our North session. Hi, Kara. Do you hear me well?
Yes. Hi, Chris. Good morning.
Yeah, lovely to see you. I really, really like both your outfit and the presentation picture. They both look amazing. Great. So, are you all excited to start? Can you hit the road?
Yeah, let's do it.
Fantastic. The floor is yours, Kara.
All right, excellent. So let me turn on my captions. Perfect. All right. So I want to start my presentation today giving you an opportunity to just stop and think. And as you're thinking with me, I do have the chat open, so I'd love to hear what you come up with. But I want to ask you a very philosophical question to get us started. What brings you joy? Is it spending time with family, maybe going on adventures, traveling? Is it baking, cooking? Is it, I don't know, riding a bike, driving? We all have things that bring us joy, hobbies. So as I get started and as I talk today, I would love for you to think about your own. And if you'd be kind enough to share with me in the chat, what brings you joy? What brings you joy? So I'm watching as they are coming in. So I see books. That's definitely a good one. I also love to read. I think libraries are incredible. Pets, Stardew Valley. I love that as well. Board games. Good. Okay. So thank you all. I really appreciate that. I was very lucky that I found very early on in my life what brings me joy are video games. So back in the mid 1980s, there was something that came out called Super Mario Brothers, and I was at an age when it came out that I couldn't see. I mean, I couldn't talk and I couldn't really play, but I remember watching my parents play, and I would follow along and watch Mario kind of go through things. And I think it's really funny in the circle of life that now I obviously I love playing video games. And instead of it being me as a child, it's now my cats that follow my characters around as I'm playing. So when I think about why I love learning and development and the work that we do in our organizations, I relate it back to my love of video games because I want to share that I think that Super Mario Brothers level 1.1 is the perfect learning experience. So I don't know how many of you are familiar with it, but I want to kind of break down why I think this level is a masterclass in learning design. And of course, it was simple, but I really think it paved the way to modern video game creation. So one of the things that I think is really great about Super Mario Brothers level 1.1 is it's just enough. And what I mean by that is it starts off very simple. You start the level, you have the timer going down, and you have to make a decision within your first 5 seconds or so as you see a Goomba kind of walk toward you. And after some trial and error, you figure out that you're able to jump over the Goomba. I know myself, many times I would run right into the Goomba. I don't know if anybody is team run into the Goomba. Let me know in the chat if you are. And as you do that, you start to kind of uncover more little pieces of it, including you find out that there are things called power ups that impact you a little bit more. But my favorite part of the level is actually toward the end, and it's right before you get to the last platform. And the reason I love that so much is it shows you mechanics of jumping. And again, it's just very, very, just starts you off very simple, let you master the skills without inundating you with too much information, having you read a bunch of mandatory instructions and making you sit through a mandatory tutorial. So I just think that, again, from again in the 1980s, that has had such an impact on me, I think, speaks volumes. As I said, with scalability, you really kind of build the foundation of your mechanics to go on and do more difficult things. I don't know if anybody remembers that first big fire bar encounter in World 4 Castle. I still have anxiety about that to this day. But I wouldn't have been prepared to even jump over that had I not had preparation in the other levels to get me there. And finally, it encourages repetition. Still today, this is an extremely popular game on the global space. There are people who actually speed run this game. I believe there are people that can actually beat the game from start to finish in about 5 minutes. Now, of course, there's some interesting mechanics there. And through repetition, they found that by pressing certain buttons in certain levels, you could skip different things. And it's really interesting. So I want to start there by saying that's kind of where it started. And that was the hook for me at a very young age, loving video games. And still, video games today are a tremendous part of my life. Actually, today I'm joining you live from the University of Southern California in Los Angeles. I am at an esports tournament today through the next couple of days. So if that doesn't tell you how much I love video games, I don't know if anything will. But I think one thing that video games just does beautifully, and I think no matter if you like them or don't like them, I think everyone can agree video games are really good at engagement. Now, if you were to look up the term engagement at Google, you're probably going to get some rings or different things like that. But when I'm talking about engagement, what I really like to look at it through are kind of these three constructs. And this comes from the work of Shea, Hetty, and Green back in 2020. And I was very fortunate during my studies at Ohio State to work under Dr. Shea. He was my academic advisor. But I think it's really brilliant when you think about engagement of these three constructs. There's behavioral engagement, which is observation, right? You're able to see what somebody is doing. Cognitive, how are they being stimulated? In the mind, of course, and how are they taking the information that maybe they already know, fitting it into the schema of how they do their work or kind of know the world as it is. But one that I don't think gets enough attention, and if there's been one slightly silver lining of the global pandemic, I do think that people are talking more and more about emotional engagement. And this is really critical. I think that no matter how talented we are from developing learning and development products, if someone's mind isn't ready for that kind of learning experience or whatever it is that we're creating, that's a tough fight to fight. There's a lot of complexities that folks are dealing with day to day that we may or may not know. So even thinking about making sure that when we are creating what we're creating gives people opportunities to maybe come back and maybe also have better timing with that learning experience to align with what they need in order to be successful. So if you're looking for a couple little takeaways here, I like to think of it kind of these three constructs. So from a behavioral perspective, again, what is it that they're doing? in a virtual session. You can get that in multiple ways. Actually, right now, go ahead and drop me an emoji in the chat of how you're feeling today. It's actually a favorite of some of the facilitators that I work with, and I think it's a brilliant exercise of a nice little pulse check. So I'd love to see the emojis of how you're feeling today. Also, from a cognitive standpoint, it's not just enough to give someone content, but you really need to put it in this lens of challenge and performance. Otherwise, people will have a lot of issues with, again, taking that information and compartmentalizing it and understanding what it is that they need to be able to do with it in their jobs. And of course, emotional, again, how does it make them feel? And I think that through different mechanics that video games have, you can design a lot of interesting scenarios that really does have a little bit of introspection with the users. There's a quote that I love from Tiagi that says, "Engagement's in the mind and not the mouse." And I just think that that's a beautiful way to think about our learning design. All these great features that products like iSpring and others have, they're wonderful, but we need to think about using them with intentionality, not just necessarily making everything like a drag and drop and a video. And, we really need to think about the total package of when we're designing to, again, make sure that we are taking the best use we can of these different constructs of learner engagement. All right. So I want to show you a little clip. There's no sound here. And this is actually the video game that I am here supporting at the University of Southern California today. This is a game that I have played. You don't even probably want to know the hours. It's something that I've played with my family. It's something that I've played solo. But I want to show you kind of a clip, and I'm going to kind of do a director's cut as we're going through. I don't know, actually in the chat, let me know if you're familiar with Apex Legends. I'd love to hear that as well. But I will show you this clip and then just kind of talk through it with you of what you're seeing. So before I hit play, just to kind of set the stage, this is a clip of one of the competitive Apex leagues. So this team is called TSM. It's actually my favorite team. So I'm getting ready to watch them compete a little bit later today. Really kind of a little bit too excited about that, but that's another topic. So the game is a battle royale, meaning that it is the last team standing wins or last person standing wins. But this game in particular is different from games like Fortnite and Overwatch. Well, Overwatch is team-based as well, but it is team-based, meaning that you can't necessarily play as a solo. So when I said earlier that I've played as a solo, that means that I've gotten matched with random people all around the world to fill in my squad. So we're going to watch from the perspective of Imperial Hal, who is the in-game leader, meaning that he is the leader for his squad, and he gives guidance on where they need to go and what they need to do. So I was actually talking to a colleague of mine the other day about why I like this game so much. And I think the reason I like it so much is it's just so cognitively stimulating. There's so many decisions that you have to make throughout the game, from deciding where to land, which character you want to select, and kind of the path of where you want to go. So I'll go ahead and play this so you can watch here. So they're going to be landing here. There we go. And then you land with nothing, so they're obviously getting some loot. And here they are trying to find a team and push on them. But the little map in the upper left-hand corner is the ring. And so the map is pretty expansive, but then after so many minutes, it starts to shrink and shrink and shrink, and forcing people to get closer there. You saw there that he scanned. That's a special ability of this character. This character is called Bloodhound, and it's actually one of my favorite characters in the game. but the other teammates have different roles and responsibilities on the team as well. One does a more defensive type, and the other is a little bit more mix of offense and defense. So again, the team composition really plays a big part into it. Communication is big as well. One thing in this game that I think is pretty unique to other games is, yes, you can use a microphone to speak to people, but it's also built to where you don't even have to use a microphone. It has a very sophisticated pinging system where you can communicate through your character through different lines. So you could say, I'm looking over here, I'm defending over here, I'm looking for a particular item like a health pack or a backpack. And again, just really, really focused on the team dynamics. And the more that I spend time in this particular game, the more I think about, gosh, what could I do with this in a learning environment? So, it's been really, again, inspiring to me. And I think that it's always a good thing when you can mix your work and your hobbies if there's kind of overlap with it. So to talk a little bit more about it here, 1 second here. There we go. They have different stats as well that are collective. So this is a sample of when I played probably one of my best games. This is not a normal game for me, so of course I have to share this. But you can see, what I did, what the survival time was, and damage, and you can see it for the entire team. This was actually the mobile version of the game, which was really fun. I'm sad that they took it away, but you can see that you're also given a score. 150 was actually the perfect score. And again, a little bit difficult to get there. So I love that something like this collects stats, and it almost makes me feel like, gosh, wouldn't it be amazing if like a learning management system and things would collect this kind of robust data footprint on everything that we do, which we'll talk a little bit more here in a minute about that. So this is at the end of the particular match, you get this, but then it also has your cumulative stats as well. So the cool thing about it is you are able to kind of customize your dashboard, which again, I'm thinking about it from a learning and development perspective. There's so many opportunities here, right? Like imagine having someone be able to go in after maybe taking a curriculum on a particular topic and having a dashboard ready for them of different stats of, I don't know, things that, maybe you did really well on, areas of opportunity. So I know that there are different little pieces and parts of platforms that do that, but something that's clean, simple, user-facing interface, I would love to see that one day. And maybe there's more stuff out there. I love, Jonathan, what you said here about one thing video games can teach us is when team uses each other's strengths and covers each other's weaknesses, that we all win. I love that. Yeah, I completely agree with that. And Megan, I also love that you're also a TSM fan as well. So thank you all. Keep the comments coming. I am watching them live as well. So thinking about, again, from the teamwork dynamics, I completely agree. The data elements as well. I do think that there are things that we can take away from these collaborative games that are out there. So if you're looking for, I'll say, 4 nuggets of inspiration, here are the 4 that I think I would recommend to you. So one is consider how roles are impacting your learning experiences. One of my biggest design pet peeves is if I don't know who I am in the learning experience. You may be like, okay, what do you mean by that? So, for example, in assessments, right? Let's say that you have written a scenario and you're hearing this story about, I don't know, a medical malpractice or something. And then the question is, what should you do? well, I don't know. Am I watching the story? Like, am I reporting on the story? Am I like part of like an ethical board? Like, I don't know who I am in that scenario. So I think it's really critical to one, always anchor people in your learning experiences, saying you are a healthcare worker, you are whatever that ends up being. But then also think about the dynamics of, if you're able to even segment your content to roles. So, for example, if you are rolling out a systems training on a new product, there may be ways that a call center specialist may use it differently than a call center supervisor, but being able to give kind of the same core content, but then branching off and giving people an opportunity to get that little extra nuggets of what they need to be successful in their jobs. Second one here is taking feedback seriously. And on the resources, and I'll have a QR code at the end, but I did put a link in the YouTube chat to the resources as well. There, I have an example of one of the characters on this game that was horrible, so bad that he was never selected. And the developers looked at that and looked at the feedback, and they completely reworked this particular character and did a relaunch of the character. And now the character is used pretty consistently by a lot of people. So with our feedback, I feel often, because we have such a heavy load in learning and development, and I guess I'm speaking for myself there, but I've never been bored in any job that I've had. It's really easy to just get those quick little feedbacks, but then, oh yeah, I'll get to it further down the road. So, one thing that I've been talking about in my current role is, how can we flip it to make it a little bit more ongoing, like a voice of the participant, as we're looking at expanding out our training programs and making sure that they're serving people in the way that they need to be served. Sometimes I think waiting till end of course for feedback is just not enough. We need to be monitoring that throughout and making sure that we are making adjustments accordingly as we can. Because again, if we're asking for people's time and attention, I feel like we also need to be on our games as well. All right. Another one that I love that Apex does is it has different little challenges throughout various seasons and events. And depending on where you work and the work that you do, there are opportunities to lean into different seasons throughout the year. So past role, I used to work at Amazon. The Cyber Monday was a really big deal when I worked there. And so making sure that anything that we rolled out had some kind of lean into that to prepare people for that, because that was a very, very busy time for us at Amazon. But even beyond that, even just holidays, and it doesn't even have to be, I'd say, nationally recognized holidays. So in Apex, one of the things that it's done ever since it's been around, and it was launched in 2019, I forgot to mention that earlier, is they have an event every year for April Fool's Day. And it's just something really silly where they give, different characters different abilities, or, the weapons shoot confetti, or, there's all these little things that they do just to make it kind of fun and lighthearted. And I never think fun is a bad word when it comes to learning and development. I think we definitely need more of it as we continue to, again, grow and expand and provide value back to our organizations. And last but not least, giving people opportunities to practice, really making use of what I call these nice little checks, these formative assessments, knowledge checks, whatever you want to call them. Give people an opportunity to pause, take some time, go through, see if they are picking up what you're putting down, because I just think it's really unfair to base all of it on this kind of end summative scenario or test or whatever it is that you want to call it. So making sure that people have experience and are able to practice, that is the best learning experience that we can give, because I think in training it's supposed to be cool to fail. We want people to fail. We want people to try in training, because we want to get kind of those bugs and kinks and mistakes out now. So when they are in the production piece of what we do in our organizations, some of those little mishaps will hopefully have gotten out. But it just kind of, I guess, depends on your organization. All right. So I have another game I want to talk about briefly, and this one is from a studio called Telltale Games, and this one is called The Wolf Among Us, and this is a very story-driven game that is very rooted in choice and narrative and storytelling, and this is a game that I've played multiple times, but it's a game that I just can't get out of the back of my head, because it was just so engaging, and it did so many incredible things that I hadn't seen in a game before. And thinking about it from a learning and development perspective, I wanted to lift some of the things that it did. On the resources page, again, I'll share that here at the end so you have it too. I have some screenshots of what this looks like throughout the game. Specifically, the one thing I'm going to be talking about here, the dashboard that I love. But a little bit of background of the game. It is a game that's basically takes traditional fairy tales and gives the characters different little perspectives. So, for example, the two characters pictured here, the man is actually the big bad wolf. So the wolf is the sheriff of the town, and the lady next to him, believe it or not, that is Snow White. So again, nice little spin on some things that I think a lot of us may remember from our childhoods, or maybe you're even sharing those stories with your children today. But taking these familiar characters and giving them a different lens is pretty interesting. So for this one in particular, some of the inspiration that I would take away is being able to share choices with participants. And what I mean by that is at the end of each chapter of this game, if you want to call it that, or it's a level, whatever floats your boat, however you want to call it, certain decisions that were key in that particular level, it will share with you how other people selected it. So for example, if you decide to, drive to a different city, I don't know if that's one off the top of my head, but I'm just going to roll with it. It would say you and 77% of other players decided to drive to the city. And, something like that I think is really, really powerful, because it gives I don't know, it just gives kind of this collectiveness to our learning experiences, right? Even if someone is taking a solo asynchronous e-learning, getting that feedback and seeing how people also went through it, I think is really powerful. Even if you don't want to go kind of that direction, another thing that you could do is even just started by using polling, and after people take the e-learning, maybe getting them together for something, synchronous, a quick little Teams call or Zoom or something like that, and you talk a little bit about it, and then like, hey, do you remember this? Do you remember if you did this or this? And just getting the conversation going, I think would be great as well. This game is an absolute masterclass in ethical and moral dilemma. And I firmly believe that the best service that we can do as learning development professionals is to enhance critical thinking skills of our participants. And I mean, there's some really interesting. I don't want to spoil it if you do want to end up playing this game. Dilemmas that you have to think about, and even the ripple effect of those different situations. you can play this game multiple times and make different decisions, and you get different character dialogues, you get different endings. I want to say, I looked it up, I think there's like maybe 32 different paths in this particular game that they have mapped out. Now, of course, I realize that for us, that's very time consuming and cumbersome to do. However, just even thinking about it from a simplistic standpoint, think about like 2 or 3 to get started and what that would look like, and how you want to build that out. But my advice is, try to make it as realistic as possible. Make those consequences of your storytelling very real. Otherwise, people may just kind of roll their eyes at it and not really take it seriously. But you want it to be, again, rooted in the work that you're doing at your organization. I also love the fact, and I mentioned this a little bit earlier, that the characters are not the characters I remember from stories that my mom would read me growing up. So one example that I really love that I saw done in an e-learning was, it was a compliance course around cybersecurity. If you are familiar with Mike Taylor, he's the one that made this, and the course starts up. It says, "Hey, do you want to take a free vacation?" And it's a button, yes or no. And if you hit no, it says, "Well, for the purpose of this, you're going to hit yes." And basically, you're introduced to this character who steals people's identities and data, and from that you get a different perspective as to why people do it and how to keep your information safe. So it gives the same content but just a different spin on it. And I saw that course, gosh, probably it's been a long time, but I still remember it because the alternative perspective was so powerful. All right. And last but not least, you can really do a lot of different options here when you want to speak about cultural awareness. And what I mean by that is, and I love the talk a little bit before mine, talking about AI. One thing that we're experimenting with in my own company is using AI voices of different dialects and tones to emulate different scenarios that we see in our work. And I would much rather someone experiment on something like that, an avatar versus a live human, right? So being able to tell these stories, have these complex situations, and giving people practice in delivering maybe bad news gracefully, or having difficult conversations, the more we can do to help there, I think the better it will be for everyone. Again, just because everyone deserves to be treated with dignity and respect, and we want to make sure that people are prepared to have those awkward or difficult conversations if they need to be having them in our organizations. So with that, I think I'm right on time, Chris. If you want to grab the resources, there is the QR code. I'll also put the link over in the YouTube again here momentarily. Easiest way to get a hold of me is on LinkedIn, or if you want to see my website, it's karanorth.net. So thank you all again, iSpring. Thank you so much for the kind invite. I was delighted to be back here again this year. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Kara. And on my side, I would just say that Kara actually posts a lot of very useful content on LinkedIn. So really welcome everyone to join her and follow. Kara, would you mind if I still use the 2 minutes we have for a couple of questions?
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, I think there was this amazing support and discussion in the chat about the games people love and what they especially appreciate. But there was one question that I'm sure you have noticed, so there is this great opportunity to answer it. There was a question about the way games within learning are probably not for every course or program, so it is expensive. And so what kind of content or training do you think suits best?
Ah, man, that's a tough one, right? So
Right.
yeah, I think with everything, and this is a conversation again I'm even having with my current team that I work with, that for example, I'll use AI avatars. They're phenomenal. They have a lot of good purpose, but if everything that you build uses it, the effectiveness goes away. So I think it goes back to my original point of these are wonderful aspects to consider, but you do need to be intentional and think about it. So I guess I would start by working a little bit backwards with the question, considering, what are the end goals? What is it that you want people to be able to do? Over on the resource sheet, I actually have a couple of great resources from Kathy Moore, talking a little bit more about building out scenarios, thinking about how to get started with maybe doing some of these gamification elements. But you're right, I don't think everything does need to be a game or should be a game, but I do think that there's a lot of great opportunities to, do something a little bit different.
Right. Thank you so much, Kara. And if you don't mind, maybe I'll kindly ask you to support our participants in the chat for just a couple of more minutes because they keep coming with some follow-up questions right now, if you feel that's okay with you, because we will need to move on to our next speaker.
Yep.
But I would really appreciate it if we continue having this discussion in the chat. Kara, thank you again. I can see so many positive comments in the chat. It's really about to explode with compliments. So I hope you're staying with us for a little longer.
Yes, thank you again. Appreciate it.
Right. Thank you. See you hopefully next year or maybe earlier. All right. And we are moving on. However much I would love to continue this conversation with Kara, we have another amazing speaker coming. And just a quick reminder, another little thing, if you guys feel that it's a great idea to share your insight, that's just the right time to do that. 1 or 2 lines. The things that you found the most insightful from Kara's presentation. And I do hope that you found this information useful. You can use the insights from this presentation in a collaborative course creation projects with iSpring SuiteMax. Invite multiple authors to work on learning content together anytime. And this is especially useful for remote and international teams, exactly as video gaming can be useful for remote and international teams. All right. And I'm excited to move on and present our next expert speaker. This is Holly Owens with her session on the nuances of corporate instructional design versus educational instructional design. And I think that's very, very interesting. Holly is an instructional designer at Amazon Pharmacy, bringing over 17 years of educational expertise to the company. Her journey began as an educator and instructional technologist, eventually leading her to become a recognized podcast host. So she's also an adjunct instructor in Touro University. And today, Holly will dive into the key differences between corporate and educational instructional design, and of course, provide you with tangible skills to optimize your instructional design approach in both of the areas. So everyone, please give a warm welcome to Holly Owens.
Yes, thank you.
Great. I'm so excited to see you again for this iSpring Days edition. So I hope you had a good day today.
I have been. How about you?
Yeah, well, amazing speakers, fantastic audience, more than 500 people watching. What's not to
I
love?
know. It's so awesome. I love it. I love
Right.
it.
And we are very excited to kickstart with your presentation. Do you think we're ready to go?
Yeah, definitely.
All right, then welcome and break a leg.
Thank you so much. Hi, everyone. I'm so excited to be here to present the differences and the nuances between corporate and education instructional design. This is probably one of my favorite topics to talk about. As you know, if you follow me on LinkedIn, I talk a lot about job transitioning and into instructional design, but I think it's really important that we highlight these two different sectors that are the largest in the instructional design field. And it really takes a lot to understand what the different nuances are if you're thinking about transitioning into a role. So this is going to help you understand better what the attributes of each of these different sectors are. And maybe I'll give a little bit of advice and share a couple things about how to properly transition if you're looking for a role in one of these two sectors. So just a quick background about myself. For those who haven't met me before, I started my career out as a high school educator, and then I transitioned into higher education, instructional design, instructional technology, a variety of different roles that are on the periphery of learning and development. And I did that for about a decade. And most recently, I'm coming up on my 2-year, we call it an anniversary with Amazon. So I've been in the corporate space for about 2 years now, and I've done some freelance work as well in the corporate space. So I'm really excited to share with you some of the differences between these two sectors as you continue to navigate in whatever part of the journey that you're in when it comes to job transitioning or your career, and thinking about, do I want to go into corporate? Do I want to go into education? And really thinking about the pros and the cons of both. So I think they shared a link to this infographic, so keep that in your bookmarks bar so you can refer back to it later. But one of the things definitely want to talk about, go through the different audiences, like salary ranges, stuff like that, the important stuff, and really give you a top level and maybe a little bit more specific overview of each. So one of the things I noticed when I transitioned from education to corporate instructional design is corporate is really focused on the skills of the job, time to proficiency, things that like return on investment, like what is happening. It's very transactional. What's happening with people onboarding? How quickly can we get them to do their jobs? They're tied to learning objectives, they're tied to business goals in the corporate space. Whereas education in that environment, it's more academic. So it's like you're in an academic setting, you may or may not be in a classroom, whether that's a virtual, hybrid, or in person. And really it's about knowledge acquisition, and there is some skill development in the academic space, but really it's something that you want to do. Sometimes in corporate, those skills and things are things we have to do or we're required to do. But in education, people usually go get certificates or other degrees if they want to have that credential and say like, I know instructional design and education and I got this certificate, so now I can become an instructional designer, or go into a role and then upskill as you go into that role. So those are the two differences, two very different feels of the environments as well. Like education, and I've said this before in other presentations, is notoriously slower to come, into the modern age with certain things like AI, certain technologies that come onto the market. It takes a little bit. There's some hoops to jump through, whereas corporate is more innovative. So just giving you an idea in your head of thinking about like, education, very much think about the classroom. Corporate, people everywhere across the world, they're, people are remote, they're hybrid, and thinking about, gaining those skills in the space. Now, I intentionally put salary ranges as the second one because I know that's something that everybody is interested in when it comes to if you're shifting roles into a role in instructional design or anything learning and development peripheral, education or corporate. So one of the things, let's say, for example, the average teacher salary in the United States is about $68,000, which isn't terrible, but it depends upon where you live, where the cost of living situation is, and those types of things. But education and instructional design, instructional designers in education make around the 75 range if you're first starting out, and that has gone up. But it varies based on institution, where you're at in the particular sector. So if you're in K through 12 or higher education, what state you're in, what district you're in, because we know there's a lot of different districts across the United States. There's struggling districts and there's districts that are very affluent. But definitely, if you go into the higher ed or education instructional design space, you're going to make more than you would, say, as an educator, but they are a lower paying scale when it comes to compared with corporate. I will say at a certain point in my career, when I became an instructional designer in higher education in New York, I was making upwards of a six figure and just being an instructional designer, an individual contributor. But if you go into corporate, it's more lucrative in that space. Definitely have, it's more competitive. You have higher salaries. Corporate instructional designers typically make around 85,000 and upwards, and you can grow in a lot of the roles in the corporate space. So you have that growth readiness. Like a lot of companies, for example, Amazon, always wants you to grow. You can grow and develop and level up, get promoted. Whereas in education, it's kind of like hit or miss with those growth opportunities. So you really have to think about, like, what are the pros and the cons of these different things. And I know salary is important to people. And I tell people that when you're going into interviews and such, you should definitely, if there's not a salary range listed, you should definitely ask that in the initial phone screen or one of the initial interviews. It's okay to ask that. I know that's very taboo in some cultures, but definitely need to get clarity around that, because that's your livelihood. So now, taking a look at the different types of audiences that these two entities serve. So for education, it's students, it's learners, a variety of ages. I think non-traditional learner is not even a thing anymore. Like, everybody is coming into these education spaces now, especially with the availability of online asynchronous courses. And they're designed around different standards, different accrediting bodies that have certain academic expectations for the institution. Are you fulfilling these learning objectives? Just like with corporate, with business goals, accrediting bodies want higher education institutions to meet certain expectations. So it's typically, these are students, these are learners, participants, whatever you want to call them, and you have the opportunity to be with these people throughout the whole semester, or if you're in K through 12, it's throughout the whole year. So we're really catering to that pedagogy piece of this. And there is some andragogy in this, adult learning theory. But when you jump into the corporate space, it's a hodgepodge of people coming from all different backgrounds, all different skill levels. So you're really trying to, when you're designing the learning experience, you have to hit all the different things when it comes to, from beginner to intermediate to advanced, and really help them upskill themselves. So it's a variety of different people. Like millennials are dominating the workforce at this point. The Gen Zs are coming in. We're talking about generational stuff. So thinking about the different experiences those types of people have, and growing up with technology, and having access to things like AI now. So how do we accommodate those things? So definitely different environments. And corporate, like I said before, is focused on meeting those organizational or business goals. When you're thinking about the alignment piece of whatever e-learnings or trainings that you're offering, and this piece is really about andragogy. So you're dealing with all adult learners here. So you have to consider that into the equation as well. It's not pedagogy. It's not the younger learners. You're not like going through a lesson and then there's some sort of like assessment at the end, but there is an assessment at the end. It's just different. What do adult learners need to be motivated, and how do you get them engaged in certain activities? It's a lot more difficult to consider that than it is, say, for the younger pedagogical situations. And again, I've already mentioned this, and when we're talking about instructional design, we have the standards that everybody has to follow, and understanding what the theories are behind instructional design is important. Educational institutions often have a process that they follow when it comes to reviewing courses, making sure that they align with their standards, and understanding, like, things like accessibility are important. They may be using a rubric such as quality matters for quality assurance to make sure that the courses are fulfilling the expectations, and that, again, that connection there aligns with this at the course level, then at the broader university level, and then ultimately at the accrediting body level, that everything is connected and aligned, and you can dive back down deep and find out where these connections started and how everything just is meshed together. So in the corporate space, like you're really tying it to your role, like what you're doing and your skills. For example, as an instructional designer in the corporate environment, I have to know things like iSpring. I have to understand learning management systems. I have to, be able to project manage. And that's not necessarily something that is occurring in the academic space. So I have to be able to perform in my role. And the company that I work for was to really get that in return on investment. If they're investing training in their workers, they want to make sure that, again, that time to proficiency, the cost of things, emphasizing that real world practical job skills, things that are applicable right away. Whereas education, it's more, a lot of the times it starts out with very theoretical knowledge. This is something in the training space, in the corporate space, where it's got to be applicable right away. You got to be able to use it. And that's, again, that ties back to andragogy with the adult learners and how they want things to be applicable right away. We want it to be relevant to what we do on a daily basis. So just thinking about your own situations and whether you're in education or corporate or another sector, think about the different things that you've had to do recently when it comes to training, and think about like what it's transactional, what is the company getting, what am I getting, in terms of when you're taking the training, what happens afterwards? Is it something you have to do yearly, biannually? Do you have to do it monthly? Do you have to upskill at a certain level? Is there a 30, 60, 90-day plan? And those specific types of situations. So we've come to the assessment portion. So again, pedagogy and andragogy are a big part of this. If you think about the academic space, everybody probably had, the anxiety about final exams, final projects, things that have to be done, presentations, those capstone things when you're getting into the graduate level courses. So educational really focuses on some of the more formative, summative type situations that are more formal, where students at the end of a semester or at the end of a term, they're taking some sort of larger assessment or developing something to say that they have learned or understand what the expectation was, and they're bringing some kind of deliverable to the situation. And it's tied to everything. It's tied to the standards, it's tied to the learning objectives, that's tied to the accreditation, and hopefully in that situation too, it's tied to what's happening out in the market as well, so that you get the whole connection there of the full experience of what's happening. Now, assessments in the corporate environment, metrics, data, practical skills, like, one of the things that I absolutely love designing with Amazon, and I know other people do this at other corporations as well, is simulations of our system. So really putting people in that real world experience so that they can, click through whatever click path they have to use in order to understand a system, in order to perform their job well. For example, we have customer care agents, and they have to internally use certain systems, and they have to make sure that they're doing things correctly to prevent things like MRE or sharing, PHI. Like we can't, HIPAA violations, things like that. We don't want any of that. So some of these things very much based off of the performance and what you're doing like right now in your job, and it's completely applicable. So the assessments are more focused on that, whereas in education, it's like a culmination of everything you've done throughout a certain amount of time. So I would say that from working in education for about let's see, I did 4 years at K through 12 and then 10 years in higher education. It's more, education is very traditional. When higher education institutions started, it was very much the sage on the stage, the instructor at the center of the room, and then the audience and the instructor is lecturing. Nowadays, we've become more student-centered, where students are doing things like group projects. We have Zoom breakout rooms where they can work together if we're in a virtual setting. And we do try to make things more interactive, but still there's more of that traditional sense of the instructor kind of being the facilitator of things, and also making sure that they're offering feedback and there's grading and things like that in the more traditional approach. And then the corporate environment is really about it can be very self-paced. You may be responsible for your own learning, and how scalable it is, in the sense that if you are trying to do something where you're trying to maybe get a promotion and you want to be more advanced in certain systems, you have the beginning, intermediate, advanced opportunities. So really it's the e-learning situations that I talked about, the virtual trainings. There may be in-person or hybrid stuff depending upon the organization that you work for, but for the most part, it's a very digital space, and education still very much has that brick and mortar feel. There's, tons of higher education institutions that still exist. In corporate, you can do it mostly anywhere, anytime. From your computer, as we're sitting here right now in this virtual session. So again, corporate is very much like self-paced, and having some flexibility, whereas education, just think of that as more traditional. And one of the questions that I get asked most of the time is that, what technologies do I need to know? The first thing I want to say about this is, if you're thinking about transitioning to a role in instructional design, knowing the technology comes secondary to understanding the theories and the knowledge behind what instructional design is. So simply knowing and being an expert in iSpring, while it's fantastic to know that, and great to know the learning management system things, you have to understand why these things exist. What do they do for the learners? So when we're talking about the education space, it's a lot of those instructional technologies that I think about, like things like Edpuzzle, Nearpod, Kahoots. Those types of things are what's happening in the education space. These ed tech tools that are very much gamified. I see them, they bleed over into each other, honestly, with the different types of technologies you need to know. But education, again, those techs are more pedagogical based, like I said, gamified. We have in education, the learning management systems are different than they are in the corporate space. So they operate a little bit differently. There's SCORM stuff in corporate, and then LMS in education. You can get pulled data and different things in the background, but it's mostly you're designing it within the LMS and you can update it instantly. So think about some of the tools that you've used throughout, whether you've been in the classroom or if you've been on the learner side of it, what types of tools that your instructors have used. Think about those, like, to get you engaged in the conversation. That's very education. In the corporate space, we have a lot of the e-learning authoring tools like iSpring, some of the Adobe products, if you're doing different things with photos or videos and things like that. Learning management systems, to name a few, there's like Cornerstone, Talent, LMS. So don't overwhelm yourself with having to know everything. I tell people, when you're trying to upskill, just know enough to be dangerous when it comes to understanding these technologies. And again, the technologies come secondary. They do differ quite a bit in terms of what you have to know. And I feel like, from being in education versus corporate's a little bit more advanced when it comes to the technologies that you have to be able to understand, versus education, where there's certain types of trainers or instructional coaches that will help you. In corporate, you upskill yourself, or you work with your co-workers to do that. I think I went through it all. So one of the things I definitely want to offer some advice on is, if you are thinking of, as we wrap up the session here, if you are thinking about transitioning into the role, one of the things these are the two biggest sectors, there are others, is really think about, and I tell people when I work with them, to write down, where do you want to be? Where do you want to be? So thinking about in your career, and knowing all these different nuances now and these different differences between the two, where do you want to be, and write that down, and then align that with your passions, whether that's personal or professional, and figure out what company you want to work for, read some job descriptions, do the research, and notice that I'm saying do all this before you even start applying to roles. So use this resource as like a jumping off point for you if you're thinking about transitioning to a role into instructional design, especially you educators, and think about really where you want to be and what you want to do. Obviously, education is going to be a great transition for you because you understand that space more, and corporate might be more of like a culture shock leap, but definitely, you know, figure out where you want to be and then go from there and start doing the research.
Right. That's it, Holly.
Yeah. Right on time.
Thank you so much. We are so
Thank you.
grateful for your amazing presentation and infographics that is going to be very handy for, I'm sure, so many of our viewers. We have more than 530 watching at the moment. Which
Oh
is
my goodness.
Yeah, right?
That's
Holly,
awesome.
yeah, exactly. We do have some time though, which is amazing. So I would love to use this time to ask a couple of questions. We do have them in the chat. I also have a couple of questions on my own because I was listening to the presentation and even making notes. And I was also going to inspire everybody in the chat to write their questions right now because we still have a chance to ask Holly live when she's with us online. Alternatively, you might want to reach out to her on LinkedIn and follow up on the speech, of course.
Absolutely.
So Holly, just to consider that there are a lot of audience members who come out of the US who are not very familiar with the local microclimate and local corporate culture. I'd like to ask you to summarize one thing for me. When you are comparing the two options, effectively, they are not the only ones, of course, but two important ones and major ones. It seems for many, at least from what I see in the chat and what I hear in the private conversations, that corporate seems very lucrative for many. Higher salary range, a lot of high-paced development, interactivity, et cetera, et cetera. How would you summarize the top 2 or 3 really nice, amazing things that you believe are very specific only for educational areas?
Education, I feel like in education you're truly changing the lives of people because they're still growing and learning. So I love that aspect about being in the K through 12 classroom or the higher education classroom. I still teach graduate students, so at all levels I feel like you're at this point in my career, and I know a lot of people are at this point, you are giving back in education, whereas corporate is very focused on the right now, like getting you to proficiency. But education, it feels more like a community service experience, or like you're developing that sense of community. And I love that aspect. I've been a mentor, I've been a mentee, and just made so many fabulous connections in the education space. That's one thing I love about it. And also too, I feel like in education, the longevity that somebody stays in a position is much higher than, say, in the corporate space. There's lots of turnover in the corporate space. So in education, you really develop this sense of like you have lots of teams, people, different departments that you work with, and they stay in there for a long time. So I'm gonna relate this to a sports analogy. So when a coach constantly is turned over, say for like a baseball team or something like that, that really creates some friction within the team, or within, you know, and thinking about it from a higher ed perspective within the institution, like if there's a constant turnover. But normally people stay there for longer, and that creates this opportunity to have routine and to develop processes that work for everybody, and you just have more of like this camaraderie, I guess you could say. So I really like the education space for that, and that's one of the things I miss about education, even though I'm still in it, you know, that sense of like the community and stuff. Yeah, those are really great things that higher ed and K through 12 do. You like I don't want to say family, you really feel this sense of like everybody supporting each other.
Thank you so much, Holly. And I see that there are other commenters joining in the chat with their visions how to answer this question. So I appreciate Community support. Thank you so much. We have collected a good number of questions, and I'd like to ask you if maybe we can go through some of them. A user under nickname MD Alessandri was sharing that there is a difference between content, curriculum design versus how the content is delivered, instructional design. And there was this huge discussion about that in the chat about these things being used interchangeably, which shouldn't be the case. Could you just make a quick comment on that if you don't mind?
Yeah. So when I think about curriculum design, my head automatically goes to subject matter expert. When you're designing curriculum, you have to understand what you're designing. So you're an expert in X. You're an expert in pharmacy. You're an expert in healthcare. You're an expert in biology. Curriculum design, you become the person that knows the content very, very well. When you're thinking about instructional design, you're designing the overall experience. They are absolutely correct, and I 100% agree with that. You're thinking about the different ways to engage people, how the mind works. There's a lot of psychology behind the situation, whereas the subject matter expert and maybe the curriculum or content designer is just focused on that, the content. They may have some knowledge of these different instructional design things. They may bleed into each other, but I think like subject matter expert as opposed to the person designing the whole experience from the content.
Right, experience designer, basically. UX
Yes.
UX for education. All right.
Yep.
Another question that I have here is from Brenda asking, what technologies are helpful for simulations in the workplace?
I would definitely say that you want to use iSpring to get some of those simulation-based things in. And a lot of the time what we use is, different videos with click paths and utilizing the technology to just call out different areas and have them go through. So you really have to take a complicated process and simplify it down. So you're going to have to go step by step in thinking about that, and what technologies can do that. There's a variety on the market. There's a different ones to mention, but it depends on how you want to. I would need to get an idea of what the situation is. It's case by case scenario, how that's going to work out for you. Is it going to be a video? Is it going to be a click path? When I say click path, they're clicking through, or is it going to be something like more top level, like a job aid, where they just need to see like a flow chart or something like that? So it really depends. It's situational, and you can do all those things with iSpring.
Right. Thank you, Holly.
You're welcome.
Another quick question from Pravin. Do you feel like scenario-based learning will be equally used in both places, educational and corporate?
I do. I feel like that has definitely become a thing, especially for the older students when they're matriculating through primary, middle, high school, and going off to college. Like scenario based can be used with the younger generations as well. Like think about word problems. I used to hate those when I was younger. Like those are scenario based situations. Like this happens and this happens. So what does this equal, or what is this? I do see it used more in the corporate space and some of the branching scenarios, but I definitely think that you can use scenario-based branching in both environments.
Right. And I would probably just try to shoot the very last question, which might take a long time, but I would kindly ask you to please summarize it in a very quick list of maybe bullet points. The question is from Liane. I hope I read the name correctly. What are your top 3 tips for transitioning from an educational ID job to a corporate ID job?
The top 3 things that I would do when transitioning from an education to a corporate ID job is, number 1, I would make sure that you understand the technologies that are used. I know I said that wasn't number 1, but you need to understand the differences between what technologies are used. Number 2, you need to be ready for fast-paced environments in corporate. Education, like I said, is notoriously slower. So you need to be prepared to be innovative and go outside of your comfort zone. When it comes to corporate, it goes really fast, and it's okay to fail. So be comfortable with failing, because it's going to happen all the time. And then the third thing I would say is that you need to develop some very deep connections with people out on LinkedIn world in the community who are already in these roles, and get advice from them. And don't make these relationships transactional. These need to be good connections, because I get a lot of messages in my inbox where people say, review my resume, tell me the best advice. And I just share my link to my curated resources or something like that. Look at the person's profile, get to know them, know about their experience, honor their experience, and then start talking to them about what you want to do.
Thank you, Holly. I wish that we just take this piece of advice and apply it to all sorts of areas when people need to interact with each other. Do not take your communication as a transactional thing, always consider having human in the center of this little communicational universe. Thank you so much, Holly. I really appreciate both your story, your infographics, and your answers. And as always, pleasure having you. And I look forward to working with you in the future again.
Thank you so much. I so enjoyed it.
Right. Thank you very much, Holly. Thank you, dear participants, for those engaging questions and fantastic conversations. And I really appreciate the participation in today's sessions. Already, we've had several speakers and some fantastic input from you guys. Right. So now I think we are moving on, and I'd like to say that no matter what area of instructional design you work in, you can enroll in our expert-led program on how to create an interactive online course. All the theory and practice are packed into 20 video lessons that will help you boost your instructional design skills. And you're welcome to join the program until May the 10th and get a 20% discount. And now I'd like to make a quick reminder that until midday EDT tomorrow, you can still enter our giveaway and get a chance to win a full package tour to one of our top e-learning conferences in Europe, from France to the UK. Remember, tickets and everything, it's all covered, even from Antarctica. And all you need to do is share this post about the event on your LinkedIn profile and invite your connections to register for the conference and join us for insightful sessions with our top e-learning experts, right? We will pick the winner at random and announce them at the end of day 2 of our conference. So please stay tuned for the results, and we'll keep fingers crossed for all of the participants. And of course, yes, don't forget about the Wheel of Fortune that we have. We will distribute discounts on iSpring products, free licenses, courses from e-learning experts, and more. And if you would like to participate, just leave your name and email in a special form. We will spin the wheel at a random moment during the conference. And stay with us to be informed about the results. And now I suggest that you do not forget about my tiny little recommendation about writing 1 or 2 phrases about what was the most insightful and the most helpful that you're taking away from Holly's session. And of course, you have a chance to do that when you take a break, a short break to do this insight work, grab a snack, stretch our legs, and of course, recharge and come back in 10 minutes to join Susan Miller for a masterclass in accessible and inclusive learning content. Thank you so much. I'll see you soon. back, everyone. I hope you had a recharging little break. Let us know in the comments if you had a chance to do something nice and pleasant, maybe play with your pets as you shared in the previous session's comments. You enjoyed doing that. Maybe you had a cup of nice, lovely tea, or maybe you even played a tiny little video game. But I do hope you had a little digital detox away from your monitor for these 10 minutes, because up next, we're going to have 2 sessions, which are going to be very intense and I'm sure extremely interesting, and you won't be able to even keep your eyes out of the monitors. So up next, we have 2 sessions on accessible and inclusive learning from Susie Miller and Kevin Siegel. And make sure you stay tuned for both to learn all about the theory and practice of creating inclusive learning experiences and discover how to leverage iSpring tools for this purpose, of course. And first, we'll have a masterclass from Susie Miller. Susie is an award-winning expert on accessible and inclusive learning content, as well as the founder and director of eLearning. Susie has over 30 years of L&D experience and is the author of the book called Designing Accessible Learning Content. And in today's masterclass, Susie will share valuable insights from the training, auditing, and consultancy support that she has delivered to over 60 international clients. Right. She will also provide tips and best practices for creating accessible and inclusive learning content. And now we will connect Susie super shortly. Hi, Susie.
Hi. Good to see you. Thanks for that lovely introduction, Chris.
Of course. I do hope I pronounced the eLearning correctly.
Yeah, any pronunciation is fine. So I say eLearning, sometimes I say eLearning. So perfect.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, good. I'm relieved now. All right, because I'd made my little research and I've tried to make sure that I pronounce it correctly.
Oh, that's really kind of you.
Of course, Susie, we're very excited to have you. We hope that you had a good day so far.
Yeah.
Yeah, good. And it's going to get even better with the participation of our listeners and their engagement. And if you're ready to go, the floor is yours.
Brilliant. So I just wanted to start really by welcoming everybody to this masterclass in accessible and inclusive learning content. I just also want to start by thanking April and her team for inviting me to run this session for you today, and to thank you all as well for giving up your very valuable time to find out more about making learning content both accessible and inclusive, whether you're joining us live or watching a recording. So I'll begin by going through what we're going to cover today. I'm going to start by setting the scene and addressing a few key issues. We'll start with introductions and move on to a couple of useful definitions. I'll then move on to some key insights and outline how accessible learning content leads to better learning practitioners and better learner experiences for everyone. Next, I'll focus on the taking action section, and that will have some practical tips on improving both the accessibility and the inclusivity of content. And we'll finish with some key takeaways and the opportunity for some questions if we have time. Now, before I begin, I just want to let you know that there are quite a few useful links in this presentation. I've shared these with the iSpring team, so they'll make them available to you after the session. So we'll move on now to our introductory scene setting section. So we'll start with some introductions about me, although we've had a great introduction already, just to really give you an idea of how I became so passionate about accessibility. So I've been involved in learning and development for about 30 years. I started as an English teacher, and then I became an IT systems trainer, and I finally focused on designing and developing digital learning content. I've worked across all sectors, the public sector, the private sector, and also charity sectors, and also in higher higher education. And it was really my experience there, working as an instructional designer, that made me realize just how little support there was for people who wanted to make their learning content accessible. And that was one of the main reasons I decided to start my own company, eLearning, which is driven by the only very slightly ambitious vision of making all learning content accessible and inclusive as the default. It was also the reason that I wrote my book, Designing Accessible Learning Content, or DALC for short. I wanted there to be a resource which was available for anyone, especially practitioners like me who wanted practical support to help them apply these quite difficult technical standards to learning content. I've also transformed the book into an online self-access course, which I'm pleased to say is having a big impact on improving the accessibility of e-learning content across many organizations. So for the best part of 10 years now, really, I've been focused on e-learning accessibility, how to train it, how to make it come alive, how to help change behavior, and how to make it stick so that it doesn't go away. So let's move on now to some key definitions to make sure we're all on the same page before we begin. So I always find it hugely valuable before I begin any session on accessibility by defining exactly what we mean by that. This is because it can mean different things for different people. For some people, it means something that's easily obtained or used, and for others, it can mean easily understood. Although it can have these meanings, for the purposes of this session, what we mean by accessibility is best defined by W3C, and that stands for the World Wide Web Consortium. And they say, accessibility means that people with disabilities can equally perceive, understand, navigate, and interact with content. And it also means that they can contribute equally without barriers. So for me, that's a really fantastic definition. And the reason that I begin with it is just really to highlight that accessibility, in the sense that we're talking about in this session, at its very heart is about making sure that people with disabilities have equal access to all of our learning content, and also that they can contribute equally without barriers. So let's move on now to clarify exactly what we mean by people with disabilities. While many legal definitions of disability traditionally are based on what we call the medical model, and that's really focused on the idea that disability is caused by impairments that need to be treated, managed, or cured. But the definition I'm about to give you is based on what we call the social model of disability, and it comes from the United Nations Conventions on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, or UNCRPD. And what it says is that persons with disabilities include those who have long-term physical, mental, intellectual, or sensory impairments, which, and this is the important part, in interaction with various barriers, may hinder their full and effective participation in society on an equal basis with others. So this focus again on barriers, I think, is a vitally important thing to do when we consider accessibility. And this is because if a disability is partly caused by barriers, then every single one of us has the ability to find out about those barriers and enable equal access for all of our digital learners by removing them. And that, I believe, is the power of accessibility. It gives all learning practitioners the power to make a hugely positive impact on the lives of so many people. And this is why part of the session focuses on some practical accessibility tips that anyone can take away and start implementing in their learning content and also their wider digital content. So my next section is called Key Insights. And one of the things that really struck me when I was writing Designing Accessible Learning Content was that I only really had my experience and that of a handful of other colleagues that I could draw on. But since then, my work with eLearning has given me the immense privilege of working with a whole range of organizations committed to making their digital and learning content both accessible and inclusive. So I've put together this infographic really just to give you an idea of the scope of what we've delivered over the last few years. And that crucially includes providing support to over 55, actually now we are closer to 60, UK, European and international clients. And this is where the real learning has taken place. So providing these things, providing consultancy, auditing, and especially training has allowed me some incredibly valuable insights, both into the benefits of accessible learning content, but also some of the issues that people are having making their learning content accessible. So we'll start off with my number one evidence-based key insight, which is that creating accessible learning content definitely, unequivocally, and 100% leads to better learning practitioners. And this is something that I've been convinced of for a long time, but I'm aware that it's a very easy claim to make. So I'm now going to show how both my own experience and also the experience that I've gained with working from a lot of organizations help to back this up, the fact that that accessible learning leads to better learning practitioners. So in the case of my own experience, it was really the time that I spent on transforming my book into that interactive and accessible online program, which really gave me the opportunity to walk the walk and talk the talk for accessible learning content. And it has undoubtedly made me a much better learning practitioner. I've also had feedback from many of the delegates that I've trained that they've experienced the same thing. So how does designing and developing accessible learning content make better learning practitioners? First and foremost, finding out how to make learning content accessible shifts the emphasis to a focus on the learner, because considering accessibility is a fundamental and a transformational shift which puts learners at the center of the learning experience. In other words, it encourages learning practitioners to think with empathy about their learning audience. And this is particularly the case, again, coming back to my own experience. So I'm very lucky. This is a picture of our screen reader tester, Kirsty Wolf, that I've worked with a lot. Now, she runs her own language training and podcasting business. Kirsty has a lived experience of a disability. She has a vision access need, and she's been using screen readers and assistive technology for about 20 years. So working closely with Kirsty was absolutely transformational in shifting my focus onto the experience of the learner. It's now impossible for me to design content without considering the different ways that my learners will access the learning experiences that I'm creating. But even if organizations or practitioners don't have the opportunity to access working with people with different lived experiences of a disability, I think even just encouraging them to work with what we call access needs personas, particularly using the many video resources which can be found on platforms like YouTube and Vimeo. So we're very lucky that we have a whole range of videos where people are happy to share their experiences of their disability and also very happy to share how they're using their assistive technology. And that's a brilliant way to learn when you're getting started, trying to understand more about the audiences that you might be designing for and how they might be accessing your content. So it's led to a noticeable improvement in a focus, I think, on putting learners at the center of the learning experience. The second reason I've identified that leads to better learning practitioners is because it forces them to challenge their existing practice. Now, the best way that I've found of describing what happens as a practitioner when you find out about accessibility comes from a quote from the writer Alvin Toffler. And he said, "The illiterate of the 21st century will not be those who cannot read or write, but those who cannot learn, unlearn, and relearn." So while not everyone may agree with these concepts of unlearning and relearning, it really is the best description that I found of what happens to your practice as an instructional designer and a developer when you design accessible learning content. It shifts the narrative from "I'm doing this because it's the way I've always done it" to "I'm doing this because it benefits my learners." So to give you an example of what that can look like, this is a case study from one of the organizations that I worked with. So it came from my work with the L&D team of a government client based in the UK. And it demonstrates how accessibility training had a positive impact on, in this case, the screen recording content in their learning resources. So the department had a lot of instructional videos on how to use systems. That's very common in organizations, so many systems that people need to use. Before their accessibility training, a lot of those recordings were created without a great deal of preparation. But as soon as learning practitioners realized that they needed to add captions and transcripts to the videos, it made them create a script for each video. This not only made it much more efficient for them to make the videos accessible, but it also led to much more planned and professional recording. So it improved the practice and it improved the learner experience for everyone. Another hugely important benefit for learning practitioners is that because you have to think differently, it leads to innovation. So a really profound change in mindset is when you actually realize that accessibility equals innovation and not limitation. So I'll share one of my own examples of this now. So this was an interactivity that I created for students at a university. This was a case where there was a clear learning justification for using a drag and drop activity. So the idea was that we were trying to reinforce the use of recycling bins on the campus and in their halls of residence. But because the drag and drop activity in the authoring tool wasn't accessible, I combined an accessible multiple response question with animation paths that you can see on the screen now. And that created a drag and drop interactivity that was also accessible both to keyboard and screen reader users. So I hope that helps to demonstrate in just a small way how accessibility can lead to thinking differently and to innovation. But this is a very basic example, especially when you compare this to what is happening in other industries, like the gaming industry, who are way ahead of L&D in understanding the potential of using accessibility as a driver for innovation, particularly in terms of accessible interactions. So this great example is The Last of Us Part 2 that you can see on the screen now, which a few years ago was considered to be the most accessible game ever. I'm not sure if it still is, but it certainly was a few years ago. So you can see here how people with vision access needs, they can tweak their settings or change their settings to their own needs. So you can see an example here of using high contrast. And also this example, I'll just show you with my, hopefully with my mouse, you can see this little directional arrow here. That really is showing people who are playing the game the direction that the subtitles are coming from, where the sound is coming from, and that can make a huge difference to gamers with hearing access needs. And unlike the L&D industry, the gaming industry actively promotes accessibility, leading to innovation by rewarding it with recognition in industry awards. So those are just a few ways that I've found that designing content which is accessible leads to better learning practitioners. But here's the thing, those better learning practitioners are designing and developing better learning experiences for everyone. Because accessible learning content definitely, unequivocally, and 100% leads to better learning experiences for all learners, including people who have disabilities and access needs. Let's find out a bit more about why that is now. We'll start with a benefit that you would probably expect, and that is that accessible learning content includes people with a whole range of different access needs. And for digital content, we most often divide these into vision, hearing, motor, and cognitive access needs. And these cover a wide range of conditions. So just to give you an example of some, for vision, we could have blindness, low vision, color blindness, sometimes called CVD, things that are conditions such as glaucoma or cataracts, etc. For hearing, you could have deafness, hearing loss, things like acoustic trauma, auditory processing disorder, tinnitus. For motor, when it comes to motor access needs, these in a digital context are what we call manual dexterity issues, and they impact a learner's ability to use their mouse or fingers to interact with mobile content. Instead, these learners use a whole range of assistive devices, most often based on keyboard technology, to interact with digital content. So the conditions that, some examples of conditions that could impact someone's motor access needs, things like limb differences, arthritis, MS, repetitive strain injury, RSI, things like cerebral palsy, Parkinson's, tremors, etc. And then finally, we'll come to the the final category, cognitive. And this is probably the largest, sort of the widest range of different types of access needs that you can have in one of these different categories. So we can have things such as dyslexia, ADHD, and ASD, so neurodivergent conditions. We can have things which are affected by flashing content, such as epilepsy, or moving content, such as vestibular disorders, but also a whole range of mental health issues that can also lead to cognitive access needs as well. So these are just a few examples really of a huge range of conditions that could affect any of our current or our future learners. But it might surprise you to find out just how many of our audience this impacts. So according to some very interesting recent research, this is brilliant new research carried out by the Boston Consulting Group last year, most organizations typically estimate that about 4% to 7% of their staff have disabilities. But according to the BCG survey, which covered 28,000 employees across 16 countries, the actual figure was 25% of employees who said they have a disability or a health condition that impacts a major life activity. So really staggering statistics to be aware of, I think, there. So why is it that we're not more aware of people with disabilities in our workforce? So one of the main reasons for this, I think, is that a high percentage of disabilities are not visible or are hidden. Have a think now about how high that percentage might be. So according to the global charity Hidden Disabilities, who use the sunflower symbol that you can see on my slide here to help show people that they have a disability that you can't see, up to 80% of disabilities are non-visible. Another significant factor which leads to this misconception about how many people have access needs in the workplace is also undiagnosed disabilities and access needs, and undeclared disabilities and access needs. So this is particularly relevant, I think, for neurodivergent conditions such as ADHD, autism, and dyslexia, which I think a lot more people and a lot more organizations are getting more and more aware of. And remember also that with population aging, predicted by the UN to be one of the most significant social transformations of the 21st century, it's absolutely crucial that we make sure that our learning content is suitable for a workforce who will naturally experience a range of access needs as they get older. But even without the aging factor, accessibility is vital for future-proofing our content because, according to the Employees Forum on Disability, 2% of the working age population becomes disabled every year, and 78% of disabled people acquire their access need or their impairment age 16 or over. So to summarize then, making our learning content accessible is really the only way that we can be sure that we are including everyone in our workforce and audience. And they will most definitely already have people with disabilities and access needs in them now. And it's also the only way that we can be certain that our learning content is fit for purpose for our potential workforce and audience of the future. That's why I believe it's so important to adopt an accessibility as the default approach. So let's move on now to our next tangible benefit of accessible learning content, and that is that it caters for our learners' circumstances, environments, and preferences. So we'll start with temporary access needs or circumstantial access needs, sometimes called. See if you can have a think about how some temporary circumstances might affect the ability of your learners to interact with content. And we'll do that again by focusing on the 4 different access needs. So the picture on the screen might give you a clue as to a temporary motor access need. So we could have something which stops you being able to use your mouse, such as an injured hand or wrist. We could also have vision access needs, such as blurred vision due to eye surgery, hay fever, lost reading glasses, which is one of my particular favorites. We could have hearing loss due to a head cold, exposure to loud noise, blocked ears, etc. And having impaired cognitive ability due to tiredness, stress, and anxiety, something that I would imagine all of us have had experience of. So remember, these are things that could affect any of us or any of our learners at any time. So let's move on now to situational or environmental access needs. And for this one, we'll focus specifically on things which could affect people who are interacting with learning content. Again, the picture is an example of a motor access need, one you might recognize from COVID and from lockdowns. So we have learning while caring for children when home working. And for vision access needs, we could have learning on site with sunlight obscuring the screen, or slow internet when we're working from home, which prevents pictures from downloading. For hearing access needs, we could have learning on a noisy factory floor. And for cognitive access needs, we could have learning in a distracting home or office environment. So I think it's important to say at this point that many disabled learners can find it quite frustrating when we use temporary and situational access needs to justify why we need to make our learning content accessible. I completely understand that point of view, but I think one advantage it does have is that it shifts the emphasis away from a kind of us versus them thinking, and it moves it instead to simply us thinking. Accessibility is something that can benefit any of us or any of our learners at any time. So by making our learning content accessible, we automatically cater to our learners' circumstances, their environments, but it can also help us to accommodate different learning preferences. And this is because in order to make our learning accessible, we very often provide alternative ways of accessing the content. And we'll have a look at that in action now with an example from the DALC program that I was talking about earlier. So this example shows a scenario block which is not accessible for someone who uses a screen reader. To make it accessible, I've provided a text version of the scenario in an accordion block underneath. But I've designed the block so that I still give learners who are using screen readers, for example, the opportunity to reflect and consider before I give the suggested correct answer and feedback. So this alternative would work equally well for a screen reader user or also for a learner who maybe didn't want to go through every stage of a scenario activity. And this approach of providing our learners with alternative methods of accessing content also lies at the heart of Universal Design for Learning, or UDL, which many of you will be aware of. So central to the UDL framework is the principle of providing multiple means of engagement, representation, and action and expression. So ultimately, accessible learning content adapts to a range of circumstances, environments, and preferences, and it caters for a wider audience and provides a richer learning experience for everyone. Another thing that accessible learning content does is to tackle maybe some common complaints about e-learning. Although this is, of course, isn't always the case, I think it's true to say that many of us are aware that digital learning doesn't always have the best reputation. This is a list of some common complaints about e-learning that we're aware of at Ella Hub. So we have poor color contrast, making content difficult to see, stressful and unhelpful assessments, distracting moving transitions and content, locked or difficult to navigate content, and distracting narration on slides. And here's the thing about these particular complaints. They can all be fixed by making learning content accessible and following the standards and recommendations set out in the Web Content Accessibility Guidelines, which we're going to talk about a little bit later in the session. So this brings us on to the final benefit of accessible learning content, which is that it leads naturally, I think, to inclusive learning. But before we explore that further, we need to unpack the difference between the two. Although I used to use those two terms interchangeably, my experience over the last few years has been really helpful and kind of instrumental in demonstrating why and how they're different. Because even if we follow all of the WCAG standards and make our content accessible, that doesn't necessarily mean that it's inclusive. As this still on the screen shows from the video accessibility versus inclusion, if we just focus on accessibility, it can be the same as a person in a wheelchair being shown to their restaurant table through the kitchen past the toilets, whilst their companions are welcomed through the front door. But in my experience, by focusing on accessibility, you do naturally start creating inclusive learning content. And that is content that makes all learners feel welcomed, considered and valued, and provides a good learner experience for everyone. So that's my definition of inclusive learning content. So we'll look at just one way that we can do this now, and that's by using plain language. Now, I think this is absolutely vital for learners with cognitive access needs, but it also has a huge impact on making sure that everyone has a positive learning experience, including learners who may be learning in a second language. So for me, using readability checkers has been transformational in making my own learning content more inclusive. Although these readability checkers are often built into many of the tools that we use every day, I found two websites particularly helpful. The first is the Hemingway site, which is really useful if you're writing your own content because it gives you lots of recommendations on how you can simplify your language. And you can see that example again. I'll use my little mouse here. You can see that example here. The second one is from WebFX, and it's useful because it gives a very clear visual score on lots of readability indices. Now, I find this one is particularly helpful if I'm working with subject matter experts who are giving me the language that I need to work with. So I found it to be a very effective way. If the language that I'm getting from subject matter experts might be quite complicated, I can actually use this, all of those reading indices to prove that it's not just me that has this opinion, that actually the language can be quite complex and it would benefit from making it simpler. So one practical tip from my own work recently on the DOUBT program is a method of how to simplify language if it does get identified as being too complex by a readability checker. So I personally find that can be a very time-consuming process. So partly because I couldn't do a session in 2024 and not mention AI, but mainly because I found it really, really helpful, I ask ChatGPT to write my language to different reading levels. So I come up with my language, then I ask it to write at different reading levels. And then finally, I use a combination of my own words and simplified sentences from ChatGPT to come up with content at a good reading level that I'm happy with and that I know is suitable for my audience. So let's continue now with our focus on practical tips, but now we'll move on to some that are specifically these web content accessibility guidelines or these WCAG standards. So these are the standards created by W3C that underpin most international legislation, and they're considered to be the best practice for making digital content accessible. But as you can see from this kind of overwhelming slide that I have here, they can seem a little bit difficult when you start getting started with them. They can be quite overwhelming, as I say, especially when you're not so familiar with them and you're getting started. So that's why I often break them down into the 4 different access needs that we talked about earlier. So today we'll look at some practical tips that can help include learners with each of these 4 different access needs. We'll start with a standard which includes people with a whole range of vision access needs. And I'm sure this is one which is very familiar to many of you, but I think it's still worth being aware of because it is still one of the most common WCAG standard violations which we come across when we carry out audits at Ella Hub. Although I'm not aware of any statistics for accessibility in the L&D industry, I'd imagine if there were that they would be quite similar to those that you can find in the Web A Million report, which every year analyzes the accessibility of the top 1,000,000 global websites. In their 2024 report, they identified that a huge 81% of homepages still failed the requirement for color contrast between text and background color. So I think the key thing to be aware of when it comes to making color accessible is that it actually applies to the contrast ratio between 2 colors. Contrast ratio is a measure of the difference between the brightness or the luminance of 2 colors, and it's given as a value ranging from 1 to 21. So if you imagine that white text on white background would have a contrast ratio of 1 to 1, for example, and then think of the end of the scale, black text on a white background would have a contrast ratio of 21 to 1. For me, that really helped to clarify what these contrast ratios meant. So the minimum WCAG contrast ratio that we're trying to meet is actually at least 4.5 to 1. So of course it's difficult to check that really by just using your own vision. It can be dependent on your vision. It can be dependent on the monitor that you might be using. But just have a quick guess whether the white text against the green circle in this example would pass or fail this standard. So let's find out. This is where color contrast checkers are so helpful. So the example on the screen is the WebAIM color contrast checker. There are of course a huge range available, but this is the one I recommend to practitioners because it's just a website that you can visit and you don't need to download anything. So the fact that there are still so many errors with color contrast just leads me to believe either that practitioners aren't really aware of them or they're not quite sure how to use them. So that's why I'm going to demonstrate this now.
I'm so super sorry, Susie, for
No worries.
interrupting. Just wanted to say that we have about 3 minutes until the very end of this session.
Okay.
And I'm wondering if maybe we could try to move closer to the final part.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I
Thank
will
you
just
very much.
quickly move on to the next one. So the color combination one, hopefully you've seen an example and also the practical brand colors, which show you how you can use your colors in combination with each other. For vision, I was going to talk about alternative text and also show you about AI and how that can be helpful as well. Decorative images as well, make sure you hide those. Captions, just a reminder that they need to be provided for your videos, that they also need to be synchronized, that they need to have sound effects, and also that they need to be accurate. So that's very important. And then for your motor access needs, just making sure that you're not providing any of these, anything that is basically not accessible to keyboard users. So always check your authoring tool to make sure that you're checking to see how many, is checking to make sure that any of your the content that you're using is keyboard accessible. And finally, your moving content, I'll just make sure to show you that it's important if you do have moving content that you give someone the opportunity to pause, stop, or hide it. And that will make it accessible to people with cognitive access needs, and it won't be distracting. So I'll just come on now to my key takeaways. The first is that accessibility can very often feel overwhelming. So I hope that this masterclass has helped to make it less so, and also to kind of really bring home the positives around making content accessible. And I think this idea of progress over perfection is a really important key takeaway, because what it does is it shows that everybody is kind of maybe not exactly where we would like to be, but everything that you can do has a hugely positive impact on making learning content accessible for people with different access needs. So I'll just finish with kind of to reinforce that. It's my favorite quote that I always use when we're talking about accessibility. The one argument for accessibility which doesn't get made nearly often enough is how extraordinarily better it makes some people's lives. How many opportunities do we have to dramatically improve people's lives just by doing our job a little bit better?
Thank you so very much, Susie.
No worries. Sorry to hurry that a bit at the end. Thank you for reminding me.
Of course, we would love to have more of these stories, because I actually see what a big influence your presentation has had on the chat, and there is a lot of discussion and a lot of gratitude coming and a lot of appreciation towards that topic. And I'm really also bursting of questions, because I would love to ask a couple on my own, but I'm afraid we will need to move on to the other speaker. But for the time being, I just want to say immensely thank you very much again. And I do hope that our participants will receive the links that you have shared with my iSpring colleagues already. And of course, a kind reminder that everybody will be able to review the presentation in the recording after we finish the session. So have a chance to familiarize yourself with the materials of Susie again. Susie, will you stay with us for a little while?
I will do, yes.
Yes, thank you so much. So maybe you can also join the conversation in the chat. Thanks a lot again.
No worries. Thanks for having me.
Of course.
Have a good rest of the conference.
Thanks a lot. I'm sure we will, because there are a lot of amazing speakers coming as well.
Okay.
All right. So now, for those of you who want to have a solid suite of e-learning tools to create and deliver accessible training, I just want to make a kind reminder that we suggest you take advantage of the iSpring bundle offer until May the 17th. You can test drive our LMS, authoring tool, and course library for 3 months to launch training that perfectly caters your audience's specific needs. And to claim this offer, simply follow the link in the chat or scan a QR code on the screen and schedule an appointment with iSpring managers. And don't forget to write iSpring Days in the message. And now we'll move on because we have Kevin Siegel, who will continue to explore the topic of accessible and inclusive learning to give you even more in-depth knowledge on the matter. And I really wish we could continue with Susie more, but it's time to move on to the to explore content that Kevin has prepped for us, because he's a technical communicator and an e-learning developer with over 30 years of experience. And he's also the founder and the president of Icon Logic Incorporated. Over the course of his career, he has authored hundreds of step-by-step computer training books on e-learning, including the ones on iSpring Suite. And during today's session, Kevin will share how to leverage Microsoft PowerPoint and iSpring Suite to ensure that your e-learning materials are inclusive and accessible. So let's dive into it. All right, we are now here with Kevin. Hi, Kevin. Do you hear me well?
I hear you beautifully. Thank you. How about you can hear me okay?
Yeah, and I can see your very, very blurred background, and only your shape is clear and solid. And I think that's exactly what you wanted to have all focus
as it should be. Yes.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm very excited to hear, because we've just had this amazing session with Susie about the accessibility of learning content. And I think yours is just a fantastic follow-up. So if you're ready, then we can start.
I am. So welcome, everyone. I'm just curious, where's everybody located? I heard we got people from all over the world. I'd love to see in chat where we're located. And it is my understanding that I'm in Cincinnati, Ohio. The person furthest from me is going to win a major cash prize from iSpring, and we appreciate that. So tell me where everybody's located. Furthest from, and I'm just kidding, you're not going to win a cash prize, everyone. You're going to win nothing but pride. So let us know where you're located. I am located in Cincinnati, Ohio. I'd love to hear from where you all are. And I don't see the chat here on my end, so if you could let me know what you're seeing. And I want to tell everybody about myself really quickly. So I am the president and founder of a company called Icon Logic. Icon Logic started that company 35 years ago. And through Icon Logic, we offer e-learning development, training. I write books for a living. I'm a certified master trainer, certified online training professional, certified technical trainer, and I write books for a living. And I've written several books on iSpring Suite. I'm not even kidding. And I was in the United States Coast Guard many, many years ago. So I'm a veteran. And when I say I've written books, I'm not kidding. Here's a bunch of them. And you can see iSpring Suite is front and center. And specifically, you can find information about the iSpring Suite 11 book on my website at iconlogic.com. And I know that you all are attending during your work day, and maybe you wanted to go outside and enjoy the sun. And here you are learning about accessibility. So I want to tell you, first of all, here's what I'm going to cover about accessibility. We're going to make a presentation from scratch. We're going to add images and videos and talk about alt text and actually how it happens in Microsoft PowerPoint, and then how iSpring Suite leverages that for your output. We're going to make sure that your colors are accessible using a thing called the color contrast checker. I'll show you how it works on my end, and how slide notes are really important to add to your slides because they read directly to closed captions. And of course, we're going to create accessible output. And I do want to let you all know that you can test your output on your own computer without having to buy Windows Eyes and HAL and JAWS. just by downloading from that NV Access website a little utility that'll actually emulate what the assistive technology is doing for the learners who need it the most. So I recommend it. So give me some feedback on that agenda. By the way, where were some of the people attending from? Did they say who's going to win that major cash prize? Do you see the chat? Because I don't see it.
I do, Kevin, and I'm here to assist you with whatever is needed from the chat. I'll be your access to the chat, let's put it this way, if you
Awesome.
like my joke. I would say that the furthest we get would be probably either India or South Africa. Because it really depends on the point.
It depends how you measure it, right?
Exactly,
You measure it from
exactly.
I'm thinking it's India. I think it's India to win that major cash prize, whoever that is.
We do have several people from India. We do have several people from South Africa, as well as Portugal, Jamaica, and Canada, of course. So
that is
lots
awesome.
of different locations.
All right. And did I get any thumbs down for the agenda?
Everybody's loving it so far.
All right. Now, I know you all are attending this session and it's probably beautiful outside and all you want to do is go outside and I can't help you with that, but here's a puppy. So you all have a puppy now. Everybody feels the love of your puppy. And specifically, the reason that's important to me is that we're actually going to build this presentation together. So hopefully you all are seeing my screen and you're seeing I've switched to PowerPoint now, and we're going to create a 3-slide project together. And I'm going to build this with you. But I do want you to notice that it has some lovely photos, and you all can do this. You don't need to download any materials at all. If you have a recent version of PowerPoint in the last 3 years, PowerPoint has these incredible free assets for you, along with what you get with iSpring Suite 11. You have these PowerPoint assets, and I leverage them all the time, and we're going to build this presentation in just a few minutes. And we're also going to add icons. And we'll talk about the layouts and everything. You do not have to be a designer to come up with some beautiful presentations in PowerPoint. And then we'll add a video just to make sure you understand how to make the video accessible as well. And again, these are all free assets that come with Microsoft PowerPoint. And I do want you to notice on each of these slides, I have taken the time to add what would be my voiceover script and put it in the notes. And that is super critical to your whole accessibility mission, to make your project accessible, because a couple of things. First of all, that text that you add into the notes area of any PowerPoint slide becomes closed captions. That text that you add to the notes area becomes text that can be used by text-to-speech agents, which is included in iSpring Suite 11. It's awesome. So you don't have to record your own voice if you don't want to. And it just leads to accessibility. So why not? So I'll talk about that. So without any further ado, and follow along, please, if you would, and let me know if anyone needs me to repeat anything that I'm showing in case I go too fast. And what I'll do also, well, I was going to put text into the chat so that nobody has to type, but again, I'm not seeing anything in the Zoom chat. So maybe that's not the best way to proceed. So I'm just going to make a brand new PowerPoint presentation and I'm going to make it blank. So follow along with me. Let's take this journey. We're going to build the dog presentation and I'm going to click where it says to add title. And let me move this panel out of the way too, so I can see these designers over here on my right. The Zoom window was covering that. So I'm going to just type puppy love into the screen. That's no big deal. Just type puppy love, right? Everybody loves puppies. And subtitle can be anything. I'm just going to type your source for all things puppy. Have fun with that. Type anything you want. Now, I also am thinking about my voiceover script, and it's one of the first things that I actually create when I'm doing e-learning development. So I'm going to click here where it says to add notes, and I'm going to type welcome to puppy love. And I'm going to type this lesson will take you approximately 5 minutes to complete. By the way, best practice for creating your e-learning, everyone, thinking about learner distraction and learner inattentiveness is to make your content as interactive as possible and as short and sweet as you possibly can. The perfect playtime for one e-learning module, believe it or not, is 5 minutes. It is the perfect playtime. And no learner should be on any one screen for more than, and this was just written about in CNN, an article in CNN recently by a PhD in neuroscience saying this is not me, I'm just parroting it. 45 seconds is the perfect playtime for one slide. Cumulatively, no more than 5 minutes, no more than 45 seconds a slide. Okay, so I've added the voiceover. I'll even add, click the next button to move from slide to slide. Now, I don't have to add a next button to my screen. iSpring Suite's going to add the next button in the player. You don't worry about that. So I wouldn't put any slide navigation on the PowerPoint slide unless you really feel like you have to. So now I'm going to go to the Insert tab on the ribbon. I need a picture of a puppy. And in the United States, copyright infringement is a big, big problem. Believe it or not, if you break copyright law, which is possible if you Google search puppy, you're going to get a fine, and that fine is very substantial. It's actually $150,000 US if you break copyright law. And many, many countries have the same types of concerns. You're not allowed to just use somebody's picture. So I can only tell you, United States, what the fine is. You all know in your region, or look into it, okay? So what's cool about PowerPoint, if you go to pictures and you choose stock images, PowerPoint comes with all kinds of awesome photographs, icons, all manner of stuff. My machine's taking a little bit longer than I'm used to. There it goes. I was getting a little bit nervous. So you even have, for crying out loud, cutout people you can use in your presentation, including the world's most incredible technician on the phone, this guy who looks really angry. You should definitely find a way to use this guy in your presentations, because I love this guy. But I am looking for images, and I'm going to type puppy and press enter. And you can use any puppy image you want. I didn't Google search. What's cool about these images, they're included for free out of Common Commons. You're allowed to use these without compensating any kind of copyright holder. And I don't know, I am feeling this puppy today.
Can we choose Sheba, Kevin? Can we choose Sheba, please?
Who's Sheba? Which one's Sheba?
The first one or the fifth one in the first
This
line?
one right here?
Yeah, that would be amazing. I'll be
okay,
very
only
happy.
Because I want to make you happy in particular.
You,
I'm a little
Kevin.
afraid of you. I'm going to do this one.
Thank you.
All right, so I'm going to insert it. So the picture comes on. And now here's what I really, really love about PowerPoint doing work for me. You don't have to be a designer at all. Just don't even worry about it. Look at all these wonderful designs over here on the right. Like if I go with this one, boom, there's my layout. I don't have to worry about, does it look good? Now, years ago, you would look at these designs and go, they're not very good. But this is not your father's Oldsmobile, to quote an old commercial. I dated myself with that reference. This one looks really, really good to me. So I'm just going to go with that one, okay? So I'm done. And I'm going to save. Should save your work all the time. I'm going to let it be called Puppy Love. But because I've probably created this one a couple of times, I'm going to call it Puppy Love 2. And I'm going to pick a destination. I'm going to go to my desktop. And I'm just going to save it right to my desktop. Okay, so there's Puppy Love 2. Good to go. All right, now, that's one slide. I'm ready to go. I'm fully armed and ready to go for closed captioning. I'm going to add a new slide. So right-click, new slide. I'm going to right-click that new slide and change the layout to title only. One of the things that would really help you with accessibility in mind is to keep your screen as clutter-free as possible, which means put less on the screen than you might think you need to put. Less is more. So I'm just going to type in here, lesson objectives. You should always have a lesson objectives. It's part and parcel for any course you create. I'm going to click in the notes field and I'm going to type, during this lesson, you will learn 3 important puppy care concepts: colon space, mealtime, playtime, and bedtime. Okay, that's it. That's going to be my voiceover. That's going to be my text to speech. And now I need to have something on screen to support what I just said. Okay, back to insert, over to icons. Let's use what PowerPoint gives us. And again, I will tell you, iSpring Suite has icons too. So leverage the two of them. I think you'll love it. And I'm going to type dog here for my search. And when I do, I've got this dog house, this dog bowl, and this puppy playing. It's almost like I practiced this in advance and I knew where this was going to go. It's almost. Don't tell anyone. I'll click insert. Now I get 3 icons on the screen, right? And I'm thinking about what kind of design should I do? Oh my goodness, it's not lesson designer, lesson objectives. Boom. Now that's done. Now that's done.
And it matches so beautifully with the first Shiba color.
Yeah, I want it to match the Shiba color. Yes. So plan this in advance, right? So now the voiceover script says mealtime, then playtime, then bedtime. So no problem. I'm just going to drag the dog bowl over. These are totally editable, totally customizable. The bedtime, I'm going to bring this to the front. I know already that it's behind everything. So I'll bring it to the front, put it here. The dog playing, put it here. The dog bowl, put it here. Done. Okay. One more slide and our presentation's complete. One more slide. I'm going to right click, new slide. And I'm going to type playtime. And boy, if I could type. And my notes, you should play with your puppy at least 20 minutes every day. If you're like me, it'll be more than 20 minutes. It'll be much, much time. It's because I just love playing with my puppies. One is laying here at my sleep right now. She has promised not to bark for this entire presentation.
And
all right.
has kept her promise.
She has kept her promise. So I'm going to go to the insert. I'm going to go to video. And I'm going to choose stock videos. And it's just wonderful how many assets you get with PowerPoint today. I mean, it's just awesome. And I'm going to type puppy and see what we get. You know, we don't have Shiba, but we do have Shiba's friend. We'll go with this one. And once again, I'm going to get the designer pop up on screen. In just a second, here it is. And I'll just pick one of these. And again, truly doesn't matter. I'll go with this one. It's okay. So I'll save. Everybody good, I hope, right? Now, let's talk about accessibility for these images. So I'm going to go back to slide number 1. And keep in mind, it's possible that a significant number of your audience members are going to have visual difficulties, visual impairments, either totally blind, partially blind, whatever, which means they are not going to see this beautiful puppy. So what are you going to do? Well, you have to make a decision. Is the image important to the learning? And I don't think this particular image is that important to learning about puppy love. It'd be great if you can see it, but you can't. So I'm going to right click this puppy image and I'm going to choose View Alt Text, which is part of Microsoft PowerPoint. And when I bring up the alt text, if I click Mark as Decorative, assistive devices will ignore the image. So there you have it. Simple to do. Simply say decorative. Okay. Hopefully everybody's good with that. You got any questions so far for me about that I can answer?
So far, we're just getting comments that this is all adorable and people love the designer ideas. And some people wanted other types of dogs, but well, unfortunately, I'm the one.
I'm innocent here. You told me, and
exactly.
Yeah, I did what you told me to do. Now,
right.
I'm going to go to slide number 2. And I kind of think it's important that my audience understand that there are 3 icons representing dog bowl, dog playing, dog house. So I'm going to right click the dog bowl and I'm going to choose View Alt Text. And Microsoft products already populate images with alternative text, the words that'll be read out loud. So these are perfectly fine, or you can change them. What you should not do is what I see a lot of people do, and I think this is a mistake. They type a picture of. Keep in mind that assistive devices will approach a picture and say picture. So if you say a picture of, what a visually impaired learner is going to hear is picture, a picture of. So you don't need to say that. Just say a dog bowl. That's it. So simple. So it's very much like writing a quick caption for a photograph. That's how you're thinking about this. So I'll go with this one and I'll say a dog playing. And the last one, oh, I misspelled. Oh, watch out for typos, folks. There's nothing worse, I don't think, than you type something, you've got a misspelling. So I do recommend everyone a free utility you can install on your computer that would check for grammar and spelling. Grammarly, it rocks. I would recommend it. And this last one's going to be doghouse. Okay, and I'll save. The same thing for the video. So I'm going to go to the video here, select, right-click the video, and I'll choose View the Alt Text. And I think the accessibility text is fine here. Now, there's something else worth noting that you can do with a video. You can add closed captions to the actual video right now. So if I right-click this video, there is an option here for videos to insert captions. Now, you would have to have a VTT file available to you to attach closed captioning to the video. And I have an example of one. I have a folder here with some caption files, and I have a VTT. Now, it doesn't match the dog, so I'm not going to bring it in. But VTT files or SRT files for audio, those are just files that have timestamps. When is the narrator saying something? And it'll actually make the closed caption show up synchronized with the video. Now, adding closed captions to a video is not my favorite thing to do in PowerPoint or iSpring. I much prefer just to use the notes panel and put closed captions at the slide. Here's the reason I think it gets a little confusing. The minute you add closed captions to the iSpring player, you're going to have a closed caption icon, and learners are going to click it. They'll see the closed captions. It's really awesome. But if you put closed captions on a video, there'll be another closed captioning icon for the video, and they're going to be the same thing. So I would say if you're going to add the notes to your PowerPoint slides, you don't need to put the VTT files for a video, but I did show it to you. It is an option for you to consider if you want to go that route. Now, one resource that I use when I want to get VTT files created or SRTs for audio, I use rev.com, R-E-V.com. Okay. Now, I want to talk about accessibility. So let's have you all in the chat pod tell me if there's enough color contrast between the word playtime and that green background. What are people saying? Can you let me know, please? Is that enough contrast for someone with color blindness?
I'll check it out in a second.
All right.
It just takes a couple of seconds for us to make sure that the video synchronizes with your question. And I'm sure we're going to start getting the answers right in a second. We have Rob saying yes. And Jessica confirming.
All right. So I'm going to try this one, Rob. Thank you.
Amy says yes. And Kimberly.
Here's a box.
Right. Everybody agrees, I would say.
Okay. I'm going to format I'm making a new box. I'm going to give it a fill. And I'm going to give it a solid fill. I'm just goofing around here, folks. You can pick any colors you want, but I'm going to go with a, let's say with a gray fill. And I'm going to double click inside. I'm going to type hello. Is this good? So what do you all think? Is that good? I can't hear you right now. You've gone mute.
Unfortunately, that happens sometimes. I have a certain feeling about what the answer will be from the audience, but I
do too.
I cannot predict without actually having some evidence. Yes, we have no's across all over the place. No,
yeah, people
to
are
the
saying
brain,
no.
Ashley.
N to the O. So I'm going to show you all color contrast analyzer here. I think you guys are going to dig this. It's called CCA Color Contrast Analyzer. I just launched it. And of course, I hope it doesn't break and it actually runs today. That would be nice. I'm trying to show off. And if I can't get it to work, I won't. There it goes. It finally showed up on screen. Here it is. You all seeing that? Color Contrast Analyzer.
Yeah.
That is a free utility for you all to download. Just Google color, and color, by the way, is COLOUR. So it's the European spelling.
Yep.
The British version, yep.
Right.
So Color Contrast Analyzer, analyzer with an S, not a Z. And then what you're going to do is you're going to pick your foreground color. So I'll go to this little eyedropper tool, and I'll click this foreground would be the black text. And I'm going to click my background color, which is this gray. And you can see right here that it fails WCAG. WCAG is the governing body for accessibility. If I were you all, I would listen to them. They know what they're talking about. And they're saying that this, in most instances, is going to fail compliance. Okay. So most government, US government contracts require that you be at least AA compliant for the WCAG. WCAG, that's what I'm saying. So this color contrast analyzer would do really, really well to keep you out of trouble. Now, and actually, it's actually got the wrong foreground color. Let me see if I can get it to pick up that black, because that's not accessible at all. There it goes. That's still failing. So now let me try the green, because people thought the green was going to be good. So I'll pick on the green. And then I'll pick on the white with the color picker. And that passes AA standard. See right here? Pass AA. You are not overly concerned with AAA. AAA standards will be the same thing as buying a house and hiring an inspector. And the inspector comes out and says, you know what? My God, there's nothing wrong with this house. You should buy it. There's nothing wrong. I would fire that inspector immediately. I hired you to find something wrong, so I can negotiate. That's AAA. AAA is never going to be happy. It's going to fail you one way or the other. So the US federal government says you got to be AA WCAG compliant. That's what they mean. And this wonderful little utility is going to take care of that. So hopefully everybody's digging that. I'm going to get rid of that analyzer, and I'm going to delete this. And again, I'll save my work. So there we go. All right, now, I definitely want to add some audio using text to speech, because it's just so awesome. So I'm going to click on slide number 1. I'm going to go to the iSpring Suite 11 tab for the first time. Everything I've done so far is PowerPoint, but now we've integrated iSpring Suite 11, and I'm going to go to Manage Narration. And I'm going to go to Audio. And I'm going to do text to speech. And I'm just going to go with my friend Bruce here. But, you know, for goodness sakes, you want choices? iSpring gives you choices. Do what you need to do to make yourself happy. Pick a voice. And it used to be text to speech was laughable. It actually is really, really good. And what I really love, remember I said to you all, put your notes in the notes panel. Well, insert text from notes. And insert. And now I'm going to go to, I'll just click insert. I'm done with that. And I'm going to go to slide number 2, audio, text to speech. Y'all want this to be difficult. I'm sorry. It can't. The most difficult part of this is writing your script. That does take talent. That does take time, because your script should be conversational, should be short and sweet to the point, should not just regurgitate what's on screen. I'm telling you right now, if you do that, that will fail. An e-learning time-tested rule that if you put text on the screen and your voiceover is identical, it's boring to the learner and it's distracting. Here we go again. I'm going to insert text from notes, click insert. Click insert. And now I'm going to go to slide number 3. Again, I'm sorry I can't make this more difficult or waste time. It's just easy. I'm not kidding. I did this from scratch. You all saw me. So insert text from notes. Again, this is the 3rd time. Click insert. Click insert. Now, I don't know if you all are going to hear my system audio. Will they hear my audio if I play this? Do you know?
Let's give it a try.
Boy, I guess that's true. I could just try it, couldn't I? So let me just start at the beginning here and play. Welcome to Puppy Love. You hearing that?
in a very low voice, but yes. That's not too loud, but it's audible.
But not bad, right? And that was just the first one I went with. I didn't spend a second trying to figure out what's going to be better than that. All right. So I'm going to click save and close. Definitely going to save my project because I don't want to lose my work. So I've created a presentation from scratch. I've added images. Those images are accessible. I've added a script. I've added voiceover text to speech. We did this all in what? 6.2 minutes, for crying out loud. I've gone text to speech. Now I'm going to make sure there are closed captions and just how difficult and how stressful this is. So you all know how stressful this has been up to the point. And, you know, I want you to visualize a cart and the wheels coming off that cart. This is going to be horrible. Of course it's not. Come on, come on. So you go to the iSpring suite tab again, and you click player. And eventually the player shows up. Okay, so you'll notice by default, the player doesn't have anything about closed captioning down here. And listen, there are other sessions, I'm sure, they're going to teach you how to customize this player and do all kinds of fun stuff to it. I'm not going to do that. But I am going to come down here to the layouts and try to find a player that has closed captioning. I'm so stressed out. Oh, this first one I clicked on has got a CC button on it. Groovy time, man. I love it. I'm done. All right. So I'm going to click apply and close. I'm going to save. And I really think, because I do want to have time for Q&A, that we could stop right now. We could just stop right now. But I want to publish this and see what it's going to look like when we get done. And I'm sure you all want me to do it too. So again, this is a brand new project. So if it blows up, what can I do?
You're going to be big on YouTube tomorrow, maybe.
I'll big on YouTube, and I don't have a safety net. So whenever you teach software, you're always worried about, is it going to misbehave today? So I'm going to publish. I'm going to do it. I'm not kidding. And I'm going to go right to my desktop. I'm going to leave the name Puppy Love 2. But as I'm looking at these players, the player, the size, the quality, protection not used, public accessibility mode. It says off. I wonder what happened if I click it. Everybody look away. Look away. All right. Well, it brought up a box saying, do you want to turn it on? Okay. Yeah. Now, it's got all kinds of languages. You pick the language you want. I am going with English. I only speak the one language. I'm sorry. I'll click save.
You've got all the time to learn more.
And I am publishing HTML5, by the way, which means universally going to work on all computers, desktop, laptops, PC, whatever. Publish. All right, this is the moment of truth. I'm very nervous.
Oof, me too.
Very nervous. Remember, this was live, so who knows what happens. And it does appear that it says it's done. We should probably just leave it at that. I shouldn't view the course. Do you all agree? What do you all think? Ask them. Should I view it or should I leave well enough alone?
Course, guys, we have about 6 minutes till the end of this session, so we need to decide whether we want to view the course or have a Q&A.
It's very scary if you tell me to click that, because again, I haven't tested this. So
view it, everybody.
All right. Everybody calm down. Calm down. All right, I'm viewing the course. And theoretically, it's going to open up in my browser. I say theory.
Oh my goodness.
And I play it. And here's closed captions. And they're perfect.
The next button to move from slide. During this lesson, you will learn 3 important puppy care concepts: mealtime, playtime, and bedtime. You should play with your puppy at least 20 minutes every day.
And you see this little icon that get added here? This is an iSpring thing. If I click it, this shows me a more, I want to say, accessible version of the presentation. It's just included in your presentation. By the way, I do want you all to realize, as I go backward now in my presentation, that the screen is accessible. So I can tab around. You see how my tab is just moving from screen to screen to screen. So You don't think iSpring figured this out already? The tab order, top to bottom, left to right. It just works. So that part works, and the learner can press the enter key to activate controls. As the learner goes over controls, an assistive device will read the button text out loud, so they would hear the word next right now, and that kind of thing. So the bottom line is this stuff just works out of the box. So I think between Microsoft PowerPoint, which gets a lot of bad rap as far as being a horrible tool, no, you can create some incredible things with PowerPoint. Use the designer, and then you leverage that power with the tools on iSpring Suite, and you're cranking out e-learning like nobody's business. Let me close the browser. And let me close this. And let me switch back to my Let's Work Together. We made that presentation. And just as a reminder, I'm Kevin Siegel. And if you need help with iSpring Suite or PowerPoint, there's my email address. Check out Icon Logic. You want the iSpring Suite book, it's there on our website, or Amazon, as you think's appropriate. Now, what questions do we have? You got questions, I got some answers, one or two of them anyway.
Let's give it a try. Hopefully those answers and questions match. All right, let's give it a try with the first one. I'm sorry, I'm not having the name of the user who posted that. I guess that was anonymous. I didn't know we have anonymous users, but anyway, the question goes, are there guidelines you follow when determining if including alt text is important or when something could be ignored? Thanks.
Oh, as far as uses decoration, no. The guidelines are it's going to be you between the seat and the keyboard. You have to decide whether or not is that an important aspect. So, are there written guidelines? I can't tell you any other than to say, is that picture on the screen adding value to the lesson? Ask yourself the question. If it is adding value, you got to have the alternate text. If it's just a decoration, then list it as decoration. And most of the assets, like on this screen right here, almost all of that's decoration. You don't need to know there's keys. You don't need to know there's a thank you badge. You don't need any of that. This whole thing would be decoration. You know, so if it's not leading to learning, it's a decoration.
Yeah. Ed is very impatient asking about entrances and animations. So can you comment on adding an animation or build, please?
Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't add animations. Listen, the person who walks up to you and says, the best part of your training was the animations, that is such an insult to your training and your instructional design. So here, why don't we do this? Why don't we agree with this? If you're someone that wants to put animations in, can we agree? Get the whole course finished, incredible content, contextual, it means something with a great mission statement. And you get that course done and you got nothing better to do, go back and put some animations in there, because you're spending time getting animations to work and you're spending time synchronizing screen activity, and no learner cares. It's okay to show the learner on this slide. Let me go back to this one. It's okay on slide number 2 to show all the icons at one time. There's only 3 of them. No one's going to get freaked out. Okay. So there's no animations. The only animation I had in mind was the dog wagging his tail in the video. That was it. Okay. Right. Great question. I'm against animations.
Right. I wish we could ask you a couple of more because they keep coming right now, but unfortunately we'll need to move on and have another speaker who is right at the door waiting for us to start.
I don't get this. I was going to be here another hour. What's going on?
Kevin, just have one last question. And you only have a quick answer to do that because we're really running out of time.
Right.
It's a question from Ashley. Where were you when I bought my first house last month? Was this tip on an agent?
I'm so sorry. I can't help you.
Right. Kevin, thank you so much.
Great to meet you all.
A little longer. Maybe you can answer the questions in the chat when you join the YouTube streaming, and people are like really looking forward to having more answers from you.
All right. Awesome.
Yeah.
You guys have a great rest of the conference. Enjoy.
Thank you so much. Take care.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. All right. That was a great session. I truly enjoyed it, especially considering that I got my Shiva on the first cover page. Fantastic.
Just trying to make you happy. That's all I was trying to do. So, all right, cool. I thought that went pretty good.
Take care.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. So guys, again, if you want to use Kevin's actionable tips in your authoring work, but don't have an iSpring Suite subscription yet, so you can book a live demo and get a deeper dive into the tool's capabilities. You can scan the QR code or follow the link in the chat to sign up for the iSpring Suite demo. And as promised, I'm moving on to our next expert speakers. And look at us, we are really moving well in time. This person happens to be an iSpring client, and we remember we have a lot of iSpring clients in the chat, and obviously some iSpring clients among our speakers. So it's going to be Bobby Powers, who is the Director of Learning and Development at Jitasa, a company that provides bookkeeping and accounting services exclusively for nonprofits. And I've been very happy to invite my nonprofit clients for this session, so I'm sure they're going to enjoy this as well as you guys will. So Bobby has built training programs from scratch, led teams through hyper growth as well as layoffs, and trained over 100 managers and executives. He also has a blog with articles about leadership, personal development, and communication. And in this session, Bobby will talk about how Jitasa is using iSpring's courses, performance appraisals, and quizzes to provide excellent onboarding experiences for new hires. You'll leave with ideas on how you can build a similar program in your organization. And now let's welcome Bobby. We have Bobby with us. Hi, Bobby. Do you hear me well?
I do. Yeah. Nice to meet you, Chris.
Fantastic. Nice meeting you. I'm super happy that you're with us, and I'm really, really looking forward to hearing this presentation. Don't forget to leave some time for the Q&A in the end. Would you like to say something, or we're good to start right now?
I think we're good to dive in. Yeah.
All right. Break a leg.
Okay. Perfect. Well, yeah, nice to meet everybody. I'm Bobby Powers. I'm the Director of Learning and Development at Jitasa, which is a 400-person international company. We'll talk a little bit more about our company's context in a second. But really, really excited to be here at the iSpring conference and share a little bit about how our company is using iSpring to help quickly ramp up our new hires. So for all of you out there that are using tools like iSpring, I know that it can be really difficult as you have brand new hires coming into your company to get them ramped up quickly. And thankfully, we have a process that we've gone through that's been really helpful for us in helping get people up to speed. And it taps into a lot of the things that iSpring can do. So I will share a brief background on my company and my role, just as context for all of you. Just like any conference that you've ever attended before or I've ever attended before, I'm sure there are things that we're doing that will be a little bit different in your context. And so what my hope is for you today is that you can hear a little bit about our context. You can say, oh, you know what, that may not work quite exactly like that for me, but I can tweak it like this, and I think I can have a good takeaway from that. We will also share 3 different things that you can use to build a new hire training program that really resonates with new hires. And these are the same type of 3 steps that you can use regardless of your company context. It's just a good framework to think about new hire training in general. It's a framework I've used at multiple different companies as I've gotten the chance to spin up L&D, new hire training, and manager training programs from scratch at multiple startups and small businesses. And then we'll also obviously talk about how we can do this in iSpring. And my hope for you today is that there are 2 big takeaways that you have. First is that you get a framework, very practical, useful framework that you can use every day as you think about new hire training and developing your own new hire programs. And second is that you walk away with practical ideas about what that looks like in iSpring and how other companies and peers of yours, like Jitasa, are using iSpring. So just as a reminder, similar to what Chris said, we will have time for Q&A at the end, but that does not mean save your questions until the very end and writing them into chat. Feel free to put those in now, and then we can have those questions stack up and Chris can sort through them for us. All right, well, let's dive in. So a little bit about Jitasa, just as context for all of you. Our company is a 400-person international business that we do bookkeeping and accounting services exclusively for nonprofits. So we're a for-profit company serving nonprofits. One of our goals is to help them all have the kinds of tools that any other corporations, Fortune 500 companies, and tech-focused businesses can have, so the nonprofits can compete with them in the exact same kind of way. One more thing about our context is that we've been growing really, really quickly, just like many of you, I'm sure, on this phone call. And so we have doubled our employee count in the last handful of years. Really throughout COVID, we've been able to bring on more and more new hires. So that has meant that we have to move quickly. We have to find ways for those new hires to get plugged in and not only learn the scope of their job, but also for them to feel connected to the business too. So the three-step process we use to help those new hires feel engaged and connected and successful is what we have here on the screen. 3 steps: expectations, training, and assessment. You can think of it as the acronym ETA. So expectations, we have realized that it is extremely important for our new hires to know exactly what's expected of them. So we actually have a month-by-month breakdown that I'll share with you in just a second. We'll go into each one of these more in depth. It's a month-by-month breakdown of exactly what new hires need to know and need to be able to do at each month of their new hire journey. So we have this delineated for months 1 through 5. At the end of each of those months, the new hire and their manager knows exactly what they have to do to be successful at our company. I have used the same kind of framework at other companies too. And if you don't have something like that, I think it is the most foundational aspect of new hire training, that every new hire can see that roadmap, that path forward of what they need to do at your firm. Second is training. So obviously, once you've established those expectations, which come first, you have to figure out a way of how do you train people to meet those expectations. So that's a huge component. For that, what we'll unpack in a minute is that we use iSpring's Learning Paths technology. And so Learning Paths, and I'll show a little bit about what we use to kind of ramp up the training process for new hires, but that has been really integral for us at that stage. And then third is, after you've set expectations, after you train new hires, you need to assess them to make sure that they're doing well. This is a stage that a lot of companies miss. And the reason why they miss it is it's just really hard. It's a difficult thing to do. Assessments are one of those things that you need to make sure that people are actually learning the stuff they're supposed to know and that they're being impactful in your business, but it takes a little bit of time to design that. So thankfully, iSpring has some robust tools that we've used, and I'll show you screenshots and examples of all of those within iSpring of exactly how you can use their tools to help with this assessment stage. We'll end by talking about an employee scorecard that our company has begun using that is essentially like a baseball card statistics view of every employee with all the different quizzes and assessments that they've taken in iSpring and elsewhere for us. And so we'll use that as kind of a takeaway for all of you today. So let's unpack each one of these steps. First, expectations. Super foundational, like I said. This is an example, a quick screenshot of one aspect of our new hire expectations doc. Employees get this on day 1. They're told at the end of each month, this is what it takes for you to be successful at Jitasa. And if you don't have something like this, I would encourage you to think about creating this type of thing. Just to give a brief breakdown of what we're looking at here, we have for this first month, a couple focus areas, core competencies we want those new hires to learn, basically things that they should be focused on in that first month of their journey. We also have delineated a few different pillars. So we have 3 pillars for our company that all training rolls up under these pillars. Those will be specific to your business and your industry. But just as an example for us, the 3 are client communication, financial statements, and data management. We have found that for our business, those 3 things our new hires have to be exceptional in. And so we have clearly stated what it looks like to be below, meets, or above expectations in each of those areas. So for each given month of the new hire journey, we've delineated anywhere between 1 and 3 different steps for each of those pillars that new hires need to be really, really good at. So this all fits within an overall training context that we've rolled out for Jitasa. And this is the type of thing that, again, a lot of companies don't have because it's kind of hard. It's a little bit different. What we did is we decided we didn't just want to train new hires. We wanted to train them in a way that was hopefully engaging and fun and a little bit different. So as we were thinking through how we wanted to do that, we decided we wanted to create a special agent accounting training. So our company, all of our new hires are accountants. They come into our business and they have to learn the ropes with accounting. So we looked at what they have to do at each different stage of their first year as a new hire, and we chunked that into 3 different discrete phases. First phase, someone spending with their training manager. They're an agent in training. Think of this as James Bond or any other special agent is basically at headquarters learning the ropes and getting supplied with all the tools that they're going to need. Second phase for us is special agent training. So that's months 2 through 5. That period of time is where someone's learning enough to be dangerous. And then the last stage, the 007 status for us as a company, is when our new hires can actually go out and run their own missions. So that's where they've developed more knowledge, capability, and independence to be able to be really successful on their own with less hand-holding from a manager or trainer. So a little bit of breakdown here on the right-hand side of the slide about the kinds of things we do in each one of those stages. But again, I have found that a branded training program like this is really helpful because not only does it make it more fun for your learners, your new hires, it makes it more fun for your trainers too. So we've asked all of our trainers as they create new hire training content to connect back to this 007 and special agent. And then if you're using something like this, you can tie iSpring badges and gamification elements to each one of these phases. That if someone passes their special agent exam, they get the special agent badge. That's a big sense of accomplishment for them. So that's a little bit about expectations. Now I want to move on to how we train, the next layer on top of those expectations. And this is one aspect of our training program I specifically wanted to call out, partly because it connects to what we do in iSpring. So we've decided as a business that we will have every new hire go through a 3-day virtual training process. And it goes about 5 hours per day for 3 days. We have breaks along the way so people can get a break from their Zoom screen. And we've split this up into those 3 pillars that I talked about. So we have a day on client communication. We have a day on data management. We have a day on financial statements. And interspliced throughout these are chances for us to have icebreakers as well with the new hires. And we have very, very consciously designed this cohort training program that it's a chance for new hires to get to spend a lot of time with other new hires. For those of you that are working 100% remote right now, like we are as a company, it can be tough to form relationships for anyone starting out in a company. And so we wanted to give our new hires a chance that they can connect with other new hires. They can start forming those friendships. And that helps those new hires be more engaged. It helps them stick around at the company longer and just be more excited about what they're doing. This cohort training is also a chance for new hires to meet a bunch of our company leadership team and our managers. And so it's a chance for different trainers, different leaders throughout the company to come and meet with new hires virtually and to share a little bit about these 3 different pillars, as well as you can notice some different cultural elements on there too. So for instance, our COO shares stories from Jitasa history. I wonder what that would look like for you in your context to share more stories with new hires. We talk about our company core values and norms. We try to set expectations not only for the technical work that new hires are performing, but set expectations for the way we want them to behave. So let's take a peek at what this looks like within iSpring. So we have these cohort training courses. We have people take those virtually. And we have actually put all of those into a learning path in iSpring. So this is one of the more basic tools that we'll cover today before we dive into some more complex stuff. But for those of you that are not using learning paths yet, I think they're extremely helpful because it's basically a way of taking a collection of courses that all revolve around the same theme. So for us, this is cohort training, and you can put those courses into a learning path. So it makes it really easy for you as the trainer, HR person, or other staff to go and enroll someone in all these courses at the same time. And so then this allows me to give all 18-ish trainings in this cohort training to any new hires that need to take it. And you can see that those trainings are clearly labeled with where that falls in the training process. And then they're synced one by one for each different day and the pillar of focus for that day. So that's just an example of what this looks like for us in iSpring. And again, those learning paths, if you're not using them, I would encourage you to do so. It's a great way to assign courses in bulk. And then third and last here, like I talked about, is assessments. So this is where we'll spend most of our time today, because I think this is really key. I want to first harken back to that expectation slide that I had put up before. These expectations that we've given out to our new hires from the very start of their time at Jitasa, these are things that we have actually synced into iSpring. So this actually connects with something that we're doing in iSpring. Exactly. I want you to pay attention to the language used here for these different prompts, the pillars. And we actually have all of that broken down within specific reviews that we've created for our new hires. So we've created a review for month 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 that then a manager can fill out. And that review contains all of the competencies, all the different skills that we had in the new hire expectations, as well as a couple open-ended questions that the manager fills out. And I'll show you just a brief example of what this looks like here. So this is an example of what that review looks like. And this hopefully looks really familiar to you. It's the exact same language verbatim that we told the new hires we cared about. So we say, we care about these things. This is the expectation. And then at the end of month 1, at the end of month 2, etc., then the manager fills out, how are you doing with those expectations? And then they can put in comments about that as well. So we can really clearly then tell new hires, this is how you're tracking in our company. We think you're doing great with X, Y, and Z, but we really think you need to focus more on this. So then the manager fills out that review and they go over that one-on-one with the new hire. So we also have different things that we're doing for assessments in other ways for the company. So we have our different assignments that we've given out to new hires. Those assignments that we have that are tracking whether they can do various competencies within our company, we've built those into on-the-job training checklists within iSpring. I have an example of one of those up right now. So that on-the-job training checklist is the type of thing that is actually a brand new or newish feature within iSpring. It's one of the newer things they've released. And we've been using that to great success for being able to assess whether new hires are doing any of the things that we've said are important for them to do. And so this is an example of what that looks like. I just have a demo version here. This poor employee, Bobby Powers, really got butchered on this assessment. He only got a 40%. But we can see very clearly in this on-the-job checklist what he did well, what areas of improvement there are, some overall comments. And this is actually broken down. It is a true checklist, yes or no, for whether the employee did these different things. So we specifically as an accounting firm, we've used it to set up accounting simulations. Did the person catch these duplicated transactions? Did they catch this uncleared transaction? Did they resolve all the different problems that they had to resolve in that accounting account? But for you, it might look a little bit different. So for example, I've heard of companies using this to appraise sales reps that are doing sales calls. And you can create a sales call checklist of, did the person introduce themselves? Did they get the client's name and their title and who the main decision maker is? Did they walk through these different steps of our pitch? So you can do any kind of checklist you want within here. And you can see that you can gauge it based on yes and no, as well as put in textual comments as well. So we've just started using this recently, and it's been helpful for us to then be able to give out an assignment to a new hire or to join a call with them, and then to be able to appraise how they're doing exactly on that. So this is an example of the on-the-job training checklist. Another example of something that we're doing in iSpring for these assessments is we are using their quizzes. So quizzes, I'm sure many of you have used within iSpring. We do something a little bit different with quizzes than I think maybe some of you have done. So we have these quizzes are tied to our expectations that I had mentioned before. And those expectations flow throughout everything that we're doing within iSpring and new hire training. And what we have, I'll do a preview of this quiz here for everyone, is we have decided what are the core things an employee needs to know at the end of each of these stages. So for example, the special agent stage for us ends at the end of month 5 for new hires. And we've taken all the different things we want someone to know, 90 questions, so pretty big, long quiz. And we have put all of those into one quiz or assessment for new hires to be able to gauge how they're doing. New hires take this quiz at the end of their 5th month, and then their manager gets to go through and check in iSpring reports to see exactly how that person did. And then they have those different areas that the person struggled with that they can train that person on. So we use it as a hit list for training. And essentially what this becomes is that at a company-wide level, I can look across this entire quiz, all 90 questions, and I can see where are Jitasa new hires struggling. You can build reports that actually show that. What are the questions people miss the most? That becomes an area for me as a trainer that I can focus on. And then what are the areas that each individual new hire is struggling with? That becomes a focus area of them with their manager. So this is just another example of what we've done within iSpring to try to connect this assessment back to what truly is required for success for new hires. So the last thing I want to touch on before we dive into the questions from all of you is all of this information rolls up for us in an employee scorecard. So this is all mock data, not real data. None of these new hires actually exist. But just an example for you of the kind of data that we actually track for our learning and development program. So we can see really quickly on here that employee 1, if you look across the row for employee 1, there are a couple red scores, but employee 3 has a lot of red and yellow scores there. And employee 13 is really struggling. So we've built out this kind of scorecard so then we can see on an employee by employee level, it's basically like a baseball card view of statistics for each employee. And across the top, these different columns, these are connected to those on-the-job training checklists. They're connected to different assessments or assignments within iSpring. Then we have the monthly reviews that I had talked about. Those same reviews, months 1 through 5, that we mentioned are really important for new hire success. We then have the scores that we've recorded in here. Special agent quiz that I reviewed, that's in here too. So this will look different in your context. I don't know exactly which thing would be most important for you to do for your business to measure new hire success, but I think this kind of scorecard element gives you some different things that you can talk about on a leadership team level or a training team level and figure out where do we as a company need to be better. And so this company averages row shows us that, for example, with this mock data, we as a company are really struggling with bank reconciliations and accrued expenses. So we can expend our training effort and resources there. So those are just a few ideas that I want all of you to walk away with of how you can frame your new hire training in those 3 steps: expectations, training, and assessments, ETA, and what that could potentially look like within iSpring and how you can even pull that into things like an employee scorecard. So for any of you that have questions, we would love to hear them and take them at this time. Anything that you have in mind about using iSpring to assist with new hire training.
Thank you so much, Bobby. This is very helpful and insightful, and I see lots of comments in the chat as well, and already some discussion going on. So why don't we start with the questions that were asked during your presentation, and then maybe some will emerge while we are dealing with the first ones. All right.
Yeah, for sure.
I'd suggest that we start with Lisa's question, which is a question, more of a cry rather than a question, but still, how do you get your managers to complete these on time or at all? This is the struggle. That's what Lisa says.
Yeah, that's a great point. So there's 2 ways that we do that. So one way is it's a push to managers. So we actually have a project management system. We use a system called Maven Link for ours. You might use something different like Asana or whatever else. And that project management system actually has tasks for every single new hire. One of those tasks is for the manager to fill out the month 1 review, the month 2 review, the month 3 review. So that task gets pushed out to managers. And then I can actually see if they've completed it or not. Because we have a scorecard on every single employee. And I have linked the scorecards where I'm basically pulling in an Excel and pulling in the scores from each employee scorecard into this global one that I track. So I can see that if there's not a month 3 review for employee 1, I have to go and knock on that manager's proverbial door. I have to get them to fill it out. So it's a combination of a push to them and then also me kind of bothering them, pestering them if they haven't filled it out.
Yeah, push and pull, right?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Bobby. I'm sure this is actually very helpful, and I see similar comments in the chat saying that this is actually wonderful and very useful. And then we have another question from Elaine, which is, I think, a very logical question, though. Did you create the 90 questions, or did iSpring build it based on training content?
Yeah, great point. So we actually built that with our team. I partnered with all of our managers, and I actually asked each manager to submit 5 to 10 questions. We started that all out in an Excel spreadsheet so we could vet it before we put it in iSpring. And so we went through that Excel spreadsheet, and we had the whole manager group go and vet those questions. And then we had a few employees pilot test it. The pilot testing part was really important for us because you can imagine with 90 questions, we have people across multiple different countries. As a business, you end up having questions that you have to rework. You have to figure out how to phrase it a little bit differently. So that was really helpful for us.
Thank you for mentioning that. That's actually my biggest area of interest and my area of expertise, all about how multicultural teams work. So thank you for highlighting the need to actually be adaptive and flexible on that. All right. And I see that we have a lot of just comments of thanks and appreciation to you. So if you don't mind, may I ask one more question on my side, Bobby, while we still have
absolutely, Chris.
Right. So I was wondering, because this hiring training thing is so well done, maybe you guys are using iSpring in any other fashion as well, not just for the example that you've shown to us?
Yeah, so we use iSpring for a lot of different things. Our
Okay.
company rolled out iSpring last year, and then we've had a mad rush of trying to do everything possible we can in iSpring. So yeah, our team is actually at about 99% usage of iSpring right now. And so we use iSpring. One of the other core ways we use it is we do multiple company-wide trainings every month on accounting skills and on behavioral skills. And we put all of those recordings and slides and notes in iSpring. And then we send out that link for anyone who missed the training. And so that then ends up pulling people into iSpring too, is that there's constantly new content going in, which is really key.
Oh, I see. Now I think everybody's just left with one last question. Who's that 1% who's not using iSpring or not using it well enough, maybe? But I hope maybe, Bobby, you can stay with us in the chat for at least a little while so that maybe people can ask you more questions. And definitely feel free to review and react to the thankful comments that you have received so far.
Yeah, I will. Thank you so much,
Thank
Chris.
you so much, Bobby.
Yeah, visit me on bobbypowers.net. I write about all this kind of stuff and any kind of leadership content for your team. So I'd love to have you visit me there.
Perfect. Thank you, Bobby. I'm sure a lot of people will. And take care. Hope to see you next year or sooner.
Yeah, thanks, Chris.
Bye-bye, Bobby. That was a very insightful presentation, actually, right? I'm sure you guys agree with me. Well, if you have similar onboarding needs and challenges, you are now equipped with the great LMS strategies to meet them. And iSpring Learn is a tried and true onboarding tool that helps your new hires settle in and show great performance from day one. So book a demo with our experts and discuss how iSpring Learn can accommodate your unique onboarding needs and initiatives. And now we will be moving on to the next portion of our conference. Very soon, we'll be joined by Valerie Myers, who'll be leading a session called the Empathy Algorithm, making communication more personal with AI. So we're kind of jumping back towards this AI topic that David has kickstarted in the very beginning of our today's session. And by the way, if you haven't entered our giveaway yet, there's still time. Simply share the post about iSpring Days on your LinkedIn profile and invite your connections to the conference. My colleagues will send the link in the chat one more time for your convenience. And don't miss a chance to win a full package tour to a top e-learning conference in Europe, from the UK to Germany, from the Netherlands to France. And we will announce the winner at the end of the conference tomorrow. I wish everybody a good luck. And now grab a coffee, a tea, or maybe some water with lemon. Grab your cats and dogs, your puppies, show them your love, stretch your legs, and I'll see you back in 10.
Be
hope you had a recharging little break. I'm curious to learn about what you guys have been doing. If that's something you're ready to share, please, it might very easily happen that you have some like-minded people in the chat who have a similar dog or who have been engaged with the same activity. It's always nice to find like-minded people in the chats like that. So I have had a little snack. My husband has helped me have a very quick snack, and now I'm very recharged to welcome our next speaker. Our next speaker is Valerie Myers, a senior talent acquisition strategist at Humana Pharmacy. I'm so sorry. At Humana Primary Care Organization. I beg your pardon. Valerie is a nationally recognized speaker on the benefits of integrating AI into communication. With training in AI business strategy from MIT, she brings a sophisticated understanding of how artificial intelligence can transform HR and learning in general. And in this session, Valerie will showcase examples of how AI prompt engineering can tailor communication so that it resonates on a human level, and it could share real life case studies that illustrate the benefits of this approach. So now we will connect Valerie in just a second. Hi, Valerie. Do you hear me well?
Hey, Chris. Yep. Can you hear me?
Yeah, all good. How are you today, Valerie?
Excellent. How are you?
Very fine. I'm very much enjoying the amazing collection of speakers and the fantastic participants, and I'm super excited for your session.
Me too. All right. We ready to get started?
Yes, it just might happen that you want to reintroduce yourself because I made a little mistake when I was introducing you. I beg your pardon. So you might want to start with that. And anytime you're ready, the floor is yours.
All right. Thank you. So again, I am Valerie Myers. I'm a senior physician recruiter with Humana's Primary Care Organization. I live in Indiana in America, and but most of my work is down in Florida. And I would consider myself an AI enthusiast, not in robotics or anything like that, but in how we can use tools like ChatGPT and generative AI within platforms like iSpring to really personalize the communications that we have. So, Chris, can I just make sure we can see the slides? Are we great? Okay.
Everything is good.
So I first want you all to read through these different thoughts here, and please in the comments, let me know if any of these thoughts are something that you've ever had before. So I wasted way too long staring at my screen trying to figure out how to respond to that email. Now I'm behind on work. I love his daily LinkedIn post. How does he do that? I would run out of ideas. I'm not creative enough to come up with stuff like that. Chris, am I hitting it in the comments? Can you let me know if anybody?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, it has taken just a tiny little bit of time because there is a little delay between our live streaming and the chat, but I'm already getting comments. 100% yes. I find myself in all of this. So I think we have a lot of people who relate to that.
Okay, and I want you to know that these are all my own thoughts. Okay, these are all things that I've thought at certain times. And what I want to introduce to you today is a different way to use AI, maybe not a way that you've considered before. And it is to personalize your content. So not even just to create new content, but to really personalize what you've already written or messaging specifically for your audience. So there's two different avenues for this that I'm going to be exploring today with a lot of examples that I hope are really useful for everyone. So the first thing I want to talk about is using AI to make personalized responses to incoming messages and emails that you have, and then to adapt or tailor content you might already have specifically to your audience to get them more engaged, make it more memorable, get people talking about the content that you have. And so we're going to start out with the first example here. And this is something I specifically asked ChatGPT, and then you can see the responses here. So I said, rewrite the following statement. Hi, my name's Valerie. It's great to meet you. I'm so thankful that you attended my presentation today. And I asked it to write it like it thought each of the generations that are currently in the workplace would say it. So Gen Z, Millennial, Gen X, and Baby Boomer. And so again, please, in the comments on YouTube, take a look at the one for your generation and tell me your thoughts here. Do you think that AI got it right? Is this how you think that your generation might engage at the beginning of a presentation? I'm going to say I am a millennial, and I felt a little called out by the I seriously appreciate. I do use the adjective seriously quite a bit, and so I felt slightly called out by that one. You know, some of the others I'm not so sure. Chris, what's the take when it starts coming through? Let me know.
Yeah, we do have some of the answers already, and Gen Z is amazing. Gen X is right. I'm also sure that some people might be taking a little longer time to relate to that because they're counting and calculating what kind of generation am I, right? So might take a little time, but I think the response is, yeah, super, that's great for me, looks good to me. Oh, I don't feel Gen X is right, says Diana.
Okay.
But I agree with millennials, but Gen Z is surprising. We have comments about Gen Z mostly that it's surprising, but the rest look good.
Okay, and yeah, I also was a little surprised by that one as well. But what I think you can see here, you know, no matter how much you think it fits your specific style, is that there is a significant difference between the generations, at least in terms of how the AI views it. And I think this is true. I do think that there are different styles. And so, for example, if I knew, let's say that this presentation today, that 60% or 70% of the attendees were from the baby boomer generation, I can see that there's a difference in how we would speak and present. And that would be something that I would want to think about and tailor the way that I speak to make sure that all of my messaging translates well cross-generationally, right? So this is just something for you to think about in an initial example of what I'm talking about. And once you start playing around with this, it's honestly unlimited where you can go with using AI to personalize your content. And everything here is an example that I'm going to be moving through coming up in the presentation. And so I'm going to be using a lot of different use cases. They might not all represent your specific work, but use this as a springboard for yourself to think about how you can integrate AI into your workflow in this way. Because I think that it can, for me at least, it really helps me get through some of those roadblocks and be creative. And if you say, I'm not that creative, ask AI to help you. Ask it, you know, say, I need some ideas for this, right? And it'll give them to you. So before we move into those examples, I want to make sure that we're all grounded in exactly what generative AI is. I know it's been talked about in the conference, but just for the sake of all the attendees, I'm just going to mention it again. So generative AI is a type of artificial intelligence that specifically makes new content, and that can be text, images, videos, all different types of creative content. But the way that it does it is interesting in that it's basically taking these downloaded huge data sets. It's very hard to even wrap your mind around how big these data sets are. And it uses these complex computer programs, complex algorithms to basically understand that data and make patterns. So in the last example, it's looking through all of the text and finding patterns in how millennials would speak and how baby boomers would speak, okay? But the thing that makes it different from other computer programs is that it learns. And when I say learn, I don't mean like a student in school. I don't mean like some of the movies that you might have seen, like iRobot, where there's this independent thinking. What I mean is when you use AI, when you ask it for things and it gives you responses, it takes all of that and adds it to the data to get better. So the more we use it, the more that it learns from that use and gets better. And so that's what I mean when I say learn. It can take all that user data and get better at giving you what you want. But with that said, I think that we have all played around with it at some point, and I know that I hear from a lot of people that they received something really general, or something that didn't really fit the mark. It wasn't usable. It felt like it was written by a computer. And I want to share with you the way that I write an AI prompt so that you can use this as a way for you to build out when you're asking AI for things. I feel that there are 6 important key points that need to be in an AI prompt. And number 1 is, who are you? Who do you want the AI to pretend to be? What type of content do you want? Do you want an email? Do you want a summary of something? Do you want a creative essay? Do you want a LinkedIn post? You need to tell it what kind of content to get that type of content back. Number 3, constraints. You might think this one isn't that important, but in my experience, AI writes like a college kid that's trying to get to 2,000 words. It's a little wordy. And so if you constrain it to the amount that you want, you're going to get a lot closer to a result that fits what you need. Number 4 is kind of going to be most of what we're playing around today, which is tone. So in this case, I wrote in a friendly but professional tone. It could be a highly professional tone meant for C-suite executives. It could be towards high school students, or, that's the audience. But you need to think about how you want to be talking to these people, and that's based on who the audience is. And so let it know who you're writing for. So who are you writing as, and who are you writing for? And then, of course, the last piece is details. Any details that need to be in this communication or content, those also need to be there. So this is how I build out an AI prompt. Why does it need all of this information? I'm going to use an analogy based on my own children, and it's about building Legos. So if you like Legos, if you have kids who like Legos, I actually build them. Here's a little bird that I built this spring. If you have, let's imagine that all the data that is in the AI is a different Lego piece. If you have them in a giant bucket, all the pieces are there, but it's very difficult for me to get to that bird with no framework for it, with this giant bucket of all these different things. Whereas if you've ever bought a new Lego set, all the pieces come organized and you have this perfect instruction booklet to build out step by step exactly what you want. That's what we're doing for the AI here. We are giving it the instruction booklet to build out exactly what we're asking for. So again, that's how I would approach it. I have a handout that's going to be in the files here that has this 6 components of a great AI prompt. So you can check that out after the presentation. And so I'm going to move into my first example now, and this one is going to be how I would address writing a response. Okay, so this goes back to that thought bubble of, I sat there for way too long trying to figure out how to answer that email when I had a lot of other things to do. So for this specific case, the situation is a professor has received an email from a student that their grandmother is in the hospital, and the trickle down effect of that is that they are going to need to be off campus and not in class, and they need an extension on a paper. So you might be looking at this and thinking, I know exactly how I would respond to that. This isn't something I need help with. And that's fine. Okay. I want you to think about your own use case for the type of email or an example from the past that has tripped you up. Okay. And I'm going to go through the process of how I would get AI to help me come up with the response that I want. And so you can see on the right here, my prompt, I used that framework that we just talked about. And basically I'm telling the AI, I want an email response. I want it to be professional, but empathetic, to address this issue here, give the student what they were asking for. And it doesn't need to be long. It just needs to be 100 words or less. And I want it to end with well wishes for them and their family. And I specifically want to note here that I did not copy and paste the exact email. I took out all of the identifiers from the email that I shared here. The reason that I did that is that this is a large open platform. And like I said, they're using that data and recycling it into their system It might not necessarily hurt anything to have these details like what hospital or the student's name. It's definitely best practice to take anything personally identifying off. And if it's proprietary information about your organization, then that absolutely has to come off. But I just want you to note here that the email is devoid of all of those personal identifiers, but the response that we get is still going to be really strong. So you don't have to have that in order to get a great response. So here on the left is what AI gave me. And you guys can read through this, but when I look at this, I was having a hard time trying to respond to this student, in this scenario, because this is a very personal situation, but ultimately what the student is trying to do here is check a box. They don't want to get in trouble at school because of this family issue, and they just want to know that everything is going to be okay. But as a human being, I cannot ignore this issue that they had with their grandmother. And so when I look at the AI response where it says, I'm sorry, you have my support. You can have that extension. If you need anything else, let me know, hope your grandmother's doing okay. And I think, yeah, that's basically what I want. Now, for me, because this is a person-to-person communication, I am not going to copy and paste this response because this is a student who knows me, who has been in my class all semester, let's presume, and has probably received other emails from me. And I do not in any way want this email to feel like AI. And so what I am doing with this output is I'm using it as that instruction book. I'm using it as that guide for me to add my own personal details and writing style that's cohesive with myself. And so I said, you can, of course, have an extension for your paper. Another big change that I made here is instead of wishing your grandmother a speedy recovery, I'm thinking through that. I don't know what's happening with the grandmother. I could be stepping on, a potentially sensitive issue about whether this grandmother is likely to have a speedy recovery or exactly what's going on with them. And that's not my business. So instead, I'm sending my best to them and their family. And so that would be the process that I would go through. And it's relatively quick and can get me past that stopping point that I was stuck on of how exactly do I want to say this? I know what I want to say, but how exactly do I say this? And this would be the process that I would use for any kind of response. It might be from my boss, a leader from outside the company, a client, anybody, where you want to make sure that you get the tone and content of this email right. And this is how I would use AI to do that. So the rest of the presentation, I'm going to be going over how to take content that you already have and personalize it for your audience. And I'm going to use a very personal example and trying to make something timely. So this is me on the iSpring platform. This is a screenshot here of me building out what this presentation would look like for you. And I'm thinking to myself, I've been listening to Taylor Swift's album all week. I know that it's something that is big in the news right now. You guys can let me know your thoughts on it, your favorite song, stick that in the chat there. But I want to make this introduction, not this basic writing that I have here. I want it to be a little bit more engaging. I want it to be themed around Taylor Swift's album, okay? And so right here, where there's those little purple stars, within the iSpring platform, that's where the AI component is. And so that's where I wrote the prompt that you can see with that little pink arrow. And I was really surprised by the quality of it, actually how amazing of a response I got. So it did not just change that title, but it made this really interesting analogy comparing how you compose educational content or a training session to composing a symphony where you need to blend all these different messages into something harmonious that will resonate with your audience, and how you can use generative AI to be your maestro in, personalizing all of those basic notes so that at the end, once you've created your presentation, it will strike the right chord with your audience. And I'm like, I just thought that this would be a fun way to engage with Taylor Swift. And instead I got this very pertinent analogy about, composing different things like music or training presentation. And so, you can take that in any direction that you want into what might be engaging for your audience. So this might be a generational thing. Maybe Taylor Swift is resonating better with the other millennials in the presentation versus other groups. But think about how you could do that with what you know about your own audience. For the next example, this is for an onboarding training. This is the example here. And there's 5 things I'm going to want to teach about onboarding. So this is going to be an in-person training, let's say, and these are the 5 different sections of the training. And I thought, well, there's going to be breaks between each session like there are on this one. What if we had a song playing that's going to represent the next section here? And so I asked AI, here are the 5 components of this presentation that I'm doing. Give me a song for each one. And again, I'm really happy with what it gave me. I think Welcome to the Jungle for orientation is great. That's what it's like entering a new company, a new job. Feels like you're entering a jungle and you don't know where you're going or, what the terms are, who the people I need to know are. Training with Eye of the Tiger. If you've ever seen any of the Rocky movies, that's exactly what I'm imagining, right? It fits perfectly, and a recognizable song to play that would get people excited. These are all pretty high energy songs that people might be able to sing along with. And I actually love number 5 as well, feedback, lean on me, right? So at the end of this onboarding, you want to let them know where they can go to get support, and that song is perfect. So again, I'm pretty happy with all of these, but not everything that you get from AI is going to be perfect, right? So let's say I didn't love the song for number 3, setting expectations. I wouldn't just accept this result then. I would go back to the AI underneath this output and say, the song for number 3, setting expectations, wasn't right. Give me 3 additional options of songs for this section. So you can always iterate and ask it for more if you didn't get what you want. And I always recommend asking for multiple examples as well. So if you're asking for an email subject line, instead of saying, give me 1 email subject line, give me 5. And then you'll have something to kind of pick through. But with moving this forward, I really like the Welcome to the Jungle for orientation. So in my actual presentation, maybe this is what the first slide of that presentation is going to look like. It's going to be jungle themed. The music will be playing. It's going to feel really cohesive, right? It's going to feel very intentional, and again, hopefully be something that's high energy and engaging for the audience. And to give you an idea of how to go even a step further with that, maybe the way that I talk about my onboarding process on social media, about why my company is better at onboarding. I use this analogy again, that joining a company can feel like navigating through the jungle alone. You're disoriented, it's daunting. And our onboarding experience is a compass that will direct you to success. And by the end, you'll emerge from that jungle with all of the skills, all of the connections that you need. And again, just to disclose, this is written by AI, but I did edit this, okay? It didn't come out exactly like this, but this is the framework, and most of these ideas here came from the AI, but I do post a lot on social media, and I want to make sure that this text fits with the expectation that other people have of how I write. I don't want it to be an outlier or anything like that. So again, this is just an example of being creative, iterating, playing around with the AI. And by the end of it, you come through with this cohesive campaign with all of these different ideas that all fit together in one theme. So you may have elements already within your organization, catchphrases, mascots, themes that you already have, think about how you can weave those through all of the different elements within what your work stream is to try to make everything feel very purposeful and cohesive, but also really engaging for your audience. For my last few examples, I want to take something that's probably one of the least read emails ever, which is the reminder email. Okay, reminder about this, right? And you kind of see the subject line and you go, okay, I remember, I'm done. So how do we get people to engage with that content a little bit better? So for this first example here, that onboarding training is going to be happening on July 2nd. And that is 2 days before the American holiday of Independence Day, or the 4th of July. So how do we represent that? We know that people are thinking about time spent at the beach or barbecuing with family, or maybe the fireworks that happen at that event. And so I asked the AI to take a basic reminder email, but infuse it with that theme of summer excitement and holidays. And I like a number of different elements on this. I like the little emojis in the subject line, get ready to soar, might get a click from somebody. Within the message, there's all these different subtle little things like ignite the spark of learning, or let's make waves this summer, that take that basic message and just make it a little more entertaining. I gave you the exact output, just copy and paste. You can even see at the bottom, best regards, brackets, brackets, brackets. So I would edit this. For me, this is a little too long for a simple reminder email. In fact, that whole middle paragraph that says this session promises, that's not really giving any information. I would probably delete that whole thing and just keep the part that reminds people about the date and time and to mark their calendars. That's really what I want people to hear. And so I would say that this is a pretty kind of standard way of doing this. You can take this a lot further. So this one is a Halloween one. This training is happening on October 31st on Halloween. And I'm going to have it written in the style of the poet and writer Edgar Allan Poe. And immediately from the subject line, there's something different and intriguing here that's not the standard. It says, invitation to partake in the rites of onboarding training. And, this one is a little bit longer, but I really like this one. I would personally use this one. There's some really just kind of fun sections here. I love the part that says, a gathering to initiate the uninitiated, to enlighten the eager minds with the secrets of our company's customs and lore. Okay, this is not your standard reminder email, right? And for me personally, this is beyond something that I could even come up with. But I definitely know that this is something that within my team, if people receive this from me, they're going to be talking about it. I might get some messages on Teams or Slack about it. And at the end there, it says, let not this spectral date elude thy memory, for attendance is both expected and esteemed. Mark your calendars with the ink of certainty and prepare your spirits for the journey ahead. So again, there's a couple things I would change. It uses the word solemn a couple different times, which is not the vibe that I want us going into this training with. Fits for Edgar Allan Poe, but there's some little edits that I would make. But again, I want you to use this example as a way to think about, geez, how far can you take this? I mean, this would be excellent if I was still teaching, if I was a high school English teacher and we were doing a unit on this. How cool would that be? Think about different ways that you could use this concept. And so just to wrap up before we have time for questions, hopefully all of these examples have gotten you kind of thinking, your brain spinning about ways that you could integrate AI better into your day-to-day workflow. I want to make sure that we ground ourselves in a little bit of caution about AI. And the first one is AI bias. So when we talk about those huge data sets, we're pulling information from all over the internet, all over the world, right? And we all know that there's bias out there in the world. and that's going to be reflected in that data. So if you are asking AI to write as a different person, as a different group, or even, just within your own experience, you need to be reading through what it gives you with a thought about potential bias and, whether that's apparent there. And if you have any questions about it, we're using AI, but we're using it as an assistant here. We're using it as a tool, and we want to make sure that humans are in control at the beginning of what we ask for and also of the final output. So talk to other people, get somebody else to look at it if you have any concerns. None of the examples that I gave here have anything to do with fact-based answers from AI. But the thing about AI is that it really wants to give you an answer. And if it doesn't know the answer, every once in a while, it will hallucinate an answer for you. So if you're getting facts that are, nonfiction, if you're getting true statements off of AI, make sure that they're true. Take some time to check those facts and make sure that they fit with reality before you use them. The next 2 points kind of go together. But when we're talking about open platforms, so not necessarily the AI that's built into, programs like iSpring, but when we're talking about ChatGPT, these big free open source platforms, if it's free, your use of it is the product, right? And I think we see that with Google, with YouTube, right? They want you to be engaging. They want you to get the ads. They want the data. And in this case, what they want is the data. They want your use of it because if you remember from the beginning, they're going to wrap that back into the program to try to make it better. So the caution with that is don't put in proprietary information that is not public. That should not be put into those systems. And don't put in personal information either. As you can see here, you can get excellent outputs without sharing any personal or confidential information. And I've probably said it 10 times, but it's worth saying for the 11th, always review and edit these AI outputs. You don't want to be in a situation where you get a great response and copy and paste and it says, and send it off and your email starts out, dear bracket, insert name here and bracket, we don't want a situation like that, right? And you also, again, want to make sure that when you put your name and the byline there and send that out, it's from you. And it really doesn't matter how it was created. It reflects on you and your work. And you want to make sure that, again, that you're using that tool as an assistant to get you on the direction of that perfect product. So again, I hope this gave you some different ideas for how you can use AI. It's definitely something that I integrate into my day-to-day workflow and have gotten some really fun and interesting outputs from. So thanks, everybody.
Thank you so much, Valerie. That was very inspiring. And I was very tempted to interrupt you and say, how about adding one extra section in the end of this training scenario that you had with the song "I'll Be There for You" in the very end of the onboarding. But I stopped myself because I really wanted to hear what you have next. So guys, questions to Valerie are very much welcome in the chat. I just love how our audience has taken it and they're really sharing their thoughts. And I love the comment from James, our tomorrow's speaker. He's saying that's the great use of AI as a partner, not as the SME, not as the subject matter expert. I think you can relate to that.
Yeah, there's a term for that called augmented intelligence, and that really kind of fits with this, right? So that's like AI number 2. So it's artificial intelligence, but augmented intelligence. So we're using it as a kind of middle point as a tool or an assistant, but we really keep humans in control of both, what we're asking for and then eventually what we end up using.
Right. We have a comment, though, not a question, but I wonder if you would like to also reply to that from Diane. I'm sorry if I mispronounced the name. Different cultures have different versions of this name. I'm really sorry. I had getting those enter name here messages. I just delete them. If you don't know me, I won't engage with you.
Yeah, 100%. And I think, even beyond that, I mean, that's clearly, just an error, but I think we also know when we're receiving an AI message. So I am in HR and recruiting, and some of those platforms also have some embedded AI, and you can tell when those messages have not been really reviewed by a human. And I think everybody is at this conference, right? HR, learning and design training. These are very human experiences, and we want to know that we're really talking to a human, or that a message is really from a human. So definitely something to be aware of.
Right, right. If you don't mind, there will be a question from me, because I do feel that there is this great, interesting intersection between my area of interest and your story. You've mentioned that adapting your message to different target audiences is one of the probably most logical ways to utilize AI. And I love the example of different generations, though my experimentation has always been around twisting the messages to different cultures and countries and target audiences of different cultural backgrounds. Because this is basically my job, to make sure a certain specific culture reads the message clearly and does not read any subtext or context behind it that was not supposed to be there. Have you been experimenting in this regard? And can you say a few words about this, maybe, if you have?
Yeah, I definitely think this is something to be aware of. And it's interesting because as I was reviewing my slides, I realized that the two holidays I picked were pretty American focused, right? I know that obviously one of those holidays doesn't exist outside of this country, and the other one isn't necessarily celebrated the same way,
Or
right?
celebrated differently, yeah.
Right, exactly. It's a different thing. And, it makes me think about when I was living in Japan, and all the students asked me for Christmas, I'm going to be eating fried chicken and cake. And that's because that's the messages that they had received in Japan about what people ate, when it's actually in my family here, it'd be more like a turkey or a ham and cookies for Santa, right? And so I do think that that's something to be aware of. And, I think I kind of touched on it on the end there, but I do think that you could run those things through AI from like a DEI perspective and say, is there anything in here that wouldn't translate, or, translate this for a more European audience, right? For example, or are there any references here? But I would still, again, err on the side of human intervention there, that I think it's a helpful tool, but it would still be something that I would, if I was you, I would consult somebody else first, right? A human, before I use that as like a final output.
And just a quick comment on my side, it's true that most of AI applications that we know are very America-centered. And I even had this experience when I asked, I think it was DALL-E or Midjourney, forgot. I think I even used both when we tried to picture a portrait of a person who holds a bunch of flowers. And the AI always gave me the American style of holding a bouquet of flowers, which is always the flowers upwards, right? Whilst the Europeans or Eastern European style is always having the blooming parts downwards. And it literally couldn't understand the whole concept. We tried more than 100 prompts to actually explain that you need to hold a bouquet of flowers in a specific fashion. No result whatsoever, because I guess it's just being fed on the American style of holding flowers, which is exactly in this specific fashion, not all the way around. So be careful of those biases, I should say.
Absolutely. I didn't include, I was trying to focus on some text-based outputs here, but I do think that the visual examples, are very telling. So if you go into DALL-E and Midjourney, pick a couple different ones and ask them for an image of a doctor or something like that, right? As you keep asking for it, you're going to see some patterns that indicate that bias. And I think that visually it's probably easier to see than in text, which is just a reminder to be even more careful with text, because you don't see it right away. And if we don't address those biases, if we don't tell it, this feels biased, give me, a different response, then guess what? It takes that input that we did and puts it back in as the correct response. And then it's only kind of like solidifying those biases. great. So definitely something to think about.
Thank you, Valerie. I wish we could continue this conversation. It was very, very interesting. And I think a lot of people in the chat second my opinion. And if you don't mind, maybe you could stay with us for a little while and enjoy the company in the chat, because there are some extra questions that popped up just now. Maybe you want to answer them if you stay with us for a little longer.
Yeah, definitely. I'll go on there and start working through those. Thank you so much.
And we loved your color coordination of books. It's been very, very, very noted.
Thank you. I'm proud of it. Thank you for noticing.
All right, Valerie. Thank you so much. And I'll see you soon then. Yeah. Super. I think that was very impressive. I really liked the presentation from Valerie. I'm sure you did too. Don't forget to leave a little message about your insights, the most powerful things that you found, your takeaways. This is always helpful, both for you and for those around you who are reading the chat. And speaking of effective communication, I'd like to remind you that you can use iSpring SuiteMax to co-author courses and collaborate on projects in real time. It's a great way to streamline e-learning project development and stay in the loop no matter where your team members are. And we are moving to our next item on today's agenda. This is going to be our presenter from another country. Sabir Kai will present a training session on enhancing e-learning engagement through emotional intelligence. Sabir is a seasoned training and education specialist, and with experience in corporate setting and higher education, she specializes in instructional design, storytelling, content and curriculum design, focusing on distance and online education. Today, Sabir will provide practical insights and strategies for integrating emotional intelligence into your online courses to craft engaging and, what's more importantly, referring to what Valerie was saying, meaningful e-learning experiences. So Sabir, we are going to connect her in just a couple of seconds. Do you hear me well?
Hi, thanks. Yeah, I can hear you.
Super, super. We're very excited to have your session shortly. And was just wondering, what time is it right now in the place where you are based?
So I'm from Turkey, Istanbul. So it's around 10 p.m. right now. So for the whole day, I was waiting for this session.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you so much for connecting even that late in the evening. I'm sure Sabir deserves your support, guys. So please do not constrain yourself if you want to leave some positive supporting comments before Sabir starts. And Sabir, the floor is yours.
Thanks a lot. So hello, everyone. It's Sabir Kai from Istanbul, Turkey. I'm an education and training specialist working in healthcare solutions. And today, when I heard the theme of this year event, it's about human, I was really excited about it because from the last year, we were always hearing about artificial intelligence, and I thought that we start to lose the momentum of the human-centric points. So with this goal and aim, I thought that I would like to talk about emotional intelligence and social emotional learning, focusing on the e-learning engagement actually. So for that reason, today I will be starting talking about social emotional learning at first from the perspective of the educational research, and then I will be focusing on emotional intelligence from the point of psychology. We will be seeing how can we integrate social emotional learning into our e-learning designs, and I will be showing some case studies for you to just see what's going on around. So before starting the session, I would like to ask a very brief question to you, and I will be following the chat for your answers. How are you feeling today? So from my other device, I'm trying to like follow up the chat as well. Wow, I can see the replies coming from awesome, energized, tired, yeah, groggy, feeling good. Yeah, so we all have in different moods, different emotions right now. Maybe like you are still working, maybe you are done with the working, but following the sessions. So actually, even this like simple question, how are you feeling today, is an example of how can we integrate the emotions of the others. And from this point, like I would like to start with the definition of the social emotional learning to you. Actually, from the educational research perspective and the literature, there are several definitions of social emotional learning. But in a basic sense, it starts from self of ourselves. So like we are starting from understanding and managing our own self emotions, thoughts, and ideas. And then we are going from the social environment, like our close narratives, the environment that we are working, our friends and family. We are trying to start making empathy to others. We are trying to create relationships with them. So this is the point of the social emotional learning, starting with myself and just like switching around to others. And when it comes to like the components of the social emotional learning, there are 5 main components. These are self-awareness, self-management, social awareness, relationship skills, and responsible decision-making. Even from the components, you can see that like it starts again from the self of the person and going to the wider circle that we have. So before just jumping into the other details, I would like to go through with these basic components. What are them and what they include? The first thing is self-awareness, and self-awareness is focusing on like your own emotions, thoughts, and values. And for understanding, like getting aware of it, we mostly try to identify our strengths and weaknesses as we do in our professional life. We are doing it for our personal life through our emotions as well. And when it comes to management, so we just start getting aware of what we are feeling. Now we need to learn how to regulate, how to manage this. So the self-management is focusing on the regulation of the emotions, controlling our impulses, and adapting it to the changing situations, like the flexible working environment. So in this part, we are focusing on time management, stress, goal setting, and like demonstrating resilience. These are the main components of the self-management. So as I said, we start with the self-inquiry, and then we go through with the social aspect of our life, like our friends, family, and others. And the third component of the self says that social awareness is important because like we need to empathize with others. We need to understand their cultures, their ideas, their social environment, so that we can create this empathy and compassion towards them. And after understanding the like others in terms of their cultures, important in terms of their social cues, we are starting to creating some relations with them. So like in the relation part, we are starting to use active listening, cooperation, teamwork, and leadership. And when you see these are all the 21st century skills needed for your work life and also your personal life. And after like completing this relationship point, we go through with the decision making point, in which we need to go through with responsible decision making. Why we are calling it as responsible decision making? Why it's not random decision making? Because in this one, we need to understand the risk. We need to evaluate them. We need to use some problem solving skills, and we need to take accountable for our actions. And while doing our decisions, we need to go through ethical and constructive choices. So we need to understand what would be the result of our actions and the consequences. So in the main basic parts of the social emotional learning, these are the main information and the like components of the social emotional learning. But from the psychology perspective, we call this process mostly through emotional intelligence. And since like the terms are different, still they have the common points. So again, coming from the literature, emotional intelligence says that it starts again from the one's own emotion. So I need to again understand and recognize and manage my own relations. then I need to go to others to like perceive and influence their emotions. And as like social emotional learning have, emotional intelligence has its elements as well, like self-awareness, self-regulation, empathy, and social skills. And when we just look at from the emotional intelligence perspective, again, it starts with the self and going to others. So I need to first show empathy to myself. I need to show like learn my own emotions so that I can go to the others. And like also these elements has their own definitions in their self as well. So for self-awareness, again, it's go through understanding our emotions, strengths and weaknesses. And self-regulation is similar to self-management. So we are managing and controlling our emotions and behaviors. And empathy is also similar to previous ones. We are showing our sharing and understanding the perspectives, feelings, and emotions of others. And the social skills are the communication and collaboration part of it. So I understand myself. I learn how to manage myself. Then I try to understand other. I try to see them in my shoes, and I see my in their shoes. And then lastly, from this very beginning point, I go to the communication and collaboration part of it. So when we just go through with this information, we start with the social emotional learning. We talk about emotional intelligence. We need to just merge this information into our e-learning engagement, e-learning environment. So why we need to incorporate emotional intelligence in terms of e-learning? And these are from the research supported ideas. So like based on the studies done in the educational research, emotional intelligence and social emotional learning can help in terms of enhanced motivation so that learners can have better intrinsic motivation. And the second reason is improved focus. So like with the strategies and activities done in emotional intelligence, learners can regulate their distractions, the concentration, and stay engaged during their learning journey. The third is effective communication. Through practicing effective communication skills, they can express themselves better and they can understand others better. The fourth reason is collaboration. And in collaboration, we go through with the effective teamwork and collaboration through empathy, active listening, and conflict resolution. The fifth is adaptability, in which we just start to adapt ourselves on the changes and uncertainties around us and also around the context that we are working with. And lastly, it helps us to create a positive learning environment because like we will have a supportive and inclusive online community with the questions, with that activities that we are doing, because like learners have a chance to share their own ideas, their own journeys, so that they can have a mutual collaboration space in the learning environment. So after talking about these basics about this e-learning engagement, actually I would like to share some integration points in terms of social emotional learning and emotional intelligence. And in this part, like again, I would like to just highlight the components once more. So that we said we have 5 main components: self-awareness, self-management, social awareness, relationship skills, and responsible decision-making. And from this, I will be sharing some kind of activities that can be done. And after that, I will be showing some kind of real done case studies on these. So when it comes to self-awareness, which was the first step, we can integrate some reflection activities, like add some reflection questions, self-reflection exercises to our e-learning. We can add mood check-ins, emotion check-ins, so that learners can express their emotions daily or on a certain basis. We can add some goal setting exercises so that they can make some goal activities. We can get help from journaling prompts. So like in nearly all topics, we can find journaling prompts in which students and learners can express their ideas. We can get benefit from personality assessment. And by saying personality assessment, especially with the scientifically proven assessments are important to use here. And lastly, for the self-awareness, we can go through with mindfulness practices. So these are some activities that can be done for self-awareness. So this is not a final list of activities. You can just like find or create another kind of activities for this purpose. And when it comes to self-management, in this part, we mostly go through with managerial activities like time management tools. For example, Pomodoro. Pomodoro is a time management tool that you can incorporate into your e-learning. And stress management techniques, self-regulation strategies, or goal-setting frameworks. Like there are several goal-setting frameworks like SMART goals. So you can get benefit from them as well while creating your e-learning journey. You can go through with decision-making exercise, and again, some self-assessment quizzes can be used for this self-management. And when it comes to social awareness, we can get help from the diversity and inclusion discussions. We can use perspective-taking exercises, cultural competency models, empathy building scenarios, community engagement projects, and virtual field trips. And for relationship skills, we can get benefit from collaborative projects, peer feedback, simulations for conflict resolution, team building activities, workshops for communication, and role-playing scenarios. And for the last component, responsible decision-making, we can go through with ethical dilemma discussions, decision-making frameworks, case studies for the consequences, problem-solving tasks, scenario-based assessment, and critical thinking exercises. So from until this point, we just go through with theory and written examples. So maybe it's hard to make them concrete on your mind. But from now on, I will be showing some real case studies done on both young learners and K-12 and also working adults. So from this point, I will be showing 2 to 3 examples per each category, and I will be explaining them as well. So the first one is for self-awareness and is a reflection activity. And we have an audience of high school students here on the course of Introduction to Environmental Science with the topic of climate change and biodiversity. And in our e-learning, after adding some information about the topic, we add a session for your turn session in which we are adding a question of what are the 3 small changes you could make in your daily routine to reduce your carbon footprint and positively impact the environment. So the learners are, after completing the information part, they are coming here and they are reflecting their idea on the text bubble available here. So for this activity, the thing that they need to do in terms of self-awareness is they need to start with the thinking about their daily routine. What are they doing in their one simple day? And they need to think about the activities they do. So they need to go through a self-awareness on the activities they did. Another type of activity that can be shown in terms of the self-awareness is mood check-ins. And for the mood check-ins, it's one of the easiest and I think the ones that I really like. We are just creating a emotion board for the learners. And in this one, we have working professionals as our audience on a course on professional development in stress management. And from this e-learning path, they are starting with their mood of the day. So we are just creating a connection between the weathers. So we just create, say that for happy, for example, a sunny day, or for confused, sunny and rainy day. So they are matching their mood with the weathers, and we are also learn their moods on that day, whether they are okay, whether they are not, so that we can also adapt our mood based on their availability. And for self-awareness, the third activity that I really like is mindfulness practices, which are also available on YouTube and other resources. Again, we have a course on leadership skills development for working professionals here. And after 5 to 10 minutes of learning journey, we put 1-minute mediation videos on the e-learning itself, so that like they can just make a stop on their learning process. They can just make a pause, listen to themselves, and get some breath and get some, pause, so that they can observe themselves. So this is also good for working professions and also synchronous learning, because like most of the learners try to complete the training in a faster way, and in that doing that, they forget giving some breaks. And because of that, adding this kind of videos can help them to just stop, think, and continue. After talking about the ideas of the self-awareness, I would like to share some examples from self-management as well. So the first activity is for goal setting. And in this one, our audience for young learners on the course of social studies. And for this group and course, the topic was change and growth in New Year. So they were focusing on the New Year content and New Year resolutions. And to just like create connection between the topic and their personal life, we just create the like writing pane for them, in which like they are writing their 4 main goals for the New Year's. So they were just typing their goals on the screen, and at the end of the like e-learning, they have chance to print this out so that they can also use this for their personal life as well. The other example of the stress management is actually about for the self-management is about stress management. And this is similar to mindfulness practice actually, but this is for young learners on a course of science studies. And even though the topic is about seasons and weather, the activity is not directly with that topic. So even like in your e-learnings, and even when you want to like incorporate emotional intelligence, the topic and the activity like do not have to be the same topic actually. So in this one, we go through with the star breathing technique for the young adults, because like young adults don't like the this kind of 1 minute breathing techniques. So for them we go through with the animation version of this technique, and we call it star breathing. So this star on the screen was getting bigger and smaller in an animation, and we asked the young learners to like follow this star in terms of breathe in and breathe out. So this is also important for young learners, because like they like just get bored easily when they do this kind of e-learning and even in classroom activities. So having this kind of breaks help them to just like get them back in the learning. And for the self-management, the third activity that we go through was self-assessment. And for this one, we did it for adult learner group on the effective communication skills, focusing on improving interpersonal communication. And for this one, we add a self-assessment quiz for them. So the topic is, for example, active listening skills, and we add questions based on their assessment, like how would you rate your active listening skills during conversations. And in this one, there were no like true, false, wrong, correct answers. They were just assessing themselves. And for better reliability, we did this test 2 times, like in the beginning of the whole like learning path and at the end of the learning path. And the learners can get a copy of this so they can compare their results and see the change in their skills as well. So once you add this kind of self-assessment, you can always like add a like PDF download or printing option so that the learners can have the copy of what they did previously. So after talking about this self-awareness and self-management, I would like to show some example from the social awareness now. And the point that I would like to go through is diversity and inclusion discussions. And for this, again, we go through with adult learners on the effective team collaboration through building strong teams. And we created discussion board for them on a certain question. The question was, how can inclusive communication practices contribute to better team performance and productivity? And we asked them to like add their answers for the question. And through this question, they also have chance to comment to others, and they can also have chance to like dislike to each other. So they have a place, like a synchronous place to discuss between them. For another example for the social awareness, we go through with empathy building scenarios, and in this one we go through with the customer service excellence topic, again with adult learners, and the topic was empathetic communication with customers. So on this one, we go through with a scenario on their topic. So like they are customer service workers, like call center workers, and we have a like similar scenario that they are having in their daily life, in their working life. And for this one, like they have different options going through different answers. So they were testing themselves and trying to create empathy on the scenario, so that once they have a similar experience, they can see what can be done or what shouldn't be done. And for the fourth component of the social emotional learning as the relationship skills, we go through with the peer feedback idea. And for this one, we go through with this public speaking class, and the topic was about the presentation skills for career success. And like the audience is focusing on like the adult learners. So they were doing presentations as like demo presentations to just practice their skills. And after the presentations are done, they have the peers. So their peers were writing their comment on this pane available for them, and they were sharing the comment to each other so that they can see the points, whether which are good, which are not. And for the next, we have the relationship skills again for team building activities. And in this one, we have again the adults in a specific corporate setting. The course was about innovation and design thinking. And we went through with the how might we activity on this one. So like they are creating teams according to the common ideas that they have. So the question was, how might we develop a sustainable workplace for all? And for this one, they were like creating these sticky notes and adding their questions, adding their ideas. And like the people with the same ideas and people with the same questions are creating teams and going through with the questions together to create one single answer. So they are creating their teams by themselves. And after that, I would like to go through with the responsible decision making at the fifth point of the social emotional learning. And in this one, we go through with ethical dilemma discussion. So especially in the responsible decision making, ethical dilemmas are mostly used. And for this reason, we go through with this one. And our audience was researchers and healthcare professionals. And the topic was about animal testing in medical research. And for this activity, we had the question of should scientists use animals for medical research to potentially develop life-saving treatments, even though it involved causing harm and suffering to the animals. So this was the question that we asked to them. And again, they were writing their ideas to the point. And after like they are like submitting their ideas, we are collecting them on our system, and like we are just having a huge like discussion board for it. So we are showing all the answers and discussing on them together on the face-to-face sessions. And for the another example activity for responsible decision making, we have the course for customer experience enhancement. Is for business analysts, consultants, and project managers. And in this one, we go through with a like decision making matrix. So we have a certain concern or topic, like deciding on the best way to improve customer service experience. Let's say that this is our topic, and we need to create 5 opinions on this problem or issue. And after writing the opinion, we were writing the objective of it. We were writing the actions done for this, and we were writing the deliverables that can be used for this. And after listing everything, we are seeing that among of these 5 options, some of them are related, some of them are not, so that we can have a chance to remove some of them. We can have a chance to make some pulling on them to select the best one, so that instead of having just one single idea, we go through with different ideas. But for these ideas, we have the reasoning, we have the objectives, and each details to go through actually. So this is how like decision-making metrics actually used in this way. And actually, like, I'm coming to end of this like presentation, but before finishing like the presentation, I would like to go through with a quote that I really find useful. Dr. Mark Brackett says that like everyone needs emotional intelligence and opportunities to be brave and kind. I really like this quote because like mostly when we go to like teaching, instructional design, course development, whatever our task is, sometimes we forget the human factor and we just like focus on the subject matter, and like we focus on the like what kind of interaction, animations or visuals that we are using. But before like thinking about these, device-based or like instruction-based points, we need to understand the human, because like even the instructional design itself starts with the needs analysis of the others, and we always need to start with these like needs analysis. And by starting these needs analysis, we need to concern about the emotions of our learners as well, because like without emotions, we are all artificial matters, I think, because even today, like we had sessions about artificial intelligence, and in these like presentations, we see the importance of the human factor. Like even we are saying an AI to like make it feel like blah blah blah, or make your tune like blah blah, friendly, calm, or professional. So all of these factors are the factors of humans. So I believe that, as like Mark Brackett say, we need to concern about emotions before the subject and before the instructional strategies, I guess. So thank you. And if you have any questions, I would be happy to answer them.
Thank you, Sabir. That was very thoughtful. And I saw a lot of, I would say, similarity in opinions among our chat members, among those who are still following us, that they found it extremely important and they love social emotional learning topic. There's been a lot of support, really, but we do have a couple of questions and just a couple of minutes to go through them. So Tracy was asking, can you please explain more how the students get a copy or a print of their own results in the example that you were giving?
Okay, so in the examples that I was giving, we were using some kind of triggers that are like printing the screen at the end of the session, so that we are having some kind of quiz, and at the end of the session we have the print like PDF or like save PDF option, in which like it gives us the answers as a like a Word or like PDF file as a bulk, so that learners have their own copies to go through. And also we can get their responses through our LMS as well.
Right. And there was a follow-up question also from Tracy, who was asking, and how do they get to comment on each other's answers?
Okay, for this one, like we were using some like interpersonal communication tools. Like there are several like online discussion board tools, and also our LMS has this kind of online discussion board. We were getting help from these.
All right, I see. Well, if you wish to give a little bit more details later, I'll be super happy if you stay with us in the chat, as we still have several more presentations going on, but I know it's already very late anyway. So maybe a last comment that I would like to read is from Ashley. I really appreciated this one. The comment was that it sounds like you're incorporating Socratic questions. And I would probably agree. I don't know if you want to relate to that.
Yeah, like when it comes to like getting like information or emotions from people, you need to go through Socratic, because like you cannot say a person like you are feeling that. No, you cannot get that information.
Right.
Like not just like find that information in our mind. We need to go that person's heart.
Yeah.
And we can do that through, as you say, like Socratic methods.
Yeah, that's right. Thank you very much, Sabir. And again, there's been a lot of support and appreciation for your time. And Danny found that it was truly good information for industrial organization psychology.
Thanks a lot. Thanks
Thank
a
you
lot
so much. Hope to see you very soon during any of other iSpring events. You're a frequent guest to the webinar. So again, appreciate your comments.
Thank you. Take care.
Thank you. Take care. And you know, guys, Sabir has actually made me think of the exercise that I was going to make and offer to you in the end of the session, in the very end. But now she has made me think about that, and I feel that's the right time to do it. How about us sharing quickly in the chat two numbers? One is how you feel physically, another is how your emotional condition is organized right now. On a scale from 0 to 10, where 0 is, I would say you probably don't feel your body anymore, and 10 is you are an Olympic athlete. And emotional, same story. 0 is the lowest possible and 10 is the highest possible. I would set a start and say that I am 7-7 right now because I'm getting a little bit tired, but at the same time, I'm still quite excited, and I have still a lot of emotional charge to continue. I hope you do too, but don't hesitate to also type in some socially maybe awkward answers. That's totally okay to be low on any of the scores, and you don't need to be supercharged if you are not. So that's first and foremost the question to you. So not to anybody else. Right now we'll be moving on, and I'd like to just say a few words about engagement, because engagement is the central metric of measuring e-learning effectiveness. It's really a good idea to use all the means at your disposal to maximize it. And you can definitely check out our expert guide on the top 8 best practices for creating stunning learning experiences for your audiences. It might come in handy in your next project, so consider that. We'll take now a short break before 2 remaining presentations from Nisreen El-Makkouk and Anna Pauli. Meanwhile, don't forget to enter our giveaway. I bet you know the rules by now. You can share the post about our conference on your LinkedIn profile and invite your connections to register. And that's it. You'll automatically become a contender to win our super full package tour to a top European level conference. And the link is in the chat, as always. And the winner will be picked by a randomizer and announced tomorrow during the closing ceremony. So I wish best of luck to all the participants. And now, time to ask yourself how you feel, digest maybe some little snack and the new knowledge, and come back in 10 minutes. See you soon, guys. Hello and welcome back, everyone. As you have probably noticed, we have taken a little longer time to give you some extra chance to recharge and maybe increase the number of your physical condition, at least by 1 or 2 points. Hopefully, you have used this opportunity. And as you could have guessed as well, no big conference may happen without a little technical challenge. No matter how well prepared you are, there is always something little happening. And of course, our reaction to that should be flexible and agile. That's why we are suggesting that we move on. And for now, we will unfortunately not be able to hear the speaker that was on our agenda, Nisreen, but we will definitely try to reconnect and reestablish the technical connection, to overcome the technical challenges that have been on our way. And for now, we'll move on to our next speaker. No less exciting and no less interesting. And we are very, very lucky that she was there to support us and get started a little earlier. We'll have Anna Polly with her session called From Screencasts to Podcasts, how to choose the training format that really works. Anna is a senior instructional designer at iSpring and a course creator guru who knows all the tips and tricks to help you improve your learning content. And in this presentation, Anna will overview a variety of course formats and will definitely explain the unique benefits from different objectives to help you build training that resonates with your audience. And you can't even imagine how many times I've already been introducing Anna for different conferences and iSpring events. And it's always, always a pleasure to have her in the studio. So let's get started with Anna within a range of just several seconds. Hi, Anna. Do you hear me, see me well?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. That's fantastic. Thank you very much for joining, and thank you so much for saving us in this unfortunate situation of a technical difficulty.
Oh, no worries. Always happy to help.
Oh, that's amazing. Thank you so very much. Before I yield the floor to you, I want to ask you, how are you doing physically and emotionally?
I'm doing amazing, and I'm really, really excited to get started and to start our session and start to communicate with our attendees today.
Yeah, that sounds great. Fantastic. And I would like to just make sure that you get the warmest welcome possible. So I kindly ask those who are with us in the chat, we are still more than 300 people. Please send a little emoji or a heart shape or maybe an encouragement phrase so that we know you guys are there. You're not sleeping yet. You are not digesting your lunch and you're fully concentrated. You're with us. You're supporting us. And we should feel your energy. Yes, thank you for your flexibility, Anna. Go, Anna. Thank you, Anna. So we've got a lot of support for you. Anna, the floor is yours.
Awesome. Thank you. So okay, so let me quickly share my screen. Okay. Awesome. So I hope that you can see me well. Okay, so hello everyone once again and welcome. My name is Anna and I'm a senior course developer at iSpring Academy. I have nearly a decade of experience in e-learning and love sharing all the good stuff iSpring tools have to offer. I hope that you've all been joining iSpring Day so far, and I'm really excited to be able to talk to you today. Our topic is how to choose the training format that really works, and I'm sure this will be a huge help for you all. Choosing the right training format can be a bit daunting, but we are here to help you pick the best framework for your topics and audience. So first things first, let's talk about why it's important to choose the right format for your e-learning courses. So in the world of e-learning, choosing the wrong format can lead to disengaged employees and missed objectives. However, choosing the right one can be transformative for your business or university classes. Tailored, engaging learning experiences inspire employees. Picture for a workplace and workforce not just trained, but genuinely motivated, applying their knowledge to enhance productivity and innovation. So throughout our session, you will learn about training formats that really work and learn why they work. And of course, we will use iSpring tools to show how some of these formats work. In choosing a training format, concentrate on the objectives of the course, the audience participating, and your personal tech abilities and background. Focusing on the course objectives ensures that the format will facilitate the achievement of these goals. Considering the audience is essential, as different groups may have varying learning preferences, and the chosen format should cater to these for optional engagement and comprehension. Lastly, considering your personal skills and background, because it's really important to ensure that you can deliver the training effectively. A format might not be, it might be excellent in theory, but if it's not something you're comfortable with or skilled at using, the training may not be as successful as it could be. Now, I have a quick question for you. What type of format do you like to learn from most? Please just drop a number of your answer in the chat and let us know. It can be video format, interactive simulations, podcasts, or written materials.
Anna, what if we have several favorite formats? Can we leave several numbers?
Sure, why not?
All right.
Okay, so while you voting for your favorite format, I will tell about my personal one. My personal favorite one, it's definitely gamification elements and interactive simulations. So truth to be told, I'm a huge fan of games, no matter if they're board games or computer games. So I really like to have some point, pages, levels in a learning course. Okay, Chris, can you help me with the results? What are
Absolutely. The point is that we definitely have a lot of 2s and 4s, but to be very honest, since I'm not extremely good in creating stats on the go, I should say that there are many people who have several preferences, just like myself. And we still do have a fair share of people who prefer number 1 and 3. So I should say definitely interactive simulations and games and written materials are among the top, but the rest, they don't like behind too much.
Awesome. Thank you so much. That's good to know. And for sure, there's no correct or incorrect answer, but definitely a lot of different options here. Okay, so before I dive into all the formats, I want to go over a great way to get an idea of which format will work best for your scenario. What I recommend doing is creating a training brief. A training brief is a detailed document outlining a training program, including objectives, content, methods, duration, logistics, and so on. It guides course designers and trainers, ensuring organized and effective training aligned with participants' needs and learning goals. This information is super helpful for choosing the format. So if you want to take a look at the brief template that our instructional designers use at iSpring, just follow the link that my colleagues shared in the chat and feel free to download the template. And we will move on. And let's go ahead and take a look at the example that we will have on the screen right now. Let's say you need to teach an employee how to use Excel. A gamified course where a detective hunts for numbers and assembles them into a secret code would be an odd choice, right? A course that delves into the history of Excel and an overview of competing tools would not be beneficial either. These ideas focus on approach, while your objective is to help the target audience acquire practical skills. So, what format is best to use that? And we will answer this question at the end of the session together. So now let's dive into different types of formats to find out which one works for us the best. So our first format is a slide-based course. It's a training format that uses presentation software and delivers information through sequential slides. It's an approachable and familiar format, ideal for things like compliance training or employee onboarding. It's quick and straightforward, especially if you're already familiar with PowerPoint. Then creating a slide-based course, breaking down the content into manageable chunks and structuring the slides is key. This approach proves handy, especially when you need to update information on a regular basis. The limitation of this format would be that the completion of the course depends on the learner's intrinsic motivation. So it's necessary to divide the text into chunks and use some techniques to involve users. For example, adding some interactive elements to your course. So now let's take a look and let's see it in action. Check out this example of slide-based course created in iSpring Suite. This course was audio narration and it features background music and a narrator's voice. This is a title slide followed by an introduction. A character steps in, guiding learners directly through the material. Slide-based courses are super user-friendly, making them a great format for both you and your learners, regardless of tech skills. They're quick to create and update so you can keep your training materials fresh and relevant. Okay, so it's time for our next format, and it's called interactive role plays. These are training exercises in which learners engage in stimulated conversations with various characters, allowing them to practice communication skills and receive feedback in a risk-free environment. This format simulates conversations with various personas, like customers or colleagues. Users assume the role of one of these personas and choose responses, then receive feedback, with each choice carrying its own set of outcomes. This is a great format for so many scenarios because learners can refine their communication skills and prepare for real-world situations without the fear of making an error with real-world consequences, like jeopardizing a deal. This format is indispensable for training customer service representatives. The dialogues are lifelike, complete with voiced phrases and characters' reactions, creating an immersive learning experience. It's important to note that in a role play, users select responses from predefined options, hone communication skills, or learning scripts, but it doesn't teach them to formulate original thoughts to respond with. So I think that this is a limitation to consider. Let's take a look and let's see it in action. This course was created with iSpring Suite. So we need to click Start to engage with an interactive role. You will be prompted to interact with a character, make a choice, observe characters' reactions, and receive valuable feedback. On this slide, you can see what a dialogue simulation structure looks like. Here we have different scenarios of how the conversation goes, depending on the answer of our users. Okay, our next format is scrollable courses. Scrollable courses are in-depth articles or guides that explore topics truthfully, offering detailed insights and analysis. There's not a more time-tested format than the traditional deep dive. The key to create a compelling scrollable course is writing clear text and breaking things up with occasional images or other assets. For instance, a scrollable module exploring detailed medical case studies could allow healthcare teams to understand research, methods, results, and their implications. This in-depth format is vital to pharmaceuticals researchers and healthcare policy teams. One shortcoming of this scrollable course format is that it's geared towards teaching concepts rather than practical skills. While test questions can be added to interactive articles, they don't facilitate hands-on practice for things like customer communication skills. Okay, let's take a look at a scrollable course on the screen. It was created with iSpring Cloud. It starts with the cover and title. Next is the introduction and the next chapter button. In the second chapter, we see images that can be enlarged. Moving on to the next chapter, here we have images and a self-assessment test along with our text, providing engaging assets to reinforce the theoretical part. Our next format is video courses. Video courses are dynamic learning experiences that blend engaging recorded videos with visuals and providing step-by-step instructions and practical demonstrations. Videos are a great way to bring learning to life, making complex topics accessible and engaging. They provide a visual learning experience that captivates learners, making it an excellent choice for educational content. Creating a video lecture can be a straightforward process. You can record yourself using a webcam, supplementing your talk with supportive visuals. What about cons? For sure, sometimes creating high-quality videos can be costly and time-consuming, right? Especially if they need to be updated regularly. Also, video format can demand high bandwidth, leading to slow loading times or buffering issues for students with poor internet connection. One more thing is that without proper accessibility features like captions or transcripts, video content might not be inclusive for learners with hearing impairments. Now, let's take a look at the example. You can also watch it following the link in the chat that my colleagues are going to send now. In the video, an expert is explaining how to prepare for a call with a potential client and provide the instructions. You can also see that the main steps of the instructions appears as pop-up messages. So when you create a video, you're more than welcome to add additional information to video like text, images, or maybe another video. So before we continue, I want to let you all know that here at iSpring, we also love video courses and have created one just for you on course development. This course will be beneficial for those who are eager to create engaging and effective learning experiences. It's called How to Create an Interactive Online Course. In the course, you will master fundamental principles for creating effective courses, instructional design theories and methods, course development stages, and many more. Upon completion of this course, you will get a certificate that can serve as a great addition to your resume. If you want to see if this course is a good fit for you, you're more than welcome to take 3 demo lessons for free from the course. Just follow the link in the chat or scan the QR code on the screen to take the free lessons. Okay, now let's get back to the course formats. Our next format is interactive video courses. This format resembles as a first-person computer game, where the employee becomes the main character and the storyline depends on their choices. This format is based on real-life situations in which employees must solve a particular task or challenge. For example, it might involve calming an upset customer. The course provides feedback after each choice, helping learners understand their mistakes and prepare for similar situations in real life. I would say it's something like if a role play and a video course have a child. The main downside of this format is that it can be costly and complicated to develop. This might not be the best choice for organizations on a tight budget. Building an interactive video course involves several steps, such as writing script, planning the visuals, finding suitable locations, recording the video, editing, and putting everything together in an offering tool. Making changes to the course like this can be tricky, so it's important to think it through before deciding on this format. Let's take a look at the example on the screen. In this immersive experience, learners step into the first-person perspective of a character, observing daily routines, making choices, and seeing the consequences unfold, determine the course progression. Right now, we can see a person who spills a coffee on a colleague. Now he has to do what to do. Tells the colleague about it, rub the coffee in, or just keep quiet. Depending on the answer, the story continues differently. So it's a dynamic way to engage learners, allowing them to actively participate and shape their own learning journey. Time to talk about a fun format, my favorite one, games. Games are interactive learning experiences that incorporate gaming elements like challenges, levels, and rewards, engaging learner while enhancing skills and knowledge in a playful way. Have you ever been stuck in a training that felt like so tedious that you counted sailing tiles? I'm not proud of that, but I have been, and unfortunately not once. Games can inject life into dense subjects and add excitement and fun to the learning experience. You can add dynamic elements such as levels, points, rankings, and rewards for a level of immersion that's hard to match with other formats. Finding the sweet spot where education meets entertainment might sound daunting, but iSpring makes even advanced formats easy to create. Let's check out this example of narrative game-based course, First Things First. Once we start the course and learn more about the course settings, and right now we click Next. And now we receive an email from our friend Andrew. Andrew needs our help to become more efficient. And we can see what his KPIs, which will appear in a moment, definitely don't look good, right? So the course continues with Gamified slide where we need to help Andrew find his to-do list by clicking on items to move them. Click Start Looking, and here we go. So that's how a game can look like in terms of creating a course, of a training course. Something like a leadership role-playing game would be a great use case for this format. You can prepare future leaders in your organization by creating a scenario where employees tap into their roles and go through decision-making challenges, learning strategic thinking, team management, and motivational skills along the way. So podcasts is our next format. Podcasts are a captivating audio-based training format that offer flexible and relatable learning experience. So before we move on, I want to ask you a question. So do you listen to podcasts? Just drop a number of your answer in the chat and let us know. I have a chat right here on my iPad. Okay, so the answer options are yes all the time, yes occasionally, or no. So Chris, can you please help me with this?
Of course, totally. And we already have some first answers. And I should say that after 58 votes, we have more than half of people saying that they do listen to podcasts occasionally. About a third say that do that all the time, including myself. So I would say we have 88% of people who do listen to podcasts either regularly or from time to time. So it's an absolute majority.
Awesome. And that's Chris, thank you so much. There's definitely a high chance that your learners listen to them too. Since, for example, 62% of Americans listen to podcasts, according to Statista. And podcasts are widely popular for a pretty good reason. They offer tremendous flexibility. So imagine, instead of a straight lecture, you get to engage with employees through insightful discussions, expert interviews, or engaging narratives bundled in an easy-to-digest audio format. The beauty of podcasts lies in their adaptability. Whether it's company updates or industry insights, podcasts deliver information in an accessible and relatable manner. Your team can absorb essential knowledge while working on data entry, admin work, or any other repetitive tasks. Now you've got your employees learning while they work. I mean, isn't it a dream for you and for them? And another major advantage of this format is that you can create compelling content on a shoestring budget. For example, you don't even need to hire voiceover actors. Voiceovers can be done directly in an hour or two. Moreover, there are a lot of AI tools which allows you to do that. And it's also true for iSpring Suite with its great text-to-speech feature. However, there is one drawback of the podcast format. It might not suit every employee, as it requires processing information through listening, which might not benefit your visual learners. Okay, and let's move on to the next format, screencasts. Screencasts are user-friendly visual walkthroughs guiding learners through screen recordings, images, text, and clear narration, making complicated topics easily understandable and accessible. Creating a screencast is also straightforward and typically can be done in just a couple of hours. Imagine having a friendly tech expert right by your side, guiding you through every click and shortcut of a new software. That's precisely what the screencast offers, right? A virtual walkthrough of digital terrain, making the complex seems like a walk in the park. These video tutorials simplify the learning curve, especially when exploring corporate portals or CRM systems. Creating a screencast is as simple as recording yourself doing the process while narrating. In just a couple of hours, you have a comprehensive tutorial ready to roll. Screencasts offer a quick and easy way to provide software demonstrations, showcasing website navigation, and explaining complex workflows. And updating knows what. With tools like iSpring Suite, keeping your screencasts up to date is as easy as a click of a button. Ready to see screencasts made using iSpring Suite in action? So this screencast shows how to create interaction in iSpring Suite. We see mouse movements and the video also has voiceovers. You cannot hear it now, but trust me, it's here. The presenter constantly explains the actions. One of the downsides of the screencast is it's another format that's not great for practical skills. So you can actually practice and work within the software, Here, you can only watch an overview of it or the instructions. Also, if the software interface changes, you will need to update your screencast completely. And our next format is interactive software simulators, are incredibly helpful for employees learning new software. This simulation mirrors the software's interface, giving users a safe space to practice without the worry of making mistakes or losing important data. Using real software screenshots and videos, these simulators guide users through specific tasks within the software. For example, they can teach employees how to use corporate software tools by capturing real screen actions, making the learning process highly effective. It's essential to understand their limitations. Interactive software simulators are tailored for training on practical tasks and processes. They may not be ideal for tasks like quickly finding information and learning keyboard shortcuts. For this, I would recommend using a screencast or a slide-based course. As for the creating perfect simulations, it can be time-consuming and costly, which might not fit every business budget. A best practice is to use simulators for critical systems where errors need to be minimized. And then there's no way to train your staff right inside the software. Users should also access interactive software simulators on the same device they were designed for. For instance, if a course is meant for mobile devices, it's best experienced on a mobile device. Additionally, ongoing maintenance and updates, especially when software changes require simulator revisions, can be time and resource intensive. Despite these factors, interactive software simulators offer a practical and effective way for employees to gain confidence in using essential software applications. Okay, we're done with the main course formats, and I would like to mention two more training formats today. One of them is mobile learning. Mobile learning is the use of mobile devices like smartphones and tablets to deliver educational content, providing learners with the flexibility to access information anytime, anywhere. Its major strength lies in accessibility, accommodating learners' diverse schedules and locations. Imagine technicians having instant access to updated equipment manuals, troubleshooting guides, and safety protocols on their smartphones while working on site. In situations demanding quick decisions and precise actions, this immediate access ensures they can effectively address challenges, enhance safety, and maintain operational efficiency. In the corporate world, mobile learning proves invaluable for fostering a culture of continuous learning. This continuous reinforcement significantly enhances the retention and application of knowledge in their roles. And last but not least format I want to talk about today is microlearning. It's bite-sized focused learning that delivers information in small, easy-to-digest chunks. Its simplicity is its strength. It is concise, targeted, and tailored to specific learning objectives. In training, microlearning excels at reinforcing knowledge, addressing specific skill gaps, and promoting long-term retention. Its brief, engaging format prevents information overload, ensuring learners grasp essential concepts swiftly. Time management makes an excellent application for microlearning. Employees can access bite-sized lessons on productivity hacks, effective planning, and prioritization techniques. These modules offer practical tips that individuals can immediately implement in their daily routines. One disadvantage of micro courses in the training context is their limited depth of content. Due to their short duration and focused nature, micro courses might cover not all the topics and not in as much details as longer training programs. So if you needed your team to understand the ins and outs of a new product line, this might not be the best format. Now we will explore various real-life examples of course formats tailored to different subjects and objectives. For instance, a welcome course introducing the company history, mission, values, and products can be effectively delivered through a long read with embedded videos or a comprehensive learning track. Welcome course is always a long-term study. Therefore, one format is not enough. Combining a welcome video, a detailed long read on the company's background and mission, and a slide course highlighting its product line ensures a throughout understanding. You definitely shouldn't make it a single slide course with 200 and more slides, right? In contrast, courses on topics such as fire safety or cybersecurity benefit from slide formats or long reads. These formats offer structured delivery of information, enhancing comprehension and retention among learners. Also, long reads are best suited for product courses. The main advantage here is that you can quickly make edits to the long read if product line is not updated frequently. The video format is not suitable for the same reason. It's very difficult and expensive to make edits. Courses for sales will require a combination of different formats: long reads, slide courses, video lectures, role plays. If they're talking about practical skills, for example, communicating with clients, then role plays are mandatory. Similarly, courses on personal performance, such as emotional intelligence, public speaking, and Excel skills, require different formats. For public speaking, practical assignments allow participants to apply learned techniques. Topics like emotional intelligence can be effectively conveyed through long reads, providing in-depth exploration and reflection. Software-related courses typically utilize screencasts and quizzes to provide this hands-on experience, this complex software benefiting from simulators for practical training. In summary, understanding the content and learning objectives is key to selecting the most suitable course format. Woo! We did it! We got through a ton of practical formats used in digital learning. So just to sum up, we explored the advantages and great uses for slide-based courses, interactive role plays, long reads, games, video courses, and so on. So next time you create a training, consider these various formats and watch your learning experiences come to life. And if you remember, at the beginning of our today's session, we had to decide what format to choose for a course about how to use Excel for our employees. Now that you know all the main training formats, let's decide which one to use. So what format is best to choose for a course on how to use Excel? For sure, there's no correct or incorrect answer. You can choose whatever format you prefer, whatever format you like, but I just want to know which one you feel will work best. And Chris, I will need your help here.
I'll be there for you when you need to get the results. Right, let's see. Let's see what we have. I would also leave my vote, and it turns out to be one of the most popular. So this is 64%, almost 2/3, are voting for software simulation. And I would say that the second to best is Screencast. And we only have very few people voting for a scrollable course or slide-based courses. I even feel a bit sad for a scrollable course because this option is getting the smallest number of votes. But anyway, I'd say we have an absolute leader, which is software simulation.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you so much for all of your answers. Now I will share my personal opinion, and I hope
Please do.
You will not hate me here. So in my opinion, screencast will be the best choice. And I will explain why. So give me just a moment. So add some screen recordings, images, text, and narration, and you will have a great software guide. And at the end, you can add a quiz to check how learners remember all the tricks they were shown. But about software simulation. It's for sure, that's a very, very interesting option, and where you can click, like touch it and give it a try. But it can cost a fortune and takes much more time to create than a simple screencast. Also, one more thing here about software simulation, but can make me like confused about this option. If you can train someone directly in the application without any additional effort or cost, then in my opinion, there is no need for a full-fledged software simulation, because a screencast will do everything for you. So this is just my opinion, what I think about it, but for sure, software simulator, this will be a very, very good one. Okay. So just a last thought at the end of our journey here. We go back to the beginning from where we start. So when deciding on a training format, focus on the course's goals, the people taking the course, and your own skills and experience. If you're new to course creation, which is absolutely and completely fine, simple slide courses or video lectures are great choices. Once you've got the hang of it, you can explore some different formats. Now, hopefully, you will now be able to be more confident, but you have the knowledge you need to choose the right format. If you do, I'm sure that the results will really wow your learners. And I think that that's it for today. And thank you everyone for joining this session and staying with us. And just in a minute, we will go over some of your questions from the chat. And while we are waiting to hear your thoughts about the webinar, about the session, and the questions in the chat, I would like to give you a little more information on the video course I mentioned earlier. So how to create an interactive online course is for those of you who want to take their first step in the world of course creation. You can create a complete course from scratch using only the help of the exercises and feedback from your iSpring trainer. You don't need any previous experience in creating courses. Our training will provide you with everything you need. And as a matter of fact, you've already met your trainer. Throughout this course, I will be sharing iSpring Academy's expertise and instructional design and my own insights to help you create courses like a true professional. The course has 20 video lessons with an average duration of 15 minutes. 10 of these lessons come with a practical assignment for which you will receive expert feedback. All lessons are accessible right away, so you don't need to wait for a trainer to send them to you. You can take them at your own pace and wherever you want. I will review every task, answer all of your questions, go over your mistakes, and for sure, help you fix them. And as a way to show our appreciation for your taking part in this session, we are giving all of you a 20% discount on this fantastic course. To get it, just follow the link in the chat to use it. This offer is valid till May 10th, so don't miss your chance to master your skills. So I think we're ready for the Q&A session. And Chris, I'm handing the mic over to you.
Right, Anna, thank you so very much. I really enjoyed the session, as well as those bravest and strongest participants who are still with us in the chat. We still have almost 300 viewers, and I should say this is a really good number for the end of an almost 7-hour-long conference. So Anna, you rock, really. Congrats. Of course. Well, our presentation took a little longer than it was supposed to, but since we have this technical issue with the previous speaker, I think we still have a little time for maybe one question, because many of the questions were actually taken by our amazing chat support team. So let me ask you exactly the question that comes from Tracy Jones. How do we create a long read in iSpring?
So to do this, you need to open up your iSpring Cloud account, and there you will be able to create like a long read. You need to click New, if I'm not mistaken, and select long reads. Also, long reads are available in our learning management system, so you can create it in iSpring Learn too.
All right, super. Thank you so much, Anna. I think we'll probably wrap it up here with this specific part, because we still have some other important points to do. Of course, no more important than the information that we have listened, but I would say equally important. So if you don't mind, maybe you can stay with us for a while and also support our participants, those bravest and strongest ones in the chat. What do you say?
So thank you so much for staying with us, and thank you for joining. It's so much pleasure, and I have my iPad here, so
Right.
I'm able to partly see all of your comments, and thank you so much for being so active. I hope that you are excited for day 2 also, and stay with us, ask your questions. I'm so happy that we can build the community together, and because like the more ideas we have and we share and we learn from each other, it's the better, right?
Yeah, totally. The more the merrier, I would say.
Yeah.
Right. Thank you. Thank you, Anna. It was a great presentation, very informative and actually inspiring. And thank you to all of our attendees for joining us today for iSpring Days. And I'll see you shortly, Anna. All right, very well. I hope, guys, you have found the session and the previous ones informative and engaging, and gained actionable insights into how to improve your e-learning projects. And of course, a special thanks goes to all of our guests and speakers who shared their experience and experiences that they have had in the past with iSpring and more. So this contribution has made the day truly exceptional. And I'm very sorry to say that, unfortunately, due to severe technical difficulties, we were unable to connect with Nasreen, so we probably will not be able to hear her story. We'll see what we can do around this, and maybe we find a way to deliver her content to you in the most friendly, user-friendly manner. But for now, for the time being, I suggest that we move on. And before the closing remarks for day 1, I suggest that we spin the Wheel of Fortune, something you've been waiting for, guys. So I'm very excited. Right now, my colleagues from iSpring will drop a special link in the comment section to the right of the main screen. So that should be this side for you, I think. The link contains Google Form, so please open it and enter your real name and surname, as well as a valid email address, because we will definitely need your real name and your real email to make sure that the present finds you. Be sure to enter the correct data, because otherwise it might be very complicated. So once the link appears in the comment section, I'll start a timer for 1 minute, and those who fill in the form will participate in the Wheel of Fortune. Okay, so I hope you're ready. And dear colleagues, please send the link and I'll start the countdown. Yay, Wheel of Fortune. While we are waiting, the timer is ticking. Let me remind you that even if you're not taking part in the Wheel of Fortune, you can still claim our amazing offer. Exclusively for iSpring Days attendees, we're offering a bundle of the iSpring Learn LMS and the iSpring Suite authoring tool for just $947 for the first 3 months. We're talking about US dollars here. As a gift, you'll get access to the certification program to master iSpring tools in no time. And please don't forget to leverage off-the-shelf expert courses from the iSpring Academy. And this is an amazing opportunity with the offer valid until May 17. So don't miss up. And I think that's almost the time for us to spin the Wheel of Fortune. I think so. Almost there. Right. This, I see, Matthew, that was real fun. The conference was real fun, but it's not the end. It's not the end. I still have several important messages to transfer to you. All right. While my colleagues are putting together the list of participants, I'd like to ask you to please complete a short feedback survey about the first day of our conference. I know you guys must be tired, and I know it might be very challenging to open up another form, but please, it's so important for us. Scan the QR code on the slide to follow the link, or just follow the link in the chat. They go into the same direction. The survey has only 12 questions, and we really appreciate your feedback because we'll use the answers to make our future events even better. We regularly do some conferences and webinars for you, such big events such as today. We do it once a year, but the others are much more frequent. So everyone who submits the survey will get the certificate of attendance right away without the need to wait for the newsletter after the event. So you'll get the link to it right after you click on submit. And I'll give you a couple of minutes now to complete the feedback survey. I will stop my Chris FM radio right now just to give you a calm minute to fill in the feedback form and give my colleagues a chance to insert all the names into the Wheel of Fortune table. Please take about 1 minute to fill in the form, and we'll proceed with the Wheel of Fortune. How exciting! If you're done with the feedback form and the Wheel of Fortune form, then I suggest that you kindly share your most important insight from today, or this takeaway that you have, which is buzzing in your head. Again, share it with the like-minded people in the chat. That's really helpful to read the comments that somebody has to share about the most important thing they found so helpful today. All right. I would love to hear if we are ready for the Wheel of Fortune. Let's see if maybe we need to give them, our colleagues, just 30 more seconds. I'm looking forward to a final okay from my team that we can start with the Wheel of Fortune. So please let me know if that's the case. And right. Good. I'm very happy. The Wheel of Fortune is ready. And I hope you guys have submitted the feedback forms. Thank you so very much. You'll get the certificates. And as promised, you will get the recordings of the sessions. Of course, after we finish the conference, they will be at your disposal. No worries if you have not been with us throughout all this time. All right. Now we can see the wheel, the beautiful rainbow colored wheel with the names of the participants on the screen. There are so many. That's why we unfortunately don't see the exact names written on the wheel, but they're there. No worries. For every spin, I'll announce the prize we're drawing. One person can only win one prize. So if you have been chosen, you will not qualify for the next round, unfortunately. So we'll spin the wheel 7 times. And I would like to just apologize in advance in case I mispronounce some of your names. I'm really, really sorry. Forgive me. Moderating in the intercultural environment means that you sometimes eventually make a mistake with somebody's name, but I'm sure you're very understanding and will forgive me for that. All right, let's get started with the first prize, a $25 Amazon gift card. Let's find out who the lucky winner is. So I'm looking forward to seeing the name. And the winner is... Who's that? Who's that? Who's that? Drum bit. It is Tracy. Tracy Arswaga. Congratulations. Tracy, let us know in the chat if you're there and if you're happy. I hope you will enjoy this gift. It's probably the most universal general gift that we have on our Wheel of Fortune, and we'll proceed. The next up in crash test of your e-learning course by our developers team, that's what we have. iSpring experts will analyze your work and suggest relevant improvements to your course's design. So let's spin the wheel. Yay, Tracy's here. And now we'll learn. It's Lena. Lena Yousefi. Congratulations, Lena. If you're here again, let us know. We congratulate you. Amazing victory. All right. Next one. The next one will be our expert off-the-shelf SCORM course of your choosing from the iSpring Academy. You can choose from more than 25 courses in English or explore content in other languages. So let's see who the person is. And this will be Tammy Brace. Congratulations. Congratulations. I see Tracy has already shared that she's that they're happy, and Lena has already shared the appreciation. Now, amazing, fantastic. Congratulations, the winner for the SCORM course of your choosing. Well, next one will be, we'll draw an iSpring certification program. Let's see who gets one. And this is, oh gosh, how exciting. It's Corey Hess. Congratulations. I hope you are with us. That's amazing. Amazing. Fantastic. Congrats. Congrats. I'm also very, very happy for you. A spring certification program is a great gift, isn't that right? All right. Next, let's spin for the next prize. It's access to our expert video course called How to Create an Online Course that Anna has shared. And the winner will be... Imagine if Anna wins this prize. That would be super awkward. It's Ronald Fourie, if I read it correctly. I'm very lucky. Ronald, congratulations. Congratulations. I hope you're here with us. And I am super happy that you are coming with the course today out of our conference, not just with a pack full of knowledge and insights. All right. Next, we have a 3-month license for iSpring Suite. Wow, that's a gift. That's a gift. I know a lot of people who would wish to get one for free. And the winner is Valerie Evans. Congrats. Congrats, Valerie. Super happy for you. Right. You're the winner for a 3-month license for iSpring Suite. And finally, again, drums are here. A 3-month license for iSpring Learn. Let's spin the wheel, and we have our winner. Who's that? Who is that? Who is that? And this is Cassie Nealis. Cassie, congratulations. Cassie, great. I'm so happy for you. A 3-month license for iSpring Learn. This is amazing. Valerie shares they never want anything. You know, dreams come true sometimes. Even the most unusual things happen when you dive deeper into the world connected to learning, knowledge, exploration, and suddenly you end up in this amazing conference where you win such an amazing gift. All right, congratulations to the lucky winners. And here is an insider note. We'll spin the Wheel of Fortune tomorrow as well, so you still have a chance to win a prize. Join us tomorrow to participate for the same set of prizes. Congrats, winners, but that's not the end of it. Hold on. Of course, don't forget about our super giveaway on LinkedIn. I already saw a lot of new posts during the breaks when I was having my snack. So please take part in the giveaway. Just share the post about iSpring Days 2024 and invite your connections to join the conference. They still have time to join us tomorrow for tomorrow's sessions. And if they register, they'll have a chance to get access to the recordings as well. So we'll pick a winner live on May the 3rd at the end of the session, at the end of the conference day via a randomizer. So tomorrow we'll announce the winner and award them with a full package tour to one of these European e-learning conferences. And the winner will be chosen at random as promised. So everyone has a chance. And I personally can't wait to see you all again tomorrow for the day 2 of iSpring Days. As usual, we have prepped even more exciting sessions. I'm not sure if we can call them more exciting, but they're definitely no less exciting than today. We've got some surprises for you. So starting at 10:10 a.m. after my introductory, we'll have Matt Gertzen talking to you about the first principles approach to leadership development, followed by James Gilchrist's session discussing real-world L&D challenges and human-centric ways to overcome them. Remember, human-centric is the main focus of our conference. After a short break, we'll come back to listen to Marina Shovsky. She'll tell us all about the art and science of understanding your learners and using learner data to make e-learning design decisions, Right after that, we'll have a lively roundtable discussion on the threats and opportunities for e-learning specialists in the age of AI with Heidi Kirby, Taras Pustovoy, and Matt Gertzen. Then we'll be followed by Kay Mayer's session, leveraging AI to revolutionize L&D environments. In the afternoon, we'll have Alex Salas, who will offer some actionable insights into the best LMS strategies to activate social learning. And iSpring experts Natalie Taylor and Ina Soller will reveal how to cover all your compliance needs in just a single tool. And Clark Aldrich will follow with an exciting session on creating short seams. And we'll wrap up the day with my colleague, Intercultural Communicators presentation. Paul Arneson will speak on enhancing cultural agility with e-learning for global teams. And an iSpring e-learning professionals talk on how iSpring helps you work with multilingual teams. So we've got something really nice for dessert. And to make sure you stay on track, please join our iSpring Knowledge Hub community on LinkedIn, where we will announce tomorrow's sessions. And on top of that, you'll find some free webinars, expert content, templates, and of course, the communication with the like-minded professionals. You'll have a chance to stay in touch with other e-learning experts and newbies as well, of course, to continue your e-learning journey. So, wow, I hope you enjoyed these sessions and you will use this knowledge to take your e-learning to the next level, and which is more important, of course, to make e-learning more humane and put your students, your tutors, your e-learning professionals, and yourselves in the center of this ecosystem, because that's why we do all of this, all right? So I do really wish you a fantastic evening, day, morning, wherever you are. We have all sorts of time zones here. I look forward to seeing you tomorrow. But before I finish, I just want to ask you to share one final word of the day that you have in mind. If I ask you iSpring Conference Day 1, 2024, what would be your word of the day? That could be AI, or that could be human-centric, or that could be simulation, that could be game, that could be really literally anything that comes to your mind. Inspiring, insightful, inspiring, inspired, informative. Right, very informative, a lot of informative. Accessibility, right, accessibility. Inspiring content, motivating, creative, nice surprise, right. Mind-blowing, wow. Reimagine, accessibility, inspiring. Wow, I think we guys need to think of changing the name of the company. Maybe instead of iSpring, we should say InSpring, coming from inspiring or something. I don't know. We should think about that. Awesome, collaborative, confirming, and stimulating. Right. Mm-hmm. Wow, I'm very, very happy to see all of those answers, and I'm very happy that we still have almost 200 people with us. All right. Guys, I think everybody deserves some rest now because we need a good rest to digest all the content tomorrow. I'm truly excited. Thank you very much for being with us and responding, being there every step of the way. We've been working very hard for you, and you've been in the center of our human-centric universe. So have a good rest and see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.